Blue Star Dragon Nation, Nanjing City No. 3 High School. Today is the day of talent awakening. Anyone who has reached the age of 18 may participate. Yi Bai, called by name, a young man in the last row of the classroom, rose to his feet and walked forward. This youth named Yi Bai had black hair and black eyes, a clear and limpid gaze, a height of 1.80 m long, and slender limbs with well-proportioned lines and a handsome face. When Yi Bai stepped into the corridor, the chatting students there fell silent, instinctively pressing themselves toward the wall to make way for him. The teacher leading the way in front glanced back at Yi Bai, a trace of puzzlement flickering in his eyes. This young man, who appeared a little languid, seemed in some vague way out of the ordinary. Bringing Yi Bai to the door of another classroom, the teacher exhorted softly, "Listen to the staff in all things. Talent awakening is of great importance. They do not delay it." Yi Bai nodded, indicating that he understood. After confirming his student ID, identity card, and talent awakening permit, the staff members began their final preparations. Student Yi Bai, before your talent awakening, I need to introduce to you the history of the Eternal Tower. Are you ready? Yi Bai nodded. I am ready. The content the staff member was about to recite, Yi Bai had already read over countless times in recent days. Having only recently crossed over from Earth, he had to understand clearly what Blue Star truly was. The staff member spoke in a low, steady voice. Back then, when the Eternal Tower descended, the first-generation Supreme Powerhouse Nightmare entered the Eternal Tower and opened the era of universal awakening. By awakening one's talent, which ranges from SS grade down to F grade, one may enter the Eternal Tower to challenge its levels. The abilities and items obtained within can be brought back into the real world. That same year, 18 abyssal planes opened, and the abyss invaded Blue Star. Under the lead of the Supreme Powerhouse Mingyan, humanity struggled to hold the line, and a bloody war began. In the latter stages of the Blood War, the second-generation Supreme Powerhouse Wuhan appeared, awakening an SS grade talent. By his strength alone, he ended 30 years of bloodshed, and Blue Star knew war no more. The third-generation Supreme Powerhouse Xiaoyao then emerged, and 36 years have passed since. Through the staff member's narration, Yi Bai once again reviewed this history. In a mere 100 years, humanity had produced 3 supreme powerhouses in succession: Mingyan, Wuhan, and Xiaoyao. Finishing the script in his hand, the staff member smiled at Yi Bai. They say it has been 36 years since the last supreme era. Lately, many people have been speculating that a new supreme era may be on the horizon. The supreme era. Yi Bai could clearly sense how whenever those around him mentioned these 4 words, their expressions brimmed with pride. Whenever a new SS-grade talent awakens among humanity, a supreme era begins, and a new supreme powerhouse is born. Once the small talk ended, the staff member's tone grew solemn. Now place your palm on the eternal core crystal, empty your mind, and undergo your talent awakening. Following the other's instructions, Yi Bai did as he was told and closed his eyes. A soft white radiance enveloped his body. Talent awakening complete. Crade talent bright sight. The white light ebbed away like a receding tide. Yi Bai opened his eyes, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. All right, student Yi Bai, please go to the observation area for 2 hours. If no abnormalities appear, you may go home after school. A staff member stepped forward to verify the information displayed on the eternal core crystal. Yi Bai, Crade talent. Crade then. Yi Bai was not surprised, or in fact, he found it perfectly ordinary. Talent grades range from F grade up to SS grade. F grade being the weakest, SS grade the strongest. According to a century of human statistics, over 90% of people awaken at Crade, or even lower. Only 56% manage to awaken a grade talent. If one has dodged luck and awakens in a grade talent, that person is truly 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000. Such a person's future achievements would be beyond measure. Yi Bai's awakening of a Crade talent could only be described as neither good nor bad, simply normal performance. After awakening, regulations required him to remain at school for a period of observation. Not long after he sat down, Yi Bai yawned. Drowsiness washed over him. I'll sleep a bit first. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Sitting by the window, he rested his head against the sill and fell asleep in an instant. In his sleep, it seemed as though the eternal core crystal appeared before his eyes once more. Lines of blurry text floated in the air in front of him. As Yi Bai focused his attention, the characters gradually became clear. SS grade talent, awaken eye of insight. Eye of insight, a pair of eyes that can see through all things. They may reveal hidden information and entries, and will at times provide strange prompts. SS grade talent. Yi Bai mocked himself inwardly. Even in a dream, there was no need for it to feel this convincing was there. Yet the words before his eyes continued to shift and change. SS grade talent, eye of insight at your service. The smile on Yi Bai's face froze. He tried to pull up more information. Current survival probability 98.56. Yi Bai was stunned. A chance of surviving only 98 point something %. How was that any different from being as good as dead? Prompt from the SS grade talent, this world is very dangerous. Please take care to keep your identity secret. This dream is far too realistic. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt someone shaking him. Yi Bai's consciousness returned to reality. The one shaking him was none other than his desk mate and friend Zhao Lin, skinny as a monkey. Dubai, I awakened to grade talent. What about you? Congratulations. We're doomed. I was planning to follow you in the future and live the good life. By nature optimistic, Zhao Lin quickly shook off his disappointment and rallied. It's fine, Dubai. I'll go find a job at the Wanwu Pavilion in the future, and you can work for the United Legion. We'll both have bright futures. Yawn. Clearly Yi Bai was still a bit sleepy. Zhao Lin pointed at the clock on the wall. Dubai, school's over. Oh, let's go. Yi Bai stood up and glanced at the clock on the wall. A nail has come loose. It will fall in 6 seconds. The sudden line of text that appeared out of nowhere felt strangely familiar. Recalling that bizarre dream, Yi Bai could not help thinking, had he really awakened an SS grade talent? What kind of joke was that? Just as he spaced out, the clock tipped forward and dropped in a free fall, smashing onto the floor with a sharp crack as glass shattered everywhere. Hissing under his breath, Yi Bai drew in a sharp, cold breath. Instinctively, he focused his attention, wanting to check his survival probability again. Current survival probability, 99. 99. Please maintain this state. Yi Bai shook his head and the characters before his eyes faded away. Affecting nonchalance, he looked over at Zhao Lin and called to him, come on, let's eat and go home. Only after returning to his small home, where he lived alone, did Yi Bai begin his experiments anew, focusing his gaze on various objects around him. Light bulb, remaining lifespan 178 hours, destined to be single for life. This is a shoddy computer chair. If you sit on it for 3 hours, your waist will howl in protest. You really hit the jackpot buying this 10 yuan lottery ticket. You paid to buy yourself a lesson. If Yi Bai concentrated, these remarks would expand to reveal even more information. Conversely, when he chose not to look, the notes would slowly fade away. It seems this talent is of the support type. As the seconds ticked by, Yi Bai continued to test the use of his eyes. He still could not be certain whether he had truly awakened an SS grade talent. Everything remained an unknown. As a transmigrator, no matter how outrageous a thing happened to him, it somehow no longer felt outrageous. After all, the act of crossing over itself was already quite absurd. Time crept toward 115959. Midnight, 1200. The tower mark on Yi Bai's arm began to emit a faint glow. In the next instant, a mysterious force swept over him, and he was drawn into the eternal tower. Before Yi Bai could react any further, his consciousness was pulled into a boundless, pure white space. A cold, mechanical voice echoed around him. First entry into the eternal tower detected. Please create your eternal ID. Shura. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Bai spoke the eternal ID he had long prepared. Shura. Before entering the eternal tower, one could check whether an ID was available to avoid duplication. To his surprise, the name Shura was actually available. Perhaps the previous bearer of the title Shura had already perished. Eternal ID creation successful. Please select your profession within the eternal tower. The main combat professions were listed one by one: warrior, mage, rogue, warlock, archer, mechanic, knight, priest, and so on. As for support and life professions, they were completely outside Yi Bai's scope of consideration. Before crossing into this world, Yi Bai had commanded lightning in Summoner's Canyon, earning himself the nickname of the Little Internet Keifuzi. Now that he had arrived at the Eternal Tower, he chose without hesitation the profession he was most familiar with. Mage. Analyzing attributes. Synchronizing. A pale blue semi-transparent floating panel unfolded before Yi Bai's eyes, lines of basic information beginning to appear upon it. Yi Bai read line after line with utmost concentration. Eternal ID Shura. Talent Eye of Insight, SS-Rank. Level 1. Class Apprentice Mage. HP 180,180. MP 190,190. Strength 9 effects, physical damage. Intelligence 9 effects, mana capacity and magic damage. Spirit 8 effects, magic defense and mana regeneration speed. Agility 7 effects, movement speed and dodge rate. Constitution 8 effects, maximum HP and HP recovery speed. Luck 10. Equipment none. Skills none. It was actually an SS-Rank talent. Absolutely genuine. With an SS-Rank talent, how could I possibly give you a fake one? When Yi Bai's gaze fell upon luck, a line of tiny remark text surfaced. This lucky fellow can trigger a hidden stage within the beginner dungeon. Yi Bai's spirit surged. 10 full points of luck. A hidden stage. He had pored over countless records on the Eternal Tower and had never once heard of any hidden stage. That line of tiny remark text was the effect of the Eye of Insight. Closing the attribute panel, he recalled the 5 basic attributes within the Eternal Tower: strength, intelligence, spirit, constitution, and agility. Generally speaking, initial values for these attributes range between 1 and 10. Yi Bai's starting attributes were essentially among the very best tier, a textbook 5-sided all-rounder. As for luck being a special attribute, he had never heard of anyone starting with as high as 10 points. Most people he knew had only 0 to 2 points in it. A hidden stage, huh? At this moment, all of Yi Bai's thoughts were fixed on his SS-Rank talent and that mysterious hidden stage. Eternal Tower Beginner Gift Pack has been issued. Open the Beginner Gift Pack. Yes. A blinding light flared and 3 clusters of radiance floated into existence before Yi Bai as the system prompt sounded again in his ears. Please choose one reward from the 3 as your beginner reward. According to the guides Yi Bai had studied, the rewards in the Beginner Gift Pack generally fell into 4 categories: gold coins, equipment, skill books, and special items. Of these, the least useful was gold. After claiming the Beginner Gift Pack, one would immediately enter the beginner dungeon, where currency held no value at all. If one obtained a handy piece of equipment, the rating for the beginner dungeon would rise dramatically, and the rewards earned from the dungeon would be especially generous. As for skill books, their value depended entirely on the skills they contained. Very few people ever managed to receive a special item, so there was scant information about them online. The guides say the Beginner Gift Pack is pure luck without any discernible pattern. Recalling the strategies he had researched, Yi Bai could not help but give a wry smile. Over the past century, countless people had studied the Eternal Tower, compiling, decoding, and summarizing its information, only for their painstaking conclusions to become waste paper in this very moment. Within Yi Bai's field of vision, the 3 light clusters held no secrets at all. Others had to leave their choice to luck, but Yi Bai could rely on the eye of insight to see everything clearly. Yi Bai's gaze swept from left to right. In the leftmost light cluster lay a staff, quietly resting, arcs of lightning coiling around it. Equipment: Grasp of Thunder LV. 1. Grade A. Attributes: Intelligence 5. Lightning Bolt LV1 deals 51 intelligence lightning damage with a 100 chance to inflict slow and a 33 chance to inflict paralysis. Entry: Thunderstrike attacks or spells have a 5 chance to inflict paralysis. Hidden entry: destined after casting 100 lightning spells, the weapon will evolve. And a Grade Staff. Yi Bai's brows twitched as a surge of desire rose within him. This piece of equipment suited his current self perfectly. Equipment grades like talents had SSS as the highest, descending step by step from there. A dual entry evolvable, a grade staff like this would fetch over 1,000,000 yuan on the open market, if one could even find one for sale. It was enough to buy a 3-bedroom apartment in Yi Bai's residential complex. Don't rush. Stay calm. Yi Bai did not hastily make his choice. Grasp of Thunder was indeed formidable, but there was no loss in examining the other 2 rewards before deciding. Within the middle light cluster, a heap of gleaming coins piled up like a small golden hill. 5,000 gold. Yi Bai's eyebrows jumped again at the sight of the number. The currency of the Eternal Tower could circulate in the real world on Blue Star. 1 gold coin exchanged for 1,000 yuan in the Dragon Nation's currency. 5,000 gold. That was 5,000,000 yuan. Placed on the trading market, 5,000 gold could even purchase a high-end grade piece of equipment. So this is the joy of having 10 points in luck. Yi Bai had not expected each reward from the Beginner Gift Pack to surpass the last. Of course, when 5,000 gold and Grasp of Thunder were placed side by side, he still leaned toward the latter, striving to arm himself as much as possible. Though it pained him somewhat, reason told Yi Bai that money was useless within the beginner dungeon. If he could achieve a grade or higher evaluation there, the rewards he obtained would far exceed the value of 5,000 gold. Pulling his gaze away from the glittering pile of money, Yi Bai looked toward the final light cluster. This is Yi Bai drew in a sharp breath of cold air, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Special item: Lightning Element. Effect upon use grants 100 affinity with lightning elements, 100 mana recovery speed, and randomly bestows 3 lightning type skills. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Bai pointed directly at the final light cluster. Beginner Gift Pack reward obtained: Lightning Element. Successfully used Lightning Element. With the beginner's reward in hand, Yi Bai wasted no time and used it immediately. A tingling sensation spread throughout his body, and Yi Bai felt the surrounding lightning elements become more active, constantly beckoning him. Lightning Element Affinity 100. Mana Recovery Speed 100. Learn lightning skills: Lightning Arrow, Lightning Blessing, and Ready to Strike. The descriptions of the 3 skills appeared consecutively before Yi Bai. Lightning Arrow LV1 deals 501 intelligence lightning damage with a 100 chance to inflict a slow effect and a 33 chance to inflict a paralysis effect. Mana cost 60 points. Cooldown 3 seconds. Yi Bai's current intelligence attribute is 9 points, allowing a single lightning arrow to deal 59 points of damage. Without considering defense, 3 lightning arrows would almost certainly lead a beginner player to defeat. The HP of the small monsters in the beginner dungeon ranges from 50,100, posing no threat to Yi Bai. Just the lightning arrow skill alone is enough for Yi Bai to receive a decent evaluation in the beginner dungeon. Yi Bai continued to look down. Lightning Blessing LV1. Cast a lightning blessing on yourself or an ally with normal attacks, additionally dealing 20 points of lightning damage, and magical attacks, dealing an additional 25 points of lightning damage. Mana cost 100 points. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 45 seconds. Ready to strike doubles the effect of the next lightning skill used. Mana cost 10 points. Cooldown 10 seconds. Yibai was surprised that the randomly obtained 3 lightning skills could actually complement each other. If I use Ready to Strike in conjunction with Lightning Arrow, the instant burst will be 118 points, enough to kill a small monster. Yibai quickly calculated in his mind. If I change the combo order to Ready to Strike Lightning Blessing, Ready to Strike Lightning Arrow. Double Lightning Blessing, adding 50 points of extra magical damage. Lightning Arrow's base damage is 59, totaling 236 points. The burst damage has doubled. 236 points of damage is enough to deplete Yibai's current HP. Based on his years of gaming experience, Ready to Strike is definitely a god-tier skill. Even in the later stages of the game, while Lightning Arrow and Lightning Blessing may be phased out, Ready to Strike will still be his core skill. Suddenly, a bold idea surfaced in Yibai's mind. What would happen if I used Ready to Strike again after using Ready to Strike? Is this a bug? Ready to Strike consumes 10 points of mana each time and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Yibai's mana recovery speed was enhanced by the lightning element, allowing him to recover 50 points of mana in 10 seconds, completely eliminating any concerns about mana consumption. In other words, if Yibai wanted, he could cycle Ready to Strike until his final blow. This is exponential growth. Each time it doubles. If it succeeds, Yibai felt a rush of excitement inside, eager to give it a try. In addition to the beginner's gift pack, the Eternal Tower also provided a withered wooden staff, a plain item devoid of any attributes whose sole purpose was to cast spells. The beginner's gift pack has been distributed. Would you like to enter the beginner dungeon? Enter. Yibai felt a whirl of dizziness as the pure white space instantly blurred and his consciousness receded like a tide. When he opened his eyes again, Yibai found himself in a dimly lit corridor. The soles of his boots pressed against the granite, and Yibai surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress his astonishment. Eternal Tower, no wonder it is praised as a fully simulated online game. The realism is absolutely astonishing. Yibai stretched out his fingers and placed them on the wall of the corridor. The rough texture and uneven surface even had a fair amount of dust clinging to Yibai's fingertips. All right, time to get down to business. Yibai raised his staff and looked ahead. The beginner dungeon he was in was a narrow corridor, 5 meters high and 5 meters wide, allowing 2 people to walk side by side. On either side of the walls, every 5 meters, 2 torches stood, emitting a faint glow, illuminating the corridor. According to the strategy guide, the first section of the beginner dungeon contains 20 monsters. In front of Yibai, a huge shadow loomed, accompanied by a prompt from Insightful, a monster burrowing giant rat. HP 5050. All you need to know about it is this: use your lightning arrow to roast this filthy creature to a crisp. The rat stood nearly 2 meters tall, blocking the other end of the corridor. It seemed to sense Yibai's arrival and slowly moved towards him, making strange sounds from its mouth. It's coming. Yibai raised his staff and cast a skill. Ready to Strike. A faint blue light enveloped Yibai's entire body. He didn't rush to fight the monster, but chose to wait for it to approach slowly. Roar. Bang, bang, bang. The roar sounded, accompanied by the enormous footsteps of the monster, the shadow of the creature looming over Yibai's head, making it hard for him to breathe. If it were anyone else, they would have probably rushed to attack by now. Yibai silently counted the seconds, retreating to ensure he maintained a safe distance from the monster. 5, 4. The burrowing giant rat was already close enough, its stench reminiscent of sewer rats. Was it really a rat? Then it's not a problem. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the cooldown ended, Yibai immediately cast the skill again. Ready to Strike. The faint blue light appeared once more, but this time the color was a bit deeper. Lightning Arrow. Yibai wasted no time, and despite it being his first battle, he was exceptionally skilled with no unnecessary movements. Boom! A lightning arrow the thickness of a finger condensed before Yibai, and then whistled past at incredible speed, easily hitting the burrowing wildman. Ziz! A series of electric sounds accompanied by a burnt smell. A bright red number floated above the burrowing wildman's head. 236. The lightning arrow dealt 236 points of lightning elemental damage. The burrowing wildman's health bar instantly emptied, crashing to the ground, its body turning into white light and slowly dissipating, leaving 3 copper coins behind. Yibai's spirit lifted, his left hand clenched into a fist filled with excitement. It works. The effect of Ready to Strike can stack. The first time is 2 times, the second time is 4 times, the third time is 8 times. This is not an arithmetic sequence, but a geometric sequence, exponential growth. Trivia: Ready to Strike can only stack 30 times. After stacking 30 times, Yi Bei's burst damage would be extraordinarily terrifying. Yi Bei's breath quickened. He could hardly imagine how terrifying that scene would be. Perhaps a single lightning arrow could take down a boss. Collecting the copper coins from the ground, Yi Bei gazed towards the end of the corridor. Disturbed by the previous battle, several burrowing wild men were awakening from their slumber, beginning to search for prey in the corridor. Biting his lip, Yi Bei tried to keep his excitement in check so as not to affect the upcoming battle. The best show is just beginning. Lightning blessing. Nai Bai cast the buff upon himself, then surged forward with wind at his feet. The blessing lasts 30 seconds, during which every basic attack deals an additional 20 points of lightning element damage. The burrower giant rat has 50 health. With my strength of 9, my base physical attack inflicts 9 damage. Combined with lightning blessing, that totals 29. Yi Bei dashed before a burrower giant rat and slammed his staff downward with crushing force. N29, N29. After 2 strikes, the beast collapsed in a thunderous heap, then dissolved into shimmering motes, leaving behind 3 copper coins. Hurry, Nai Bai wasted no time. Even mid-combat, he continuously activated the skill gathering momentum, ensuring its cooldown was perpetually reset. This meant he could not use either lightning blessing or lightning arrow for the duration, or all his accumulated momentum would vanish. To maximize gathering momentum for a single decisive strike against the final boss, Yi Bei had to eliminate as many burrower giant rats as possible within the remaining duration of lightning blessing. 29. In 29, a cascade of numbers bloomed above the rats' heads as one after another fell in the dim, narrow passageway. Meanwhile, the duration of lightning blessings steadily dwindled. In 10, 9, 8, and less than 10 seconds remained. The relentless pace of battle exacted a heavy toll on Yi Bei's body. Eternal Spire, a game boasting 100% simulation fidelity, rendered fatigue with absolute realism. Yi Bei exhaled deeply, eyes fixed ahead as his feet never faltered and his staff blurred through the air. In those final 10 seconds, empowered by lightning blessing, he felled 4 more beasts. From the moment he entered the novice dungeon, exactly 1 minute had passed, and Yi Bei had slain 12 burrower giant rats. Were this feat made public, it would send shockwaves across the realm. Yi Bei's full attention remained locked on combat. 8 remained. In gathering momentum. And even amid the fray, he continued stacking the buff. Another burrower giant rat charged forward, its massive frame tearing through the air with a shrill, ear-splitting shriek. Without lightning blessing, and forbidden from casting lightning spells, Yi Bei was forced to rely solely on basic attacks. In his vision, crimson markers flared across the rat's body, accompanied by a terse line of text. These are the enemy's vulnerabilities. Striking them inflicts double damage. A mage engaging in melee. Perhaps reconsider your career path. This talent's rather cheeky. Nai Bai ignored the snarky second half and focused entirely on the marked weak points. His staff darted forward, striking 1 crimson node precisely. 19. And critical hit on vulnerability. Double damage inflicted, brief blindness applied. And seizing the advantage, Yi Bei struck twice more, both blows landing squarely on glowing nodes, and finished the beast without hesitation. 7 remained. In with insightful gaze guiding him, even a mage relying solely on basic attacks could traverse this trial with ease. Vulnerability struck. And vulnerability struck. In 5 minutes later, the entire corridor held only 1 living soul. Yi Bei. Nai Bai expelled a long, weary breath and wiped sweat from his brow. Every burrower giant rat had become experience and copper coins. Only now did he pause to review the system prompts. Each slain monster granted 100 experience points. In congratulations, you have leveled up to level 2. Strength 1, Intelligence 2, Spirit 1, Agility 2, Constitution 2. Free attribute point 1. A radiant white light enveloped Yi Bei as he ascended, infusing him with renewed vitality and banishing exhaustion completely. His HP and MP were fully restored. At peak condition, he glanced at his attribute panel. All 5 core stats had risen significantly, and he allocated his single free point to intelligence. Studying his updated attributes, Yi Bei recalled the guidebook's teachings in an Eternal Spire. Stat gains upon leveling are influenced by numerous factors. Race template, class template, and even the manner of leveling all shape the distribution of attribute increases. During earlier combat, I relied predominantly on basic attacks, engaging the burrower giant rats at close range, while sparingly using skills. Thus my strength, constitution, and agility increased more than intelligence or spirit. A wry smile flickered across his face, resigned yet unamused. A mage famed for melee prowess. Such heresy disgraced the arcane arts. Nai Bai disdained such shortcuts utterly. Closing his attribute panel, he advanced down the corridor, stacking gathering momentum with every step. The passage lay hushed and suffocating, so still it chilled the marrow. Cold drafts whispered from behind enough to freeze the blood of the faint-hearted. Yi Bai strode forward unflinchingly. Soon he reached a fork in the path. In left or right. He recognized it instantly. The second trial of the novice dungeon. The guidebook was unequivocal. The left path spawned a horde of monsters, ensnaring the unwary in overwhelming ambush. The right path summoned a single elite foe, formidable beyond most novices' capacity to withstand. Historical data analysis showed the left path yielded 45.7% higher returns. Yi Bai gazed left, and sure enough a prompt materialized in 10 stentridden bats thirst for your blood. None mutated bat lurks unseen in the shadows. And 11 bats then. Their stats flashed before his mind's eye, slightly stronger than burrower giant rats, though their speed posed the true complication. The right passage bore its own notice, and a juvenile hellhound slumbers here. Pray do not disturb it, or you shall become its feast. Nah, hellhound. Yi Bai hadn't expected such a formidable elite monster on the right. According to the guidebook's bestiary, the hellhound ranked supreme among all novice dungeon elites. Without equal. Even in its juvenile form, its 3 heads unleashed distinct elemental abilities, dealing cataclysmic damage. Its infernal bloodline granted immense health, terrifying regeneration, and staggering resistance to both physical and magical assault. It was every novice's nightmare. Their insurmountable wall. Then Yi Bai's gaze shifted to the wall directly ahead, where new text shimmered into view. Lucky one, do not move the stone on the left, or you'll trigger the hidden trial. Yi Bai's pulse quickened. A hidden trial. Looking at the note in front of him, Yi Bai nodded slightly. A luck level of 5 is a bit too high a threshold for newcomers. In the face of Yi Bai's luck level of 10, it was trivial. Moreover, the method to trigger the hidden level had not been disclosed by the officials, and Yi Bai had not obtained any related information. What is the content of the hidden level? Yi Bai focused his attention, and he found that the more concentrated he was, the more information the notes displayed. After entering the hidden level, all the monsters in the novice dungeon would be awakened and join the team to hunt him down. 10 blood-sucking bats and 1 mutated bat isn't too troublesome. The real challenge is the juvenile hellhound. Monster Hellhound Juvenile LV. 10 HP, 200 MP, 100 physical defense, 150 magical defense, 200 skills. Having 200 health is equivalent to 100 Yi Bai's combined. With a staggering physical defense of 150, a normal attack can't break through. It is immune to magical damage below 500, and enjoys a 33 damage reduction for magical damage above 500. After reading the introduction of the Hellhound, Yi Bai nearly fell into despair. How on earth did the supreme powerhouse Nightmare manage to kill the Hellhound back then? It's simply monstrous. Fortunately, he also possesses an SS level talent. Yi Bai calculated the time. With charging, he can stack 1 layer in 10 seconds, which means 6 layers in a minute. It has already been 5 minutes since he entered the novice dungeon. Yi Bai stacked 30 layers of charging, but continuing to release, it could not increase the layers. 30 layers. What does that mean? This is not 30 times. It is 2 to the power of 30, which is... A terrifying number appeared before Yi Bai 107374184. 1,070,000,000 times. Seeing this number, Yi Bai's eyelids couldn't help but twitch, and he gasped. 1 billion times. A single lightning arrow could deal 60 billion damage. It's just a hellhound, right? Forget about the juvenile one. Even the adult hellhound would have to die. Yi Bai suddenly perked up. Facing the burrowing giant rat, with full force would he cower before the hellhound. That's not my style. Let's do it. With 30 layers of charging, Yi Bai possessed an extremely terrifying output capability. Following the prompt, Yi Bai moved a seemingly inconspicuous stone and drew an obscure pattern on the wall in a certain order. As the last stroke fell, the entire passage began to shake. Stones and sand fell continuously, and the stone wall in the center slowly cracked, revealing a passage. This bizarre pattern, who could trigger the hidden level? Yi Bai worked for a while, casually stuffing the stone into his backpack. Don't throw away trash. Items that can trigger hidden levels, even a seemingly inconspicuous stone, might have special value. As the stone wall cracked, unusual events occurred simultaneously in the passages on both sides of Yi Bai. Swish, swish, swish. In the darkness, nearly 10 phantoms flew by, quickly circling above the passage, pairs of crimson eyes fixated on Yi Bai, thirsting for blood. These blood-sucking bats did not attack immediately, but silently confronted Yi Bai. Roar. An angry roar sounded from the right passage. Immediately after a violent impact, the sound of chains breaking and the earth shook. A terrifying monster broke free from its cage. And its target was obvious: Yi Bai. Tear, chew, swallow. The instinct to hunt drove it forward at high speed, as if in the next second its claws could rip through flesh and its sharp teeth could taste blood. It's coming. Yi Bai concentrated, fully gripping his staff tightly, daring not to slack off for a moment. He only had one chance to strike. Thunderbolt Blessing was clearly not enough. Yi Bei's speed could not compete with the Hellhound. The opponent was not as clumsy as the burrowing giant rat. One wrong move, and even if Yi Bei were to merely graze the opponent, he would become a victim without any chance for a comeback. He couldn't just slide in and feed the opponent, could he? Lightning Arrow was Yi Bei's only choice. A lightning arrow stacked with 30 layers of charging could deal hundreds of billions of damage. One strike certain kill. Yi Bei held his breath, staring intently at the dark passage, a countdown appearing before his eyes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, Yi Bei shouted angrily, waving his staff forward. Lightning Arrow. The enormous lightning arrow was instantaneously unleashed, and under the enhancement of 30 layers of charging, its size filled the entire passage. The Hellhound had no space to evade. Just as it rushed out of the shadows preparing to enjoy the hunt, it was instantly engulfed by lightning. With a snap, it was fast. Its eyes flashed with unwillingness, anger, confusion, and doubt. Clearly, the enemy was so weak. But why did it fall instead of the enemy? Before it could let out a wail, a terrifying astronomical number floated above the Hellhound's head, turning it into charcoal. Feeling as if his body had been emptied, Yi Bei had yet to enjoy the pleasure of slaying the Hellhound when a system notification popped up before him. Level upgraded to level 10. Yi Bei's brow twitched in surprise and joy. Level 10. It is known that leveling up in the Eternal Tower is very difficult, and gaining experience is beyond imagination. Yi Bei had painstakingly killed 20 burrowing giant rats just to rise from level 1 to level 2. Killing the Hellhound actually allowed him to jump straight to level 10. Gained 50 strength, 50 intelligence, 50 spirit, 50 agility, 50 constitution. Due to the overlevel kill, it was a solo kill. During the level-up process, the Eternal Tower provided excess attribute rewards. According to Yi Bei's understanding, during the novice period, each level gained the single attribute, increase range from 1 to 3. Yi Bei essentially received an additional 2 points of attributes per level. This is a massive gain. Yi Bei could hardly contain his joy, even without considering the rewards from the novice dungeon or the loot dropped by the Hellhound. Just the current 5-dimensional attributes alone made Yi Bei feel ecstatic. There's also the loot. Yi Bei looked ahead. The passage widened by the lightning arrow was pitch black and in disarray. The Hellhound, which enjoyed the kill Ashen Dragon service, left a vague wolf shape on the ground. And on the charcoal, a golden light orb lay quietly on the ground. Let me see what good stuff dropped. Let me take a look. The golden orb emitted an enticing glow. The skull of the Hellhound, crisp and with a hint of chicken flavor, floated in midair, resembling amber in its translucent clarity, adorned with red, yellow, and blue hues. Is it a special material? The skull landed in Yi Bei's palm, a warm sensation spreading throughout his body. Special material skull of the Hellhound. SSS level effects can be used for equipment, crafting, item creation, etc. When carried, strength 100, constitution 100, mana recovery, speed 500. It's actually an SSS level material. I never expected that just carrying this material could bring me such a significant boost to my attributes. If I can craft it into a staff, it would at least be S-level equipment. Yi Bei stored the skull in his backpack. This should be the greatest harvest of this journey. The supreme powerhouse, Nightmare, had once slain the Hellhound and received an SSS rating in the novice dungeon, causing quite a stir. With this thought, a surge of pride welled up in Yi Bei's heart. He had accomplished what the supreme powerhouse had. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the strongest, those 4 words were not to be taken lightly. No, wait. Yi Bei turned around, gazing at the cave entrance in the middle of the stone wall, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He could achieve even more than the supreme powerhouse of that time. The hidden level of the novice dungeon. Although I don't know what lies ahead, I might as well continue since I've come this far. Yi Bei walked back to the entrance, ready to press on. Before that, there were still some minor troubles to resolve. The earlier lightning strike had startled the bats into a stupor, leaving them huddled against the wall, too afraid to move. Swish, swish, swish. Bats continuously fell from the sky, struggling a bit upon hitting the ground before ultimately meeting their end. 10 blood-sucking bats along with 1 mutated bat appeared, as fragile as paper, before Yi Bei, who was now level 10. With his basic attacks, Yi Bei swiftly eliminated them all. Since he had already reached level 10, the blood-sucking bats, only at levels 24, couldn't provide him with any experience. Thus, Yi Bei only collected a handful of copper coins. He glanced at his attribute panel, and compared to when he first entered the Eternal Tower, his attributes had nearly increased 6-fold. His health had surged to 1800. Of course, this was thanks to the enhancement from the skull of the Hellhound, adding an extra 100 constitution, which provided 1000 additional health. One must understand that gaining levels and attributes within the Eternal Tower is extremely challenging. The attributes Yi Bei currently possessed were ones that many players at levels 20 or 30 might not even achieve. Furthermore, any enhancements made here would also sink back to reality. For Yi Bai, in just one night's effort, his physical attributes were now 6 or 7 times stronger than before. This was an unfathomable situation, yet it had indeed occurred. Yi Bai closed the attribute panel and began to sort through his gains. Previously, he had defeated 20 burrowing giant rats, earning 60 copper coins, and with the 10 blood-sucking bats, he gained an additional 90 copper coins along with the 2 silver coins dropped by the mutated bat. Yi Bai had a total of 3 silver coins and 50 copper coins. Within the Eternal Tower, there are 3 types of currency: gold, silver, and copper in a base 100 system. 1,000 copper coins equal 100 silver coins, which equals 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 1,000 Dragon Country currency. Therefore, 1 copper coin is roughly equal to 0.1 yuan. This means that Yi Bai had barely earned 35 yuan after tirelessly battling monsters all day. 6 yuan can't even buy him 6 meals of spicy hot pot. After tallying his current spoils, Yi Bai once again stood at the entrance of the hidden level. During this time, he hadn't been idle and had begun stacking the Ready to Strike ability once again. From the results of swiftly defeating the Hellhound, it was evident that Ready to Strike was a divine skill. Once stacked to a high enough level, it would be unstoppable. The passage of the hidden level was dark, obscuring everything. Yi Bai tore a torch from the wall of the previous passage and lit up the area before him. No danger ahead detection complete. With the prompt from the Eye of Insight, Yi Bai felt considerably reassured, though he remained vigilant. In the dark passage, Yi Bai treaded carefully. It feels like I'm going down. Yi Bai realized that he was in a downward-sloping passage. The Novice Dungeon is at the bottom of the Eternal Tower. If this continues downward, could it be? There's a 0 level. This thought lingered in Yi Bai's mind. The origins of the Eternal Tower were shrouded in mystery, and even after a century of human research, they had yet to understand it. Guided by the flickering torch, Yi Bai traversed a long path, accumulating countless layers of Ready to Strike. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a pungent odor. What is this? The smell of sulfur. Where am I? Is it underground magma? As if to validate Yi Bai's suspicion, a wave of heat surged towards him. Whoosh! This sudden wave of heat arrived unexpectedly, and the gust was so strong that it extinguished the torch in Yi Bai's hand. Crack! The only source of light vanished completely, leaving only a few sparks emitting a weak glow, plunging Yi Bai into darkness. The passage fell into an endless silence. The darkness lasted less than a second. Yi Bai's vision brightened once again. Yi Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. If he had night vision, he should have said so earlier instead of fumbling with a small stick for so long. This talent didn't seem so unimpressive after all. What are you cursing about? Obviously, the Eye of Insight was quite displeased with Yi Bai's underestimation. After the Eye of Insight activated, Yi Bai's speed of advancement increased significantly. Everything in his line of sight was crystal clear, leaving no details overlooked. Not only that, but the Eye of Insight also thoughtfully provided a distance marker remaining 56.1 meters. The passage is actually this long. Yi Bai had already walked quite a distance, and there was still nearly 6 kilometers to go. Let's speed up. Yi Bai began to run, moving as smoothly as a cheetah, swiftly advancing through the passage. His physical fitness was already among the best for his age, and after the attribute enhancement from the Eternal Tower, his speed, while running, was astounding. Moreover, the previous battle had made Yi Bai even more accustomed to his current body. What was even more frightening was that after running 5 kilometers non-stop, Yi Bai's face was not flushed. He did not pant, nor did he even break a sweat. So incredible. Yi Bai's understanding of the Eternal Tower had always been limited to textbooks. He had also referred to it as textbook-level understanding. Only at this moment, having truly experienced the transformation, did Yi Bai grasp the profound mysteries of the Eternal Tower. Most importantly, all the enhancements Yi Bai was enjoying at this moment could be 100 synchronized to reality. The true nature of the hidden level 200 meters ahead. Please do not drive while fatigued. Fatigue my foot. Yi Bai was in high spirits at this moment, feeling great. Charge forth. Yi Bai only stopped when he was 200 meters from the finish line, gripping his staff tightly, ready for battle. 150 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. It was closer, even closer. Yi Bai finally stopped in front of an enormous bronze door. The bronze door was engraved with incomprehensible patterns, mysterious and esoteric, seemingly harboring some secrets. Yi Bai scrutinized it mentally, memorizing the entire pattern. This is a trace left by some unfathomable terror, proof that it once existed. Continue observing for 10 seconds, and you will be mentally tainted by an existence from the void. The countdown prompt from the Eye of Insight. It was not until the last second remained that Yi Bai shifted his gaze, ensuring his safety. In a situation of absolute safety, a little action wouldn't lead to death. The sulfur smell around was extremely pungent, and the temperature was terrifying, nearing the human limit. Place your hand on the bronze door, and you will complete the hidden level in easy parkour, isn't it? So simple. Yi Bai frowned, feeling that something was off. The designer of the hidden level had placed a powerful level boss like the Cerberus at the beginning. Yet at the very end there were no monsters at all. Where's the boss? Where's the reward? Yi Bai was all set and ready only to find nothing, feeling utterly disappointed. Was something wrong? Triggering a hidden level a total length of about 7 kilometers in the underground passage, this hidden level is just too simple. Yi Bai quickly understood where the issue lay. It's the Cerberus. He suddenly brightened, connecting all the dots. The content of the hidden level is actually to run 7 kilometers while being chased by the Cerberus to reach the final bronze door. In other words, this is a journey of life and death, definitely not an easy parkour. However, for Yi Bai, the most difficult part was surprisingly resolved first. As soon as the Cerberus was released, it was mercilessly killed by Yi Bai, turning into a pile of charred remains. Even the skull lay quietly in Yi Bai's backpack. Cerberus, can't you handle it? Originally meant to be an NPC in the temple escape, it was treated as a small monster and killed by the challenger. Where can I argue this? Yi Bai's method of clearing the level could be said to be unprecedented. If it were someone else, even if they triggered the hidden level, they would be doomed, struggling to survive the Cerberus chase. After realizing the true nature of the hidden level, Yi Bai's doubts were mostly dispelled. He looked around, confirming that there was nothing to take away before he was willing to relent. According to the prompt, Yi Bai placed his palm on the bronze door. A blue light slowly spread from Yi Bai's palm, enveloping his entire body. The eternal core crystal he had seen before now hovered before him. Yi Bai heard the prompt sound, newbie dungeon, hidden level cleared. Calculating clearance score. Score calculation complete. Almost simultaneously, everyone in the entire Eternal Tower heard the same prompt. Congratulations to player Xiao Luo for achieving a SS level evaluation in the newbie dungeon. Upon receiving the announcement, a shock surged through people's hearts. Before they could express their shock, a new announcement from the Eternal Tower flooded the screen again. Congratulations to player Xiao Luo for achieving an SS level evaluation in the newbie dungeon hidden level. All public channels fell into a deathly silence. There wasn't even a word spoken in the channels. The entire Eternal Tower, even the whole world, plunged into silence. Only silence, only unspoken words expressed their feelings at this moment. Hidden level? What hidden level? The Eternal Tower had descended for 100 years, and the human race had studied it for a century. Even during the most difficult times, the research had never ceased. How had they never heard of hidden levels? Countless questions surged into people's minds. These questions erupted with immense energy, becoming the focal point of discussions on all platforms. What is a hidden level? Hidden rewards. What are hidden rewards? All questions ultimately converged into one. Who is Xiao Luo? At this moment, the world focused on Xiao Luo. The two announcements from the Eternal Tower sent shockwaves through the entire human race, Blue Star, and even the Abyss realm. In an instant, the world was enveloped in turmoil. SS-level talent has emerged, initiating the Dawn Project. Issue the War Gods Summoning Order. All registered War Gods report to the designated location immediately. The Abyss realm has entered a level 2 combat readiness status. The Azura had merely cleared the novice dungeon at SSS level, yet it was akin to a butterfly flapping its wings, stirring up a tempest. Of course, none of this was relevant to Yi Bai at the moment. He had just cleared the novice dungeon. After the announcement from the Eternal Tower, what lay before Yi Bai was a bountiful reward for his achievement. SS level clearance of the novice dungeon reward, all attributes 50, luck 1, gold 0, and a transaction secret realm pass. SS level clearance of the novice dungeon reward, 1 special job change opportunity. SS level clearance of the hidden level reward, eternal blessing. From the dazzling announcements, Yi Bai found the true benefits. 1,000,000 gold. That's equivalent to 1 billion dragon coins. Seeing such a large sum of money, Yi Bai was momentarily stunned. 1 billion. What kind of concept is that? A house costing 5 million could buy 20 of them. If one were to win 1,000 yuan in lottery every day, it would take 27 years to collect 1 billion. The enormity of this wealth exceeded common understanding, and even someone as bold as Yi Bai took a few seconds to calm his emotions. Before today, he had only a little over 1,000 yuan left in his bank account, with a 6-digit password protecting his 5-digit savings. The wealth skyrocketing by 1,000 times was akin to a fantasy, enough for an ordinary person to spend a lifetime without exhausting it. However, 1,000 gold was merely the least valuable reward among this treasure. All attributes 50, luck 1. The rewards for clearing at the SSS level were indeed plentiful. No wonder the strongest warriors emerged so quickly, Yi Bai remarked. The current strongest warriors of the human race had all cleared the novice dungeon at SSS level. Their growth was akin to gaming with cheats, resembling a rocket soaring into the sky. Now having achieved SS level clearance, Yi Bai began to understand the journey of his predecessors in the face of such generous rewards. With high base attributes, an increase in luck, 1 starter gold, and a special job change opportunity, their starting point was on an entirely different level from that of ordinary players. A golden light fell hovering before Yi Bai, occasionally flickering with lightning. Thunder Mage Lightning Type 1 job change opportunity. Upon use, change to the hidden profession Thunder Mage automatically. Gain lightning specialization. All lightning spell effects 100 mana consumption 50. Thunder Mage profession template rating SSS level. Little brother, what are you hesitating for? Choose it. With the introduction from the Eye of Insight, the advantages of the Thunder Mage were laid bare. After acquiring the light or blue and white lightning flickered and danced at Yi Bai's fingertips, quickly spreading a tingling sensation throughout his body. Job change successful. Meanwhile, Weibo hot searches and headline news featured 6 out of the top 10 topics related to Azura. Whether in the Eternal Tower, the online world, or real-life, Azura was the most mentioned term. After the job change, a new attribute panel appeared before Yi Bai. Eternal ID Azura Talent Eye of Insight SSS level 10 Profession Thunder Mage Lightning Type HP 3600 3600 MP 1800 Strength 126 100 Intelligence 145 Spirit 135 Agility 124 Constitution 131 100 Luck 11 Equipment Novice Staff Skills Lightning Arrow Lightning Blessing Ready to Strike Thunderstorm Status Lightning Affinity Lightning Specialization. Due to the job change, Yi Bai's attributes had also slightly increased, with each one rising by approximately 20 to 30. What made Yi Bai feel helpless was that as a mage, his strength and constitution attributes were higher than his intelligence and spirit. What kind of mage was this? Holding a double flower big red stick swinging at anyone, he sees an invincible mage in close combat. Yi Bai could only accept reality. After transitioning to the Thunder Mage Lightning Type, Yi Bai gained a new skill Thunderstorm and a status Lightning Specialization. Thunderstorm LV1 Summon a thunderstorm from the sky to strike an enemy, dealing 202 intelligence lightning damage, and when the enemy's health falls below 30, it will deal true damage instead. Every time Thunderstorm hits an enemy, it will permanently increase the base lightning damage of that skill by 5 points. Enemies struck by Thunderstorm will gain a 100 slow effect and randomly receive a negative buff. Mana cost 200 points, cooldown time 2". Yi Bai's intelligence attribute is 145. Thus 200 145 to 490. With the 100 bonus from lightning specialization, a single thunderstorm can deal 980 lightning damage. No wonder it's the hidden profession of the SS level template. After reading the introduction of Thunderstorm, Yi Bai felt a surge of excitement. This skill not only had high damage short cooldown, but also excellent growth potential. Each time it hits an enemy, it can grant a permanent increase of 5 points in damage. Yi Bai looked around, but couldn't find a target to test his skills on, feeling an itch to strike himself with a thunderstorm. Calm down, calm down. The effects of Thunderstorm and Lightning Specialization perfectly matched the SS level profession template, truly genuine. This also meant that Yi Bai's growth speed and potential had risen to a new level. What other rewards are there? After dismissing the attribute panel, Yi Bai turned his attention to the other rewards. In addition to attributes and job transfer opportunities, an extra reward of a Transaction Secret Realm Pass, an Eternal Blessing, was granted. The Transaction Secret Realm Pass is a golden card the size of a bank card with no patterns or markings on it. With this pass, one can enter the Transaction Secret Realm. Transaction Secret Realm. Yi Bai recalled the information related to the Transaction Secret Realm in his mind. According to the book, it is one of the special neutral zones of the Eternal Tower, which can be accessed with a temporary or permanent pass. Once inside, everyone's aura and appearance will be concealed, and only a random number will represent their identity. Yi Bai looked again at the golden card, his eyes filled with fervor. What a valuable item. The pass to the Transaction Secret Realm, even a temporary card, can sell for a high price of 1 million. This one in front of Yi Bai is a permanent card with unlimited uses, its value immeasurable. Some major families, even with war god level powerhouses stationed, may not possess a pass of this tier. Putting away the golden card, Yi Bai prepared to visit the Transaction Secret Realm later. After clearing the novice dungeon, Yi Bai instantly leveled up to level 10. And it was time to change his equipment. Moreover, the upcoming exploration plan requires some materials and items that Yi Bai needs to prepare in advance. Yi Bai looked at the last reward, Eternal Blessing. As the child of the tower blessed by the Eternal Tower, each time you clear a dungeon or break through levels of the Eternal Tower, your rating will increase by 1 tier. The weight of this blessing exceeded Yi Bai's imagination. To put it bluntly, all the rewards Yi Bai had received before combined do not compare to the Eternal Blessing. The rating is permanently increased by 1 tier. What does this mean? If Yi Bai can achieve a perfect clear, which is an SSS rating under the Eternal Blessing, it would be an SSS rating. It even breaks through the limits of the Eternal Tower itself. With this blessing, Yi Bai's growth speed will exceed everyone's imagination. No wonder this is the reward for clearing the hidden level at SSS rank. Yi Bai thought to himself, the three supreme powerhouses who rose among the human race only cleared the novice dungeon at SSS rank, and no one triggered the hidden level. In other words, the eternal blessing exists solely for me. In other words, Yi Bai's growth speed potential and even limits may surpass those of the supreme powerhouses. Of course, this is only a theoretical possibility. Yi Bai was not complacent right now. If he exposed his true identity, even a thought from the Abyssal Plains demon god could easily kill him. A dead genius is not as good as a living ant. Surviving, realizing potential, and achieving the position of a supreme powerhouse is the most important thing for Yi Bai. Putting away the description of the eternal blessing, Yi Bai calmed his mood. The first time entering the Eternal Tower, I can only challenge the novice dungeon. The other areas of the Eternal Tower are temporarily inaccessible. Yi Bai looked at the golden pass in his palm, lost in thought. Should I go visit the transaction secret realm today? If I go, is there a risk of exposing my identity? According to the textbook, there shouldn't be. Besides, to become stronger, I need a vast amount of resources, and the transaction secret realm is a must. Yi Bai made up his mind. It's better to go early than late. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. With his thumb pressing on the pass, golden light filled Yi Bai's vision, enveloping him entirely. A long string of numeric codes mixed with English letters appeared in Yi Bai's mind. This is his identification number within the transaction secret realm. In the next moment, the golden light receded, and Yi Bai found himself in a corner of a market. The three-person-wide road was packed with people with stalls on both sides filled with all kinds of dazzling treasures. Voices calling out loudly created a lively atmosphere. Secret news. Secret news. The Defense General has issued the 26th order recruiting all war god-level powerhouses to report nearby. Today's tabloid brings you closer to the growth journey of Azura. Recruiting war king-level powerhouses to cultivate S-level gifted disciples. This child will surely become Azura's right-hand man. Yi Bai was taken aback. Have I not surfed the internet for too long? Why is it that 9 out of 10 sentences in the transaction secret realm are related to Azura? Yi Bai was momentarily stunned when a warm voice sounded in his ears. Little brother, you look like a newcomer, right? Yi Bai turned around and saw a green-skinned goblin standing beside him greeting him. Yi Bai nodded and curiously asked, how do you know I'm new? I've never seen your number before. I know everyone who often comes to the transaction secret realm. Also, you haven't even altered your appearance. Usually newcomers are like that. Altered appearance. Yi Bai turned around and just happened to see a mirror, discovering that he looked like a mass of gray clouds occasionally flashing with lightning. In the transaction secret realm, everyone's identity is confidential. Their voice, appearance, fingerprints, and even divine sense are all shielded. The goblin enthusiastically explained, visualize an image in your mind and your appearance will change accordingly. Following the goblin's suggestion, Yi Bai tried it. The gray clouds quickly rolled and solidified into a human shape made of clouds. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the trading agent of the All Things Pavilion. A goblin. Just call me little brother. The goblin said, handing over a business card with his identification number for the transaction secret realm. For any buying or selling needs, you can come to us at the All Things Pavilion. Newcomers enjoy a 2% discount. Yi Bai mentally noted the name and nodded to the goblin. Thank you, I'm just browsing around. No problem. In the transaction secret realm, you can leave messages according to your number. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. The goblin's service attitude was excellent, reminding him, some information requires a fee. Understood. After bidding farewell to the goblin, Yi Bai aimlessly wandered in the transaction secret realm, with people constantly calling out around him. Exploring the 76th level of the Eternal Tower in a group with a veteran war god powerhouse leading the team. Come quickly. A level task in the Abyssal Plane: cleanse a space infected by demon gods. Generous rewards. The bounty for cult information has increased by 30%. The bounty for high-level demon god followers has doubled. The items in the transaction secret realm are quite valuable, and Yi Bai could only enjoy the spectacle. The mainstream items traded here, if you just take one out, all start at over 1 million gold coins. Yi Bai had just over 1.0 gold coins in his pocket, not even enough to buy scraps. After browsing for a full hour, Yi Bai finally stopped, standing in a corner of the trading market. Based on the fragmented information he had just heard, Yi Bai pieced together the current situation in his mind. Because of my SS level clearance of the hidden dungeon, the Defense General sounded a secondary alarm. Yi Bai was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected such a stir. That was a secondary alarm, and the resources consumed after it was sounded are astronomical. The Defense General, abbreviated from the Planetary Defense Committee, is an institution staffed by 3 supreme powerhouses equivalent to a large federal organization. Yi Bai also learned that the Defense General has always had a record for cultivating the 4th supreme powerhouse. They were waiting for a seed in SS level clearance of a novice dungeon for the birth of a new supreme powerhouse among the human race. Thus, as soon as the news of Yi Bai's clearance spread, this terrifying war machine known as the Defense General began to operate, instantly gearing up. The pre-established record was executed step by step, increasing the investment in education resources, summoning all war god-level powerhouses to station and eradication of demon god followers from Blue Star. A series of actions were taken solely for one purpose: to provide a healthy growth environment for Azura. The Defense General did not go all out to search for my identity. They may be taking action behind the scenes, but they are very restrained on the surface. Yi Bai nodded silently, understanding the reasoning behind their actions. If they directly searched for Azura, once Yi Bai's identity was exposed, he still in an extremely weak stage would face endless troubles. Demon gods will never stand idly by while a new supreme powerhouse rises among the human race. With 3 supreme powerhouses, the strength of the human race and the abyssal plane had reached a stalemate, and the human race could even organize small-scale counterattacks. Once Azura also becomes a supreme powerhouse, it would be the end for the abyssal plane. Killing him in the cradle when Azura is fully grown is the only option. The response of the Defense General is to eliminate all potential dangers as much as possible. As for Azura's own growth based on his SS level clearance of the novice dungeon, there is nothing to worry about. Having understood all this, Yi Bai felt much more at ease. With no risk of exposure, Yi Bai refocused his attention on his own growth. He came to the transaction secret realm to exchange resources for faster growth. These items are too expensive. Even if I can afford them, I still can't meet the level requirements. Yi Bai scanned around, took out the previous business card, and sent a message to little brother. Glad to be at your service. The green-skinned goblin bounced back in front of Yi Bai. Yi Bai asked suddenly, how glad? Little brother. He had no way to respond to that. Alright, cough. I have a friend. Yi Bai used a common opening line. Anything inconvenient could be attributed to a friend. Creating a friend out of thin air. I have a friend's junior who just entered the Eternal Tower today and awakened his talent. The goblin quickly understood Yi Bai's meaning. You want to prepare some equipment and items for this junior, right? Let me find it. This is a commonly used recommendation list. The goblin handed over a list clearly well prepared. Yi Bai glanced at it and frowned. Why are they all level and clevel equipment? These equipment enhancements are optional, and they're pitifully poor. Yi Bai empty-handed is better than using this trash. The goblin patiently explained, for new players the most important thing is to level up, and equipment at this stage is just consumables. Once your level goes up, then consider higher quality equipment. It's more cost-effective. The reasoning is indeed valid. When doing things, cost-effectiveness should also be considered, and level staff at level 10, if it has no growth potential, is not as good as a level 50 plain staff. Yi Bai asked, do you have a staff that can grow? During the novice gift pack, Yi Bai had the chance to choose a growing level staff, Grip of Lightning. However, Yi Bai encountered better rewards later and had to reluctantly give it up. There is one but. The goblin hesitated for a moment and then took out another list. Staves with growth potential generally have hidden advancement conditions. Each time an advancement is completed, new conditions for advancement will refresh. So, these equipment are somewhat of a mixed bag, the goblin added. And they're all quite expensive. Upgradable equipment is both expensive and useless. The goblin minion spoke sincerely. In their business at the Wanwu Pavilion, fairness is the guiding principle. Those who can enter the trading secret realm are either rich or noble. Even a temporary pass costs 1,000,000 yuan just for a single entry. How could an ordinary family afford such expenses? Therefore, the goblin minion preferred long-term business over one-off transactions, favoring steady streams, overtaking all the profits at once. Yi Bai, like a novice, curiously asked, since the upgrade conditions for equipment are hidden, is there no way to check them? There are indeed ways. The goblin minion patiently explained, master-level blacksmiths can pay a price to see the current upgrade conditions. But the cost for a master-level blacksmith to perform this task is far beyond 10 million. After each upgrade, the conditions change anew. One cannot simply invite a master blacksmith for every upgrade, can they? The goblin minion's points were valid. Upgradable equipment has 2 characteristics. 1. Upgrade conditions are hidden. 2. After upgrading, the conditions refresh. In other words, upgradable equipment is like a bottomless pit requiring vast amounts of resources to nurture. The gamble is too great and often leads to losses. However, these two characteristics were as good as non-existent in front of Yi Bai. He could see through the upgrade conditions at a glance. Even the maximum upgrade limits and future upgrade paths were no secret to his eyes. The goblin minion suddenly remembered something and added, "Oh, there is another way to identify the upgrade conditions. There is an SSS-Rank talent called Keen Eye, which can identify the upgrade conditions of equipment with a 50 success rate limited to 3 times a day." Regarding the SSS-Rank talent, the goblin minion didn't elaborate much as it involves confidential information. It requires payment. Yi Bai only smiled in response. The gap between SSS-Rank and SSS-Rank talents is indeed vast. After hearing this introduction, Yi Bai still held on to his opinion. Let's take a look at the upgradable equipment. Oh, what if I find something appealing? Here's the list. These are all equipment that can be upgraded at least 3 times. Yi Bai scanned the equipment list, and next to each name notes began to appear. Song of Shadows can be upgraded 3 times, reaches level 60 a grade quality when fully upgraded. Wailer of Souls can be upgraded 6 times, reaches level 80 grade quality when fully upgraded. As he viewed the notes, Yi Bai also compared the prices of these items. Song of Shadows 300 gold coins, Wailer of Souls 1500 gold coins. Analyzing the potential, the latter is obviously stronger, yet its price is only half of the former. This is because Song of Shadows has a great basic panel and is suitable for dark mages, while Wailer of Souls leans towards soul magic, making it a niche profession. Of course, they share a commonality. Yi Bai cannot afford either. He only has 100 gold coins, which translates to over 10 million in dragon coins, yet he still cannot buy an upgradable staff. Just as Yi Bai was browsing the staffs, the goblin minion suddenly exclaimed, "Our Wanwu Pavilion just announced that all low-level equipment is discounted by 20. Is there really such good news?" Yi Bai was somewhat skeptical. Could this be a promotional trick? Brother thanked Ashura for this. The goblin minion sighed. These discounts are part of a broad outreach aiming to provide resources for the new generation. Shura is certainly one of them and will enjoy these benefits. Clearly, Wanwu Pavilion would not lower prices voluntarily. There must be the shadow of the general defense behind it. The 1500 Wailer of Souls at 20 off is 100. Yi Bai thinks of a way to acquire it. More news has come. The goblin minion's eyes widened in disbelief, almost shouting. Mage gear is being sold at half price provided it is sold to mages below level 30, and each person can only enjoy this once. Half price. Madness. It's all madness. The goblin minion shook his head, unable to comprehend this crazy world. Ashura has created such a stir. By your reasoning, I should be thanking this Shura. He saved me a lot of money. Yi Bai couldn't help but smile. With the half-price discount, Yi Bai could consider equipment priced below 200 gold coins. It's like receiving 100 gold coins for free. 10 million dragon coins. I really should thank the Shura. The goblin minion had never seen such a scene, pondering. According to the previous job change announcement, Shura is a mage, which is why such an incredible half-price discount exists. Yi Bai agreed. If I had the chance to meet Shura, I'd treat him to a good meal. This was no empty statement. Yi Bai treated Shura to meals daily. With the half-price discount, Yi Bai's options suddenly widened. Ultimately, from hundreds of pieces of equipment, he chose a staff made from Thunderstrike wood, Force of Nature. From the attribute panel of Force of Nature, it appeared ordinary. However, it is a rare dual-element staff of thunder and would significantly enhancing both types of magic skills and possessing upgrade attributes listed at a high price of 1800 gold coins. 1800 after discount, 900 gold coins. Yi Bai skillfully haggled with the seller. Lower the price. This staff isn't made of gold. This is worth more than gold. Ultimately, after about 10 minutes of negotiation, the goblin minion could not hold out any longer and conceded a little to Yi Bai. After the discount of 800 gold coins, he'll throw in 60 eternal high tower return devices, 5 level 10 usable golden scrolls, and 12 level 15 combat puppets for you. Deal. Yi Bai was very satisfied with this price. Even without considering the additional gifts, the remaining 100 gold coins were worth millions. Wouldn't it be better spent on chicken legs? After reaching a verbal agreement, the goblin minion immediately messaged Wanwu Pavilion to have the goods delivered. A deal of 800 gold coins wasn't something he could close every day. The key point is that the upgradable equipment Yi Bai purchased is a niche item that usually doesn't attract spending from most people. Having a pile of equipment from Wanwu Pavilion sitting on their hands without converting it into liquid assets is quite uncomfortable. This transaction was a mutual benefit for both parties. While waiting for the equipment to arrive, Yi Bai also asked the goblin minion about some matters regarding the trading secret realm. As long as it didn't involve confidential information, the goblin minion answered every question. According to what you said earlier, Wanwu Pavilion not only sells goods, but also accepts consignments. Yi Bai asked casually. Yes, absolutely fair, and no handling fees are charged. Even for anonymous consignments, they charge not a penny in handling fees. That's quite rare, not charging any handling fees. Yibai squinted. Clearly, there are top-tier experts behind Wanwu Pavilion, possibly even the influence of the general defense. Otherwise, such substantial discounts would not exist. Thinking of this, Yibai spoke again. I have a friend. Ahem. The goblin minion couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. It's just you, yet you say I have a friend every day. What do you have the talent of creating friends from nothing? He has something he wants to consign anonymously. What is it? What price are you looking to sell it for? A stone. Yibai took out a stone from his backpack. It was a key item to unlock hidden levels in the novice dungeon. With the help of insight, a note floated on the stone. This is just an ordinary stone. What do you want to sell it for an exorbitant price? Who would spend so much money on a stone? Can this stone be sold? Seeing Yibai produce a stone, the goblin clerk was visibly surprised. It can, though. What makes it special? Yibai replied, its sale price will be extraordinarily high. The goblin clerk fell silent. Which sales method would you prefer? Anonymous auction. Highest bid within the time limit secures ownership. Understood. What shall we set as the opening bid? 5,000 gold coins. 5,000 gold coins already stretched the goblin clerk's imagination to its limits. A seemingly ordinary stone fetching such an astronomical sum would be a tale he could boast about for life. It amounted to selling a single stone for the price of an entire residence in the imperial capital. Yibai paused thoughtfully, then declared, set the opening bid at 1 million gold coins. To the untrained eye, this stone appeared utterly mundane. Even under the scrutiny of his insightful eye ability, it registered merely as an ordinary stone. Yet Yibai knew the truth. This was the hidden quest trigger for the novice dungeon, and a historic artifact commemorating humanity's first successful completion of the beginner trial. Such significance was layered upon the stone, not inherent to its material form. Whether anyone would truly pay such an exorbitant sum for a mere commemorative relic remained uncertain even to Yibai himself. Better to strike while the iron is hot. Even if fruitless consignment cost him nothing, should it sell, the profit would be extraordinary. Very well, I'll configure it now. Shall we set the auction duration to 1 month? After confirming further details, the goblin clerk placed the stone within the auction hall of the 10,000 Things Pavilion. At last, the power of nature Yibai had pre-ordered arrived. We must formalize the transaction under the witness of a realm sprite. To ensure the buyer is a mage below level 30 and qualifies for the pavilion's inaugural 50% discount. After signing several contracts, the goblin clerk summoned a realm sprite, finalizing the deal. Though intricate, the process safeguarded fairness and integrity in every transaction. Only once all formalities were complete did the power of nature officially pass into Yibai's hands. Wishing you joy in all your endeavors, and please contact me anytime should you require assistance. The goblin clerk watched Yibai depart from the trading realm. A familiar merchant called out, Hey little brother, where on earth did you find this fellow willing to pay a fortune for an upgradable item? Upgradable gear was universally regarded by merchants as a bottomless pit, overpriced, underwhelming, and notoriously difficult to sell. Who knows? The goblin shrugged. Perhaps he can discern its ascension conditions. Perhaps. Next you'll claim my future son-in-law is an Azura. Stop daydreaming. Such luck simply doesn't exist. Little brother, you've clearly profited today. Treat us all to drinks. Yibai's transaction at the 10,000 Things Pavilion stirred no ripple, merely a pebble dropped into an endless ocean. After all, humanity's collective attention was now wholly riveted upon the Azuras. Only after exiting the trading realm did Yibai withdraw the power of nature and examine it closely. This staff, purchased by Yibai for 80,000 gold coins, measured 1.2 meters in length and was carved from ancient lightning-struck timber, granting it dual affinity for both lightning and verdant energies. Indeed, it is a peerless staff capable of 12 ascensions. Item power of nature LV 10. Tier A rank. Attributes intelligence 25, spirit 15. Affixes. Divine retribution. Lightning damage dealt by the wielder increases by 5. Lightning damage received increases by 10. Shield and healing effects from verdant skills increase by 10. Twinborn. When casting a lightning skill, there is a 0.1 chance to simultaneously trigger a verdant skill, and vice versa. Twinborn. When casting a lightning skill, there is a 0.1 chance to simultaneously trigger a verdant skill, and vice versa. Ascension affix. Death and rebirth ascend upon inflicting 1 million points of lightning damage, or restoring 1 million points of verdant healing. The choice made during ascension determines its final effect. Maximum ascensions 12. Ascensions completed 0. Originally priced at 1.80 gold, the power of nature commanded a premium due to the rarity of divine retribution, a percentage-based damage amplifier that elevated the entire artifact to a higher echelon. Yet what Yibai valued most was its ceiling of 12 ascensions. each one promising a quantum leap in level and attributes with a chance to acquire additional affixes. By contrast, the twin-born affix proved somewhat redundant, having chosen the Thunderwrath Mage path, a lightning-specialized vocation. Yibai currently possessed only lightning-based abilities with few supplementary options. As for the death and rebirth condition, 1,000,000 points of lightning damage posed no challenge. With just a dozen stacked gathering storm charges, a single lightning arrow would suffice. Pity, the first day within the Eternal Spire permits entry only to the novice dungeon. Yibai stowed the power of nature into his inventory and lowered his gaze to the spire's sigil etched upon his forearm. At his mental command, the sigil glowed with soft white light, enveloping his body entirely. In the next instant, he stood once more within his own home. Finally back. Yibai seized the water glass on his desk and drained it in one long draught. Reflecting upon his inaugural journey through the Eternal Spire, he felt as though it had unfolded within a dream, vivid yet impossibly surreal. Awakening an SS Steer talent, slaying the Hellhound Triarch, clearing the hidden trial, achieving an SS Steer completion, acquiring the power of nature. Within mere hours, Yibai's strength had undergone a metamorphic transformation. He now stood capable of challenging even lesser battle soldiers. Stretching his limbs, Yibai sensed profound changes coursing through his body. The Eternal Spire's attribute enhancements synchronized seamlessly with reality. All 5 core stats now surpassed 100. His physical constitution had strengthened more than tenfold. He conducted simple tests within his room, submerging himself in a basin of water. He held his breath effortlessly for 10 minutes. Feeling not the slightest strain, certain he could continue longer. Before the Eternal Spire's emergence, humanity's world record for breath holding stood at 24 minutes, a feat attainable by only a handful of anomalies. With the Spire's enhancements, Yibai could effortlessly shatter all prior world records. Even without warming up, he sprinted the 100-meter dash in under 10 seconds. Of course, the Spire's empowerment was equitable. Every human across Blue Planet began from the same starting line. Thus, old world records had long since been rendered obsolete, bearing no relevance whatsoever. Savoring the magnitude of his bodily transformation, Yibai, freshly returned from the Eternal Spire, found himself eagerly anticipating his next ascent. After exuberantly completing his battery of tests, he took a bracing cold shower, gradually settling into calm. Only then did he turn his attention outward, to the world beyond his door. He unlocked his phone, only to be met with a cascade of breaking news alerts. This is astonishing. Even with prior expectation, Yibai was momentarily stunned. On Weibo's trending list, 34 of the top 50 topics concerned the Azuras. Rank 1, could the Azura become the next supreme sovereign? Rank 2, the Ministry of Public Security has dismantled the 4th demon cult's central sanctum. 3 deputy high priests eliminated. Rank 3, demon cult. Yibai's finger hovered over rank 2, then tapped inward. The demonic cult is a collective term referring to those human traitors who follow the demon god. They are also known as heretics, betrayers, and followers of the demon god. The enhancement of the Eternal Tower's power is no easy feat. Many people find themselves stuck on a certain level for their entire lives, and the difficulty only increases as one ascends. Yet the demon god can help them advance further. After the abyssal planes invaded Blue Star, the demon god employed various means to corrupt humanity. He releases projections, manifests miracles, enchants hearts, and tempts the parasites among humans to become his minions to be used at his will. There are always those who cannot withstand temptation, ultimately falling into the embrace of the demon god. These individuals gather together to form the demonic cult. In Blue Star, aside from probing into the internal affairs of humanity, the cult's most crucial function is to wreak havoc. While one can guard against day and night, it's difficult to guard against the thieves within. They hide in every corner of society, and some even hold high positions waiting for the right moment to strike. In the past century of conflict, the members of the demonic cult have inflicted considerable losses on humanity, with many talents being secretly killed before they could grow. The most outrageous part is that the methods of these traitors are extremely covert. Sometimes they cause deaths, while disguising them as various accidents, leaving no trace. After Shura gained fame, the second thing the Total Defense did was to intensify the crackdown on the demonic cult. Clicking into trending news, Yibai saw numerous reports. The 4th demonic cult worshipping the 4th demon god, the demon god of annihilation, with the totem of a green torch. In the news report, the main altar of the 4th demonic cult was destroyed and 3 vice leaders were slain on the spot. The cult leader was severely injured and escaped at a great cost, whereabouts unknown. A war god-level powerhouse, even when seriously injured, should not be underestimated. Yibai sighed. These matters felt far too distant from him. The members of the demonic cult would surely want to find and kill Shura, even willing to offer exorbitant bounties for it. Correspondingly, humanity's efforts to combat the demonic cult would also continuously escalate. The war between the two sides would not cease for a moment. Even if Yi Bai had the heart to kill traitors, he lacked the strength. At present, he hadn't even passed the soldier test. How could he be qualified to worry about war god matters? Regardless of the circumstances, the demonic cult remained a thorn in humanity's side. Those who turn their blades on their own kind are the most abhorrent. If Yi Bai were to expose his identity as Shura, he would inevitably face endless pursuit. Even if he didn't reveal his identity, any hint of outstanding performance could draw deadly attention. The enemy is in the shadows while I am in the light. Such a situation is the most troublesome. But it's not without solutions. Yi Bai looked into the mirror where a note appeared above his head, an ordinary person with nothing but charm and SS-level talent. Very good, quite discerning. The Eye of Insight as an SS-level talent can also take effect in real life. The demonic cult's rats have nowhere to hide before Yi Bai. Regardless of what schemes the other party has, as long as they appear near Yi Bai, he can easily see through their identities. The SS-level talent is both Yi Bai's greatest secret and his strongest trump card. After finishing all of this, dawn began to break in the east. Facing the rising sun, Yi Bai walked towards the school. Along the way, Yi Bai's gaze drifted over the people around him. As long as he concentrated, he could see the notes above people's heads and gain a deeper understanding of them. While waiting for the traffic light, Yi Bai noticed an exceptionally beautiful woman with a line of numbers appearing above her head, 23 years old, 33, 22, 32. Hiss, this talent is too indecent, isn't it? On the morning road, scattered pedestrians were gradually waking up the city. Yi Bai's gaze fell upon a young man in a suit, holding a steaming cup of coffee. A composed smile adorned his sharply defined face, emanating an elegant and affable aura. Clearly, this was a promising young man with a bright future. Looking at him, Yi Bai's eyes slightly tightened and a hint of worry flashed by. Zhuotian Nan, a follower of the fourth demon god, received a gift from the demon god last night. He's in a good mood and even willing to give 100 yuan to a beggar. Yi Bai did not expect to encounter a follower of the demon god on his way to school. Is this something as common as roadside carrots and cabbages that it can be met so easily? Calm down. Yi Bai quickly steadied his mind and began to think of a countermeasure. As he thought, the note above Zhuotian Nan's head also changed. Don't think about charging in recklessly. Even if all 10 of your hands work together, you won't match a single finger of the opponent. Then the note transformed into a lengthy stream of text, briefly introducing Zhuotian Nan's life. Zhuotian Nan, holder of level talent Crimson Flame Passion, a 179 level flame warrior, entered the national 6th ranked martial arts university 7 years ago, graduated 3 years ago, with combat power at the level of a quasi-war general. After demonization, he possesses strength comparable to that of a war general. Having read Zhuotian Nan's information, Yi Bai felt the situation became trickier. War general level power, truly troublesome. I can't rely on myself, I'm just a level 10 thunder mage. Should I gather people? Yi Bai was never one to charge in recklessly. During fights, he would opt for group assaults rather than unknown duels. Since he spotted a follower of the demon god, Yi Bai could not pretend not to see it. I need to come up with a plan that won't expose my identity, but will still allow me to report Zhuotian Nan. With this thought, Yi Bai fished out a golden card. Transaction Realm Pass. This pass serves as a key to enter the transaction realm and has a messaging function. Even without being physically present in the transaction realm, one can communicate via the pass akin to QQ chatting. Not here, let's change locations. Yi Bai passed by Zhuotian Nan without showing any sign of abnormality. Upon arriving at school, Yi Bai sneaked into the restroom, locked the door, and took out the transaction realm pass. Little brother, are you there? Not keeping you waiting, the little brother quickly replied. Yes, the stones you listed for sale, haven't received any offers yet. The All Things Pavilion can buy and sell anything, right? Yi Bai recalled that this was the slogan of the All Things Pavilion, where anything can be traded. Correct. After receiving a confirmation, Yi Bai pressed on. Do you buy information about war general level followers of the demonic cult? The little brother, a goblin, replied. What kind of operation is this? Isn't it better to report the follower of the demonic cult directly to the authorities? If a war general level follower of the demonic cult is successfully reported, the official reward starts at 100 gold coins. The little brother quickly understood. He was a smart person and immediately grasped Yi Bai's true intentions. You don't want to expose your identity, but still wish to report a follower of the demonic cult. You're using the All Things Pavilion as your firewall. The little brother had never seen such a clever tactic. One must say this method is indeed quite good. Through the transaction realm, contacting the All Things Pavilion and ultimately reporting the demonic cult follower to the authorities. The All Things Pavilion and the transaction realm would become Yi Bai's firewall, making it impossible to trace his true identity through these clues. No problem. The little brother immediately replied, based on the completeness of the information after verification, the All Things Pavilion will pay the purchase fee. The offer from the All Things Pavilion is definitely equivalent to, or even higher than the official reporting reward. With the goblin's assurance, Yi Bai promptly sent the edited information. It contained detailed information about Zhuotian Nan, including talents, equipment, profession attributes, and more. Even the special item given to Zhuotian Nan by the demon god was described in detail, thoroughly exposing all of Zhuotian Nan's trump cards. Looking at the string of information, the little goblin fell into a state of existential doubt. Is all this information true? How does this person know Zhuotian Nan so well? Could it be that Zhuotian Nan has split personalities and is reporting himself? After reporting Zhuotian Nan, Yi Bai leisurely returned to the classroom. As expected, the entire classroom was buzzing with excitement, with all the students passionately discussing the journey of the Eternal Tower, and naturally the topic of Xiao Luo was not missed. Have you heard? Xiao Luo has already been taken as a disciple by the Supreme Powerhouse Nightmare. Your news is outdated. I heard that Xiao Luo has already become a general-level powerhouse, and is preparing to officially venture into the Abyss Plane. What a joke! How could that be possible after just one night? With SS-level talent, you have no idea. No one understands SS-level talent better than I do. Listening to his classmates' flattery, Yi Bai felt a rare sense of embarrassment. Was he really that impressive? In the eyes of his classmates, Xiao Luo was all-powerful, able to traverse the Abyss Plane, tearing apart demon gods and knocking down war gods with a single punch. In reality, however, Xiao Luo himself had to be extremely cautious and anonymously report even when encountering a general-level cultist, fearing exposure of his identity and unnecessary trouble. Yet amidst the whirlpool, Yi Bai was quite satisfied with his current situation. Returning to his seat, Zhao Lin immediately leaned over and said, "Bai, have you heard? Jiang Yun has hit the jackpot." Oh. Yi Bai looked at Jiang Yun's seat, which was empty. He didn't know where he had gone. Zhao Lin said with a hint of envy, "That guy awakened in a level talent and struck gold. He completed this level in the newbie dungeon and is currently in the principal's office." "Wow, amazing," Yi Bai said perfunctorily. "That little brat Jiang Yun is on his way to the top. I heard several generals are vying to take him as a disciple." Zhao Lin, used to Yi Bai's attitude, continued to speak. "With a level talent, generals are within reach, and even war kings can dream of it. Who knows, he might even touch the threshold of war gods. This is the charm of the Eternal Tower." Overnight, many people's destinies underwent earth-shattering changes, including Yi Bai. After envying Jiang Yun, Zhao Lin turned his attention back to Yi Bai and asked, "Bai, what level did you complete your newbie dungeon?" "Above Flevel." "Who could be lower than Flevel?" Zhao Lin narrowed his eyes, but didn't press his friend for details. Instead, he lowered his voice and said, "It seems that Lu Sueki in our class has awakened in Flevel talent. She couldn't even pass the first level of the newbie dungeon." As he spoke, Zhao Lin's expression turned grim, clearly feeling uncomfortable. Not passing the first level of the newbie dungeon meant starting off 100-fold, 1,000-fold more difficult than others. Even if her elders were willing to invest resources, it would be very hard for Lu Sueki to turn things around. And Flevel talent was equivalent to sentencing Lu Sueki's career in the Eternal Tower to death. Lu Sueki. Hearing Zhao Lin's words, Yi Bai slightly turned his head and looked over, seeing Lu Sueki with smooth black hair draped over her shoulders, quietly sitting at her desk reading. The noise was someone else's concern, or it had nothing to do with her. Lu Sueki had a standard oval face, exquisite features, and had consistently performed well academically, serving as the class academic representative. Unexpectedly, when she awakened her talent, she ended up with such a tragic fate. Just as Yi Bai was about to look away, a line of notes appeared above Lu Sueki's head. Conditions for the second awakening of talent: transmute to another world summoner, second awakening. Yi Bai was stunned. What does this mean? Lu Sueki's talent can be awakened a second time. Generally speaking, a normal talent awakening once is already the limit, and there might be one person in 100,000 who could achieve a second awakening. Talents that could be awakened a second time would not be of quality lower than Blevel. The gap between Flevel and Blevel could completely change Lu Sueki's life. More information floated in front of Yi Bai, and he momentarily lost focus. Bai. Zhao Lin waved his hand in front of Yi Bai. "Why are your eyes staring blankly? What are you thinking?" "I was thinking what would happen if I awakened SS level talent." "You're dreaming." Zhao Lin scoffed disdainfully. "Thinking about nonsense during the day, huh?" Ding ling ling. The class bell rang, and the discussions in the classroom gradually quieted down. Yi Bai held up a mirror in his palm, looking at himself through it. He wanted to know, since Lu Sueki's Flevel talent could awaken a second time, could his SS level talent also awaken a second time? This was Yi Bai's current focus. The mirror displayed a line of notes. "Why are you staring at this handsome guy?" All right, SS level talent can indeed awaken a second time. To be precise, every SS level talent can undergo 9 awakenings. 9 times. Yi Bei's breathing became a bit heavier. If a second awakening is already 1 in 100,000, how could he possibly have 9 awakenings? The Eye of Insight could check all information. It was indeed powerful. However, for Yi Bei it was still somewhat insufficient. The direct help in combat was still too small. If he could awaken a second time, the value of Eye of Insight would be even greater. After this news, Yi Bei felt much more at ease. One of the conditions for the second awakening level up to 300. 300 levels. For Yi Bei now it still felt too distant. Debat. Zhao Lin sitting nearby muttered softly. I've noticed you've become more narcissistic. It's one thing to not sleep in class, but now you're even looking in the mirror. Not doing your job. Yi Bei rolled his eyes. What kind of not doing your job was this? Is class the time to sleep? I Yi Bei conduct myself properly and never sleep in class. With a sigh, ding-ling-ling. The class bell rang and Yi Bei stood up and walked straight toward Lu Sueki. Seeing him, the other students hurriedly made way, clearing a path. Isn't it just beating up a small thug until he was seriously injured? Why are they still talking about it? Yi Bei was also quite speechless about the students' reactions. When he had just crossed over, he had encountered a small thug stealing something outside the school, and a conflict had arisen leading to a fight. Yi Bei had forcefully beaten the thug into the hospital, and he still hadn't been discharged. After these events spread, it was quite normal for the students to be a little afraid of Yi Bei. He was even referred to as the fierce person of class 2. Yi Bei had never taken these rumors seriously. Zhao Lin was the one who told him about them. Yi Bei approached Lu Sueki's desk and stopped. Lu Sueki happened to look up. Their eyes met, and her face turned pale. Am I that scary? Due to her level talent, no one surrounded Lu Sueki. Everyone was afraid of provoking her during this sensitive period. Even words of comfort would be met with a smile and a nod from Lu Sueki. At this moment, she must have been the one feeling the most upset. Yi Bei abruptly spoke. What profession did you choose? Lu Sueki, clearly not expecting the fierce person to initiate a conversation with her, was taken aback. In a fluster, she replied, I don't have any money. Yi Bei, even if I were to rob someone, I wouldn't rob them of their money. Yi Bei's words made Lu Sueki's previously pale face turn bright red, her ears burning hot. The little girl had no self-control at all. Yi Bei didn't tease her and repeated his question, what profession did you choose? Lu Sueki timidly said mage. For girls, mages and priests are definitely the top choices. Lu Sueki had level talent, but also a heart that desired to fight, so she chose to be a mage. Unfortunately, she ultimately lost the gamble, losing terribly. As level talent, she was immensely weak. Yi Bei continued, you know about the transmutation pool, right? It's a place that allows newbies to change their profession. Lu Sueki nodded. She came from the Lu family where there were war king level powerhouses stationed, so she had quite a bit of background. Entering the transmutation pool once costs hundreds of thousands of dragon coins, which ordinary families can't afford, but the Lu family could manage. If one enters the transmutation pool carrying special items, they can transmute to special professions. For example, another world summoner. Lu Sueki wanted to turn her fate around. Relying on her level talent was absolutely insufficient. She must have a second awakening of her talent. Being an otherworldly summoner is a condition to unlock the second awakening of talent. I think you're quite suitable for otherworldly summoner. Consider transmuting. With that, Yi Bei turned and left. He had said what he needed to say. Whether Lu Sueki could change her fate depended on herself. In any case, helping a classmate with just a few words was harmless. Lu Sueki remained alone at the desk, still blushing, as if her ears were on fire. An otherworldly summoner. Lu Sueki pondered Yi Bei's words, her brows furrowed, looking pitiful. Even if she changed professions, what good would it do? She was still level talent, still a waste, who couldn't even pass the first level of the newbie dungeon. Lu Sueki, please step outside for a moment. At the doorway of class 32, a middle-aged man leaned halfway out. His temples dusted with silver, his face stern and commanding. What does the vice principal want with Lu Sueki? Zhao Lin glanced briefly, then lowered his head and murmured softly. I heard that the war king of the Lu clan recently reaped extraordinary gains in the abyssal plane, and may soon ascend to the rank of war god. A clan blessed with a war king stood on entirely different footing from one graced by a war god. Zhao Lin analyzed earnestly. Lu Sueki is said to be the war king's direct granddaughter, deeply cherished. He'd already prepared abundant resources for her, enough to elevate her at least to the rank of war general. Who would have guessed she awakened in frank aptitude? Yi Bei shot Zhao Lin a wry glance and sighed. Why do you obsess over such idle gossip all day? Brother Bai, you wouldn't understand. You know my situation. I'm unloved by grandmother, ignored by uncle. Hardship stretches long before me. Zhao Lin crossed his arms behind his head, hooked his toes under the desk, and leaned back with a sigh of resignation. My greatest hope: to gain admission to a martial academy, and at the very least earn the title of war soldier. Then I'll never lack for food or shelter. I've no taste for bloodshed. If things go awry, I'll seek a post at the 10,000 Things Pavilion instead. His own awakened aptitude was merely crank, with no chance of secondary awakening. Yibai patted his shoulder, saying nothing more. Outside the classroom, the vice principal's expression had softened considerably, shedding its earlier austerity for something gentler, even kind. Sweki, don't bear undue pressure. Aptitude isn't everything. Our race has precedent warriors of frank aptitude who rose to become war gods. Lu Sweki bowed her head, her teeth biting down hard on her lower lip until it blanched pale, silent, unmoving. It was true. Humanity had witnessed frank waste aptitudes defy fate. Yet Lu Sweki knew the truth behind those legends. The individual underwent secondary awakening. Their frank aptitude transformed overnight into an rank one, launching them skyward to ultimate glory. They did not achieve godhood through an frank aptitude alone. There are no worthless aptitudes, only worthless users. This maxim was profoundly mistaken. Within the same category, and frank aptitude yielded only one efficacy, a crank 100 and a rank a staggering 1,000. Such chasms could never be bridged by diligence alone. Lu Sweki refused to surrender, but she could not deny the cruel reality of her frank aptitude. The vice principal continued gently, Sweki, your grandfather and I are old friends. Before departing for the abyssal plane, his greatest concern was you. Now we must mitigate the loss. Your family and I have reached consensus. We'll activate the Eternal Tower's vocation pool for you. The path of the mage suits you poorly. At the words vocation pool, Lu Sweki suddenly lifted her gaze, the dullness in her eyes flickering faintly like embers catching wind. Vocation, otherworld summoner. For some reason, the profession Yi Bai had once mentioned lingered stubbornly in her mind, refusing to fade. Noting her subtle shift, the vice principal pressed on, this vocation pool is exceptional. Within it dwell numerous rare vocations, even hidden ones. This opportunity is irreplaceable. If missed, it vanishes forever. Lu Sweki well understood the rarity of such a pool. Her clan, the Lu clan, boasted a war king, its depth of heritage dwarfed ordinary families. A standard vocation pool cost no more than 1 million long coins. This time, however, the Lu clan spent lavishly on her vocation. Exotic materials alone surpassed 10 million long coins. Yes, Uncle Zheng, I'll follow your guidance. Relief washed over the vice principal as Lu Sweki agreed. They'd all feared she'd stubbornly cling to magecraft, squandering this singular chance at rebirth. Should her grandfather return to find his treasured granddaughter utterly broken, none dared face the War King's wrath. Lu Sweki asked quietly, does the vocation pool include the otherworld summoner vocation? Possibly. Uncle Zheng pulled out his phone, scanned the list, and replied, yes, it's there. But why ask? Though classified as a rare vocation, the otherworld summoner is exceedingly weak. You have only one chance. Don't waste it on such a choice. Leading the way, Uncle Zheng added firmly, prioritize auxiliary vocations. Even blacksmithing would suffice. We'll secure a master smith as your mentor. Your future accomplishments will still shine brightly. His words streamed past Lu Sweki's ears like a draft, entering left, exiting right. Her thoughts were consumed solely by otherworld summoner, a fierce urge to claim it rising within her. That fool Yi Bai, why didn't he explain himself clearly? It's maddening. She raged inwardly. She must undergo vocation. Her frank aptitude clashed fatally with magecraft. Persistence meant certain ruin. Yet the otherworld summoner, a niche, feeble, rare vocation, offered little solace. If she followed Uncle Zheng's and her family's plan, her path ahead, though unsmooth, would never spiral into chaos. She'd pass university entrance exams without fuss, apprentice under a famed master, accrue seniority in modest posts, marry, bear children. An entire lifetime flashed before her, like frames in a flickering lantern. Was this the life she desired? Predictable to its final breath, her gravestone's inscription already legible in her mind. She envisioned a gilded, crumbling tombstone bearing these words in fine script. Here lies Lu Sweki, a woman who lived yet died the moment she awakened her aptitude at 18. No, this was not Lu Sweki's destined end. Sweki, Sweki. Uncle Zheng halted, noticing her trance, and called her name twice softly. We've arrived. Oh yes. Snapping back to awareness, she realized they stood before a classroom door. Enter, activate the tower mark, and you'll step into the vocation pool. Uncle Zheng repeated firmly, remember what I told you. Choose a hidden or rare auxiliary vocation. Understood. Lu Sweki pushed open the door, her fingertips trembling against the wooden surface. Would this be the turning point of her fate? She had no answer. Even otherworld summoner was but a passing mention, casually dropped by a classmate. To stake hope on such a whisper. Truly, I've lost my senses. She mocked herself bitterly, but do I possess any other choice? Activating the tower mark, she entered the vocation pool, and before her shimmered a constellation of priceless hidden vocations. Yet her gaze swept past them all, locking onto a single unassuming vocation nestled in the farthest corner. Otherworld Summoner. Life or death, this is the sole gamble. Lu Sueki drew a deep, steadying breath. If I choose wrongly, I'll hunt Yi Bai down and demand compensation, at the very least a proper meal. Composing herself, she stepped forward and made her final choice. Vocation Otherworld Summoner. A faint golden light enveloped Lu Sueki, leaving her no time to react as a melodious notification sound rang in her ears. Job transfer successful. Otherworld Summoner. Triggered the conditions for the Second Awakening of Talent. Second Awakening of Talent. Second Awakening Talent's grade Divine Assistance. Lu Sueki's expression was dazed, her beautiful face, resembling a sculpture, her cherry-like lips forming an O shape, remaining motionless for a long time. Her vision blurred before her, hot tears silently streamed down her face as waves of ecstatic joy flooded her heart. Second Awakening. Grade Talent. She actually had a second awakening. The joy at this moment was beyond words. Her legs went weak and Lu Sueki fell to the ground, bursting into tears. At this moment, she had too many emotions to release. The pressure from her grade talent, the pointing fingers of those around her, the whispers behind her back, her mother's compassionate gaze, and the tears she secretly wiped away. Everything was now irrelevant to Lu Sueki, and grade talent followed by a second awakening to grade talent. Who would believe such an experience if she told others? After what felt like an eternity, Lu Sueki barely managed to push herself up from the ground, took a deep breath to calm her emotions, and began to tidy her school uniform. Calm down, stay calm. Lu Sueki reminded herself not to get carried away. Right now everyone thinks I'm grade talent, no one knows I've had a second awakening. This is my greatest secret. Lu Sueki was very clever, maturing far beyond her peers. In her class, there was a student who also awakened grade talent, and today, he took a leave of absence, reportedly having collapsed at home crying and throwing a tantrum. Lu Sueki understood well that a common person is innocent, but holding valuable treasures could bring trouble. Look at the Shura, suspected of having an SS grade talent. His identity is highly confidential. No one knows the true identity of Shura. And grade talent would also attract many nefarious individuals, so it would be better to keep it hidden. Lu Sueki made up her mind that she would never disclose the information about her second awakening. She wanted to work hard in secret and amaze everyone. The legendary Shura was Lu Sueki's idol and her target to catch up to. After making up her mind, Lu Sueki suddenly realized something. Why did that guy Yi Bai suddenly bring up the Otherworld Summoner topic with me? Without Yi Bai, Lu Sueki would never have. Lu Sueki, being exceptionally intelligent, immediately connected the dots. Could it be that Yi Bai knows the conditions for my second awakening? Just the thought of it made Lu Sueki's heart tighten. If that were true, it would be too terrifying. This matter must be clarified with Yi Bai. With this thought in mind, Lu Sueki immediately activated the Eternal Tower's mark and returned to Blue Star. As she pushed open the door, Vice Principal Zhang, who had been waiting outside for a long time, hurriedly asked, "So what profession did you choose?" This time the expenditure on the special job transfer pool for the Lu family exceeded 30 million. In reality, when all the materials and social favors were accounted for, it was at least 100 million. Even as a battle general, earning 100 million would take years, definitely not a small amount. If Lu Sueki had chosen an ordinary profession, it would have been a monumental loss. Lu Sueki slightly raised her head, confidently stating, "Otherworld Summoner." What a... Vice Principal Zhang was momentarily taken aback, nearly cursing in disbelief. Such a waste. However, since she was the beloved granddaughter of a friend, Vice Principal Zhang couldn't speak harshly, only helplessly waving his hand. "Forget it, you young people have your own ideas, do as you wish." "Thank you, Uncle Zhang, can I return to the classroom now?" "You can go back, go back." Vice Principal Zhang watched Lu Sueki's departing figure and suddenly felt something was strange. This girl was originally dejected and gloomy. How is it that after the job transfer she seems to have come to life? Could it be that there is something more to it? Vice Principal Zhang noted it in his heart, but didn't delve deeper. Everyone has their own secrets. Lu Sueki's path could only be walked by her alone. Lu Sueki is back. Zhao Lin straightened up in surprise. Dubai, she seems very happy. And why is she not going back to her seat, but walking towards the back? She's not coming over here, is she? As the troublemaker of Class 3, Zhao Lin and Yi Bai were sitting in the last row. Under Zhao Lin's astonished gaze, Lu Sueki really walked straight over here. To be precise, she was walking towards Yi Bai. Many classmates in the class noticed the unusual scene and turned their gazes. Look quickly, Lu Sueki is going to find the troublemaker. What does Sueki want to do? I heard that the troublemaker broke someone's legs last time. What do you mean by 3 legs? Are you saying? Many students gasped, feeling a chill below, thinking it was better to keep their distance from Yi Bai for the sake of their descendants. Lu Sueki stood in front of Yi Bai, her beautiful eyes gazing at him. Yi Bai also noticed the person approaching and asked irritably, "What do you want? Want to rob me?" You Lu Sueki was momentarily speechless, forgetting what she wanted to say, almost stomping her feet in frustration. Yi Bai always knew how to kill the mood with a single sentence. Lu Sueki took a deep breath. Yi Bai, classmate, can I ask you a question? Yi Bai nodded. Sure, I've already answered you one question. Lu Sueki. This conversation was going nowhere. Lu Sueki bore with it and didn't just turn around and leave. This question she must clarify. Considering it might involve Yi Bai's secrets, Lu Sueki had to steel herself and continue. Can we go outside to talk? Sure. Saying this, Yi Bai stood up, walked straight to the window, opened it, and then jumped out. The classroom was on the first floor, so confident. Of course, with Yi Bai's current physical abilities, even jumping from 3 or 5 stories wouldn't harm him in the slightest. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you want to go out and talk? Yi Bai turned around to look at Lu Sueki, who was clearly taken aback by his bold move, having never seen such a scene. In a moment of desperation, Lu Sueki gritted her teeth and followed suit, jumping out of the classroom window. The entire classroom erupted in chaos. What the hell am I seeing? Is this the rhythm of eloping? Quick, go call the head teacher. Someone is jumping out of the window to elope. The classmates, fearing that the world wouldn't be in chaos, were all cheering, and the entire classroom instantly became a sea of joy. Lu Sueki had no time to care about any of this, as she only wanted to ask Yi Bai one question. Standing outside the window, ensuring that their conversation wouldn't be overheard, Lu Sueki cautiously asked, Yi Bai, why did you bring up the job transfer to Otherworld Summoner earlier? What's the big deal to be so mysterious about it? Yi Bai rolled his eyes and casually replied, I searched on Jihu and it said that the most suitable profession for grade talents is Otherworld Summoner. As he spoke, Yi Bai even took out his phone, opened Jihu, and personally demonstrated to Lu Sueki. Look, this question, most suitable profession for grade talents. Lu Sueki. This was completely different from what she had anticipated. Yi Bai was not playing by the rules. There's nothing else, I'll head back now. With that, Yi Bai was about to climb back through the window into the classroom. Wait. Lu Sueki instinctively called out, her mind a chaotic mess, unable to sort through her thoughts. Could it truly be a coincidence, or was it just good luck? This seemed way too coincidental. Is there anything else? Yi Bai paused, but Lu Sueki didn't know what to say. Logically speaking, Yi Bai had done Lu Sueki a great favor. A life-changing favor. Whether it was luck or Yi Bai's pure intentions, Lu Sueki's second awakening of her talent was undoubtedly a blessing from Yi Bai. However, Lu Sueki could not directly mention this matter. She had to keep it a secret. She couldn't let anyone know that her talent had undergone a second awakening, and she was no longer in level talent, but in S-level talent. In a moment of difficulty, Lu Sueki didn't know what to say to Yi Bai. Her small face flushed red as she stammered, The school doesn't allow phones. You hide it better next time so the teacher doesn't find out. Yi Bai chuckled lightly, leaping gracefully over the low window and returning to the classroom. Upon returning, Zhao Lin cast an admiring glance at Yi Bai. Bai, nice job. When did you and Lu Sueki become an item? The entire class perked up, waiting for Yi Bai's response. Everyone has a penchant for gossip, especially with the contrasting appeal of the top student obedient girl and the fierce person. Many adolescent girls were shipping this couple. What are you thinking? Yi Bai replied with nonchalance, saying seriously, Lu Sueki just had a few questions about her studies and asked me for help. Don't think too much into it. The entire class, even Zhao Lin, couldn't help but roll his eyes at his friend's audacity. Lu Sueki, who ranked among the top 3 in the school, asking a slacker like you for study help. You're making up this kind of lie. Are you trying to fool a ghost? They might not be human, but Yi Bai was definitely playing it safe. Regardless, Yi Bai managed to dismiss the entire class with just a few words. Everyone was quite perceptive, and no one pressed the issue further. The focus of the discussion shifted back to the Eternal Tower. The most talked about topic remained the legendary Azura. Dingling. The class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher entered the classroom again to commence the last class of the day. Before we start, distribute these ribbons. Pass them back in order. The homeroom teacher took out a large bundle of gray ribbons, divided them into 8 portions, and handed them to the students in the front row to pass back. By the time they reached Yi Bai, only the last portion remained. The gray ribbon was not long, about 40 centimeters, smooth in texture. A one-time item that can hide the Eternal ID. After use, it automatically conceals the Eternal ID until level 100 expires. Looking at the note, Yi Bai remained unfazed, already guessing the gist of it. What is this? It looks quite sturdy. Zhao Lin tugged at the ribbon, but it didn't budge. The homeroom teacher spoke. Everyone pay attention. This ribbon is allocated by the higher authorities and all students are required to use it. The method of use is as follows. Wrap the ribbon around your right arm. Under the teacher's guidance, all the students wrapped the ribbons properly. A flash of light flickered for a moment before the ribbons disappeared. Alright, now that you've done this, your Eternal IDs have been hidden until you reach level 100. After the teacher finished speaking, the classroom erupted in an uproar. Why hide the Eternal ID? They didn't understand why so much manpower and resources were spent just to hide one ID. Some quick-witted individuals immediately made connections. It's for the Azura. To help hide the Azura's ID, the best method is to conceal the Azura among everyone. A drop of water hidden in the ocean is the safest. The ribbons allocated by the higher authorities could hide the Eternal ID. All students' Eternal IDs were hidden, and naturally the Azura's was hidden too. I must say this method is indeed effective. It's just too extravagant. Zhao Lin counted on his fingers. One of these ribbons must cost at least 1 million, right? With over 10 million candidates across Blue Star this expenditure. Even Yi Bai felt a pang of heartache at this moment. He wished he could jump up and say, I am the Azura, don't waste money, just give me that money. Unfortunately, he couldn't jump up. Quiet. The homeroom teacher tapped the blackboard and continued, this ribbon is made by the strongest beings, and when the strongest take action, it's no longer about cost, but rather an attitude. The human race, regardless of the cost, will ensure the emergence of the fourth strongest. In other words, our race is protecting the Azura. At this point, the teacher's voice softened slightly. Actually, this is not just the Azura's opportunity, but also yours. This year funding has significantly increased, and the college entrance examination benefits have even made many warriors envious. Students, you are in the best era, the era where a supreme being is about to rise with the sun high in the sky, isn't it, accompanied by a multitude of stars? To protect the Azura is also to protect you. The rise of the Azura is also your rise. After this speech, the students were filled with passion, eager to rush into the Eternal Tower and slay everything in sight. Yi Bai was somewhat taken aback. These words didn't seem to match the teacher's usual level. Squinting slightly, Yi Bai noticed the teacher glance at their phone before continuing to deliver an impassioned speech that stirred people's blood. Goodness, he's cheating. However, it must be said that the teacher made one very accurate statement. With the sun high in the sky, isn't it accompanied by a multitude of stars? Looking back at human history, 3 supreme beings have risen one after another, and each ascension brought about an era where countless geniuses shone, with war gods appearing and war kings emerging endlessly. The supreme beings seem to possess a magical power that can drive the advancement of an entire era. It is precisely for this reason that the Azura's SS level completion of the novice dungeon triggered such a series of chain reactions. The human race has waited too long for the 4th supreme being. Thinking of this, Yi Bai looked at Lu Sueki, and a new note appeared above her head. Second awakening's level talent, as if aided by the divine summoned entities, automatically gain divine favor with a certain probability of summoning powerful beings from other realms. Yi Bai had long noticed that Lu Sueki's second awakening had become an S-level talent. This was not a mere transformation from a duckling to a swan. This was an ant turning into a dragon. With S-level talent, as long as Lu Sueki puts in some effort, becoming a war king is within reach, and she even has a 50% chance of becoming a war god. Yi Bai seemed to understand something, thinking to himself, without my influence, Lu Sueki's level talent would surely not have undergone a second awakening. With so many special professions, she wouldn't have become an otherworldly summoner without a reason, missing out on her chance to change professions as a novice, and she would never be able to awaken again in this lifetime. In other words, because of my existence, N-level talent has transformed into S-level talent, and humanity may gain an additional female war god in the future. Is this the secret of the era of the supreme beings? One individual's rise can herald an entire era. Yi Bai set aside thoughts of the supreme sovereigns. Such a realm remained far beyond his reach. At present, he wasn't even qualified as a battle soldier. How could he possibly concern himself with such lofty matters? Combat prowess defines cultivation, tiers, battle soldier, battle general, battle king, battle god. And whether anything lies beyond battle god, such as the so-called supreme sovereign, remains unanswered. The battle god is already the apex of strength accessible to ordinary mortals. And these 4 tiers are not determined by one's level in the Eternal Tower, but rather certified through official combat aptitude assessments. Generally speaking, reaching level 30 in the Eternal Tower qualifies one to attempt the battle soldier assessment, and upon passing, one becomes a first-rank battle soldier entitled to stipends and preferential policies. Some individuals possess comparatively weaker combat aptitude at their level and may not qualify until level 40 or even 50. And by conventional standards, all those below level 200 fall within the battle soldier tier from 1st to 9th rank. A first-rank battle soldier receives a monthly stipend of 150, qualifies for an 89 square meter rent-free apartment, and after 3 years of residence may purchase it at half market value. Yi Bai casually browsed the benefits package for battle soldiers. And indeed, the Bureau of Martial Affairs had spared no effort in crafting these incentives. Even attaining the lowest rank of battle soldier fundamentally elevates one's social standing, ushering them into an entirely new world. It is precisely this transformative power that drives countless souls to relentlessly ascend the eternal tower and strive for certification. And, though the benefits are generous, the path to becoming a battle soldier remains arduous. Yi Bai mused inwardly. Take last year's martial entrance examination. Any candidate who reached level 30 in the Eternal Tower secured admission to a reputable martial academy. Level 30 marks both the threshold for first-rank battle soldier status and the baseline requirement for many martial academies. Yet the acceptance rate for these academies stands at less than 10%. Among tens of millions of examinees, at most 1 million ever attain battle soldier rank. And that is merely the weakest first-rank tier. The higher one climbs, the steeper the ascent, and the greater the attrition. At that very moment, the homeroom teacher on stage concluded his point. Over the next 100 days, maximize your tower progression. Aim for level 30 before the martial entrance exam and secure your place in a martial academy. Big data analysis reveals this upcoming 100-day window offers the swiftest rate of advancement. And should you fail to reach level 30 during this period, your chances of breaking through later dwindle to a mere 0.2%. Students seized this opportunity, and the teacher's expression dimmed heavy with quiet sorrow. His own eternal tower stood frozen at level 29, unable to breach the threshold. He had failed the martial entrance exam years ago, and since then he had remained trapped there, stagnant, unchanging. Clearing his throat, he said, dismissed. Jiang Yun and Lu Sueki, please remain after class. And the students poured out of the classroom like a rushing tide. They rushed, eager to re-enter the eternal tower to begin anew, to grasp the chance that might reshape their destinies. But for the two left behind, fate offered starkly divergent paths. When classmates glanced at Jiang Yun, most wore envy veiled in admiration, tinged with faint jealousy, and a rank innate talent. And shrank novice dungeon cleared flawlessly. For Jiang Yun, reaching level 30 was as effortless as breathing, his future limitless. Like a carp leaping the dragon gate, his world now stretched boundless. And Jiang Yun met those gazes with calm indifference, the arrogance etched upon his face utterly unmoved. They no longer inhabited the same world, nothing more needed saying. Yet when eyes turned to Lu Sueki, the gaze shifted entirely. Pity, compassion, shared sorrow, and mockery. Schadenfreude. And such is human nature, to revere the strong, dismiss the weak. Yet Lu Sueki remained even calmer than Jiang Yun, her composure rooted in absolute confidence. Nan shrank innate talent, a vocation perfectly aligned with her essence. Her latent potential dwarfed every expectation. The ceiling Jiang Yun would spend his life striving to touch, merely her starting point. And after dismissing the others, the teacher first addressed Jiang Yun, offering encouragement and gentle admonishment against arrogance and complacency. Jiang Yun nodded attentively, but inwardly yawned, feigning earnestness with practiced ease. And he was destined to become a battle king. What authority did a man who hadn't even attained battle soldier rank hold over him? Still, having lived decades longer, the teacher saw through the pretense instantly, yet chose not to expose it. In turning instead to Lu Sueki, he offered warm reassurance, urging her to focus on support-oriented or livelihood vocations. And frank talent is not the end of the world. Life must go on. To be frank, I once awakened with an irrank talent and felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed. I refused to yield. I stormed the eternal tower day and night, even contemplated infiltrating the abyssal plane, believing death in service to the nation preferable to a life of mediocrity. He sighed, then smiled wryly. Time heals all wounds. Look at me now. I teach, I nurture, and have already guided several students to become battle generals. Each soul walks their own path. Beneath the radiant sun and among the constellations, we too may live grounded lives while gazing steadfastly at the stars. In this raw, self-revealing counsel struck deeply. Lu Sueki felt genuine gratitude well up from her core. Even if she never underwent a second awakening, these words alone would prove invaluable to her. Thank you, teacher. And that's enough. You may go now. And with that, the teacher departed first. Nas Lu Sueki turned to leave. Jiang Yun called out to her. Jiang Yun stood only 1.72 meters tall, slight of frame, with thin lips pressed tightly against his narrow face, lending him a sly, almost fox-like air. Lu Sueki, would you like to form a party and explore the eternal tower together? And Jiang Yun extended the offer. Under my guidance, even with frank talent, you'll ascend effortlessly to level 10. No thank you. I have nothing further to discuss. And Lu Sueki declined coldly. And whether sincere or not, his condescending generosity alone was unbearable. You're welcome to reconsider any time. And Jiang Yun called confidently after her retreating figure. Across 3rd Middle School, and indeed all Nanjiang City, my talent stands unrivaled. Joining me will dramatically accelerate your progression, even granting you a real shot at level 30. Think carefully. In watching her vanish down the corridor, Jiang Yin shook his head slightly. She would regret this decision. And he wasn't boasting. A rank talent was formidable even in Nanjiang City. In last year's citywide top scorer possessed only a rank talent. By raw talent alone, Jiang Yun surpassed even that champion. Ni's instructor estimated he might achieve third-rank battle soldier status before the martial entrance exam. Only after Lu Sueki disappeared from sight did Jiang Yun's smile fade, replaced by a chilling, calculating stillness. I possess peerless talent. What I lack is resources. Lu Sueki herself is worthless, but the Lu clan is a battle king lineage. I must find a way. And these private machinations remained utterly unknown to Lu Sueki. She sprinted from the classroom, bypassing her waiting driver entirely, and dashed to intercept Yi Bai. And Yi Bai wait. Outside the school gates beneath the setting sun, Yi Bai and Zhao Lin stood side by side, their elongated shadows stretching straight across the pavement. And Lu Sueki arrived breathless, calling out to Yi Bai. What on earth is happening? And Zhao Lin shot Yi Bai a startled glance, then tactfully stepped aside, leaving the stage to the two. Did you get stuck on another problem? Yi Bai asked naturally. No, it's not that. And Lu Sueki braced her hands on her knees, panting softly. Sweat glistened on her brow, tracing her temples before dripping silently onto the ground. Would you consider forming a party with me to explore the Eternal Tower in Jiaolin? And did I hear that correctly? And Lu Sueki, the class goddess, the school's undisputed beauty, had just invited Yi Bai to join her party. Team up, eh? Yi Bai furrowed his brows slightly, intending to refuse. He had awakened an SS-level talent, causing quite a stir just by clearing the novice dungeon. The identity of Azura must not be revealed before Yi Bai fully grows. Therefore, he needed to avoid contact with others, especially someone as prominent as Lu Sueki. No, I prefer to fight alone. Yi Bai's refusal did not surprise Lu Sueki. She was well aware that in the eyes of others, she was merely an inflexible waste. In other words, teaming up with Lu Sueki would only be a burden, like carrying a useless pot. Zhao Lin, fearing Lu Sueki might misunderstand, hurriedly explained, even Da Bai isn't taking me along, and he said he plans to challenge the second level of the Eternal Tower today. Everyone in the class knew about Zhao Lin and Yi Bai's relationship. If even Zhao Lin couldn't team up with Yi Bai, it indicated that Yi Bai was indeed telling the truth. In fact, Yi Bai had no need to lie. Whether Lu Sueki had inflexible talent or inflexible talent, teaming up with Yi Bai meant she would win effortlessly without needing to lift a finger. Thank you. Lu Sueki gave a slight bow and thanked Yi Bai again before pulling out a scroll. This is the map of the Eternal Tower collected by my grandfather, containing information from the 1st to the 10th level monster spawn locations, monster details, and even records of several hidden quests. Before Lu Sueki could finish her sentence, Zhao Lin was staring at the scroll, nearly drooling. What a treasure! He loved collecting various information, especially knowing the importance of maps. This item was priceless and could not be bought by ordinary people. To put it bluntly, the small scroll in Lu Sueki's hands was worth over 10 million. Zhao Lin gestured to Yi Bai, indicating he should accept it. Yi Bai felt a bit helpless. This item was invaluable to others, but worthless to him. You must accept it. This is the most valuable thing I can offer right now. Lu Sueki held the scroll, her face flushed and her gaze resolute. Seeing her determination, Yi Bai knew that if he did not accept it today, she would not give up easily. Alright, I'll return it once I'm done using it. Yi Bai accepted the scroll and waved his hand, saying, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Watching Yi Bai's silhouette under the setting sun, Lu Sueki bowed again in silent gratitude, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. Sueki. A noble lady hurriedly approached Lu Sueki. Where have you been? I couldn't find you earlier, and it worried me sick. The noblewoman exuded grace, well maintained, with a rosy complexion, sharing some resemblance with Lu Sueki. Sueki, don't worry about your talent. Just listen to your mom, and let's go home for dinner. Sueki forced a smile. Mom, I'm fine. You say you're fine, but your eyes are red. My poor child. The noblewoman embraced Lu Sueki, her brows furrowing with concern, though it quickly vanished as she managed to control her emotions. Who was that male classmate just now? Aren't you going to introduce him to your mother? No, he's just a classmate. I saw you gave him the map. Tell me the truth, do you like him? Lu Sueki hurriedly defended herself. Mom, it's not like that. Yi Bai is just a classmate in our class. Alright, let's go get in the car. Sitting in the passenger seat, the noblewoman took out her phone, tapped a few times, and sent a text. Find out what background Yi Bai from class 2 of the senior year has. Through the rearview mirror, the noblewoman's gaze turned cold as she looked at her seemingly indifferent daughter. Every mother would feel heartbroken knowing her daughter awakened inflexible talent. If someone tried to take advantage of the situation to deceive her daughter and seek benefits from the Lu family, she would never allow it. After dinner back at home, Yi Bai unfolded the map Lu Sueki had given him on the table. Indeed, there's a lot of information, but it's useless to me. In Yi Bai's view, with the effect of insightful, there were no secrets. To ascend the Eternal Tower, one must continuously climb and break through the levels. I am currently at the first level. Yibai looked at the map of the first level. The grinding points from LV1 to LV10 were already useless to him. As for some hidden quests and special areas, the rewards were too low, so Yibai ignored them outright. Yibai noticed a number marked next to the first level's map: exploration rate 0. There's actually an exploration rate. What happens when the exploration rate reaches 100? The higher the exploration rate, the more generous the rewards when breaking through the levels of the Eternal Tower. First level clearance history: 2 people with 100 exploration rate, 19 people with over 90 exploration rate. Looking at the notes appearing before him, Yibai's spirit lifted. 100 exploration rate, 2 people. This means even among the 3 supreme beings of that year, one had never reached a 100 exploration rate. Ways to increase exploration rate: kill monsters, defeat special BOSS, explore the map. 100 exploration strategy: first head to Fonglei Valley. After reading all the information, Yibai immediately made a decision. To reach 100 exploration rate on the first level if possible, it's best to break through the first level today. The levels of the Eternal Tower are linked to its tier. At the first level, Yibai could never break through level 10. He must break through the first level to continue leveling up. After analyzing the 100 exploration strategy, Yibai discovered a tricky issue. While the battles were not difficult, covering such a long distance in 6 hours was a bit arduous. The Eternal Tower only opened for 6 hours each day. If he missed today, he would have to come back tomorrow. Let's check the trading secret realm to see if there are any teleportation skills. Thinking of this, Yibai activated the tower mark and entered the trading secret realm in advance. The trading secret realm is open 24 hours a day with no time restrictions. As soon as he logged in, Yibai was bombarded by messages from the goblin minion. Big brother, are you there? Contact me as soon as you see this message. Yibai replied with an address, and within a minute the goblin minion appeared before him. However, this time the goblin minion looked at Yibai with a strange expression. Big brother, just who are you? What's wrong? The person you reported today's with Tianan, cough. That guy has been captured. That's great news. Yibai remarked, pleased that the cultist was apprehended, a cause for celebration. The fewer such people, the less danger the human race faces from the knives behind them. You might not know, but after he was caught, he quickly turned traitor, revealing many big names. Thanks to the clues he provided, 3 warlord-level cultists were captured today alone. The goblin minion said excitedly. Yibai was indeed unaware of this news. It's a buy 1 get 3 free deal. It feels like a double 11 sale. Let's get back to the main topic. The goblin minion refocused, saying seriously, after communication with the general administration and the security agency, the reward amount for your report has been confirmed: 300 gold coins. From now on, all your purchases at the Wanwu Pavilion will be calculated at a 10 discount. 300 gold coins with a 10 discount at the Wanwu Pavilion. This is the total reward for Yibai reporting Zui Tianan, equivalent to 30 million dragon coins. As for the 10 discount, this is a privilege reserved for battle generals. The anonymous gold card is worth 300, and here is this VIP card with battle general level permissions. Brother, please keep it well. The goblin assistant introduced the VIP card can be used both online and offline. It is anonymous. As long as you present this card at the auctions and trading markets hosted by Wanwu Pavilion, you can enjoy battle general level treatment. Got it. Receiving the 2 cards, Yibai stated his purpose for this visit. Are there any displacement skills or equipment suitable for low-level mages? Yes. The goblin assistant, being quite professional, immediately took out several items. The Swift Step skill book, which when used can increase movement speed, and upon leveling up can also enter a brief state of invisibility, causing critical damage with the first normal attack. The price is 500 gold coins. 500 gold coins, which is 500,000 dragon coins, is quite expensive. Next, Swift Step. Yibai directly ignored it. He wasn't planning to become a sword saint or traverse other realms, so why learn Swift Step? The goblin assistant introduced 1 by 1 wind spirit boots, which come with a movement skill allowing you to briefly gain wings to fly after continuous running. Flame Leap, which allows you to flicker 2 meters in a designated direction, causing fire damage to surrounding enemies. Listening to the goblin assistant's explanation, Yibai frowned slightly. None of these items suited him, they were not to his liking. The goblin assistant had no choice. Items for low-level mages were already scarce and had been swept clean by various families, leaving only these few. There is also a skill book for all professions, but generally only warriors would learn it. Wind Slash, which allows you to dash to the side of an enemy at extreme speed, instantly dealing 65 damage with a normal attack, no cost cooldown of 0.5 seconds. The goblin assistant said this and could not continue. Wind Slash is indeed a displacement skill, but it is a close-range displacement. What is the most important thing for a mage in battle? Distance control. Maintaining as much distance from the enemy as possible while continuously wearing them down. This is a battle technique summarized by countless predecessors, yet the characteristics of completely contradict it. A mage dashing to the enemy's side for a hit. What kind of devilish operation is this? Enemy, have you eaten? If not, take this big slap before you leave. Who would have thought that Yi Bai would actually become interested? How much is this? 800 gold coins with a discount at 700 gold coins. You wouldn't want to buy this, would you? The goblin assistant frowned, realizing things were not simple. Yi Bai directly pulled out 700 gold coins and calmly said, "I'll buy it." The goblin assistant. Payment was made and the item was handed over. Transaction successful. Skill learning successful, obtained wind/. Yi Bai looked at the newly learned displacement skill and nodded in satisfaction. For other mages, wind/ is absolutely useless. But for Yi Bai, with preparing for action and thunder blessing stacked, whether it is a normal attack or skill, he can deal massive damage. With wind/ in hand, Yi Bai can ensure both displacement and damage. As steady as a mountain, moving like thunder, hitting with certainty, escaping thousands of miles. Indeed, this is the true combat style of a mage. Yi Bai felt that his understanding, which transcends the times, was without question. "Brother, that. How should I address you?" After the transaction, the goblin assistant inquired. Both felt awkward addressing each other as brother. Yi Bai thought for a moment and said, "Just call me fourth brother." "All right, fourth brother. See you later, fourth brother." After exiting the transaction's secret realm, the time was exactly midnight, and Yi Bai set off on his journey to the Eternal Tower once again. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. A pleasant notification sound rang in his ears, ethereal, with a hint of detachment from earthly concerns. Eternal Core City is a transfer station and resting place for adventurers in the Eternal Tower. To venture into the Eternal Tower, simply input the corresponding floor number on the core to teleport. If you die while exploring the Eternal Tower, you will automatically return to Eternal Core City and enter a weakened state. After the weakened period ends, you can choose to continue your exploration. After breaking through the current floor of the Eternal Tower, you will automatically return to Eternal Core City. The Eternal Tower opens for 6 hours each day, so please arrange your time in Eternal Core City wisely. We wish you success in clearing the Eternal Tower. When Yi Bai opened his eyes again, he found himself in a massive city bustling with people full of life. This is Eternal Core City. Regardless of strength, whether a level 1 novice or a god of war, all must pass through Eternal Core City to enter the Eternal Tower for adventure. For the general public, Eternal Core City is their transaction secret realm. Without the supervision of the secret realm spirit, there will be more scams and tricks. As soon as Yi Bai entered the city, he heard many people shouting, "Special map for the first floor, only 50 copper coins, don't miss it. For 3 silver coins, I'll guide you through the first floor, I'll teach you all, but with a refund. Silver scale armor, 5 gold each." In the past century, Eternal Core City has been continuously developed and divided into different areas: trading area, profession area, combat power testing area, team area. The trading area is responsible for transactions, no need to elaborate. In the profession area, corresponding profession associations can be found. The same professions gather together to share resources, leading to faster strength improvement. The combat power testing area is a zone specifically set up by the military where the combat power assessments for warriors, battle generals, battle kings, and gods of war are conducted. After all, getting injured in the Eternal Tower will not affect reality at all. During combat power testing, even if severe injuries or death occur, there will be no losses. Of course, starting from battle general, the assessment of combat power also requires reviewing achievements in abyss planes rather than merely looking at paper strength. The 3 supreme beings established the combat power grade to cultivate true generals who can slay enemies on the battlefield, extraordinary weapons, and astonishing blades. And not just fools who know nothing but spam skills. Time is limited. Yi Bai's plan is very clear. First, venture into the Eternal Tower, then head to the combat power testing area to try the warrior test. Saying this, he placed his palm on a nearby crystal and with a flash of light officially entered the first layer of the Eternal Tower. Shortly after Yi Bai disappeared, Zhao Lin and Lu Sueki entered Eternal Core City not far apart. Zhao Lin. Lu Sueki raised her brows slightly and asked with a hint of expectation, "Is Yi Bai with you?" "No, but Yi Bai sent me some items." Zhao Lin was checking his mailbox and found several scrolls and puppets of unknown grades. Yi Bai left a message for Zhao Lin: "Unless absolutely necessary, do not use these items. Using high-grade items to level up will instead lower your leveling score, indirectly weakening your strength and potential." Yi Bai gave these items to Zhao Lin only to leave him with some trump cards for self-defense. Oh, after learning that Yi Bai was not present, Lu Sueki was clearly disappointed. She then remembered, "By the way, make sure to tell Yi Bai not to go to Wind and Thunder Valley today." "Oh, why?" Lu Sueki's expression became exceptionally serious as she said earnestly, "The prophecy-type god of war has made a prediction about the monster spawning situation on the first floor of the Eternal Tower today. A special boss will spawn deep within Wind and Thunder Valley, extremely strong. Entering recklessly will only lead to death." What the hell is it that terrifying? Zhao Lin, not daring to waste time, immediately sent the message out. His expression changed. "Crapped up, I won't receive the message. He has already entered the Eternal Tower." After entering the Eternal Tower, the messaging function is temporarily disabled, and Zhao Lin could not contact Yibai. Lu Sueki gritted her teeth and directly placed her hand on the crystal, silently thinking, "Yibai, please don't go to Wind and Thunder Valley." Eternal Tower. First layer. Yibai stretched lazily, preparing to begin his journey of 100 exploration. First stop, Wind and Thunder Valley. "I'm coming." Wind slash. Yibei's figure moved like the wind, leaving behind trails of afterimages as he appeared behind a minotaur, lightly tapping the back of its head with his staff. 264. The minotaur collapsed, transforming into specks of white light and dropping a small pile of copper coins. Monsters on the first level generally range from level 1 to 10. Oh, far too weak for me. Killing them won't grant any experience. As he spoke, Yibai gazed toward the depths of Thunderstorm Valley, where faint sounds of thunder and wind echoed out, instilling fear in those who heard it. In the depths of Thunderstorm Valley, it seemed that some terrifying demonic creature was being born, with monsters continuously fleeing out of their territory. Yibei's gaze grew slightly fervent, anticipating the upcoming battle. "Only that big fellow inside can warm me up a bit." With the SS-grade Talon Eye of Insight activated, no secret could escape Yibei's perception. The information on the Bull Demon General unfolded before Yibei's eyes. Bull Demon General, a monster that should not appear on the first level, summoned by the 6th demon god from the Abyssal Plane. Monster injured Bull Demon General. Description: severely wounded from forcibly crossing the Eternal Tower. Its level and attributes have significantly declined. LV 20 HP, 6500 MP, 200 physical defense, 300 magic defense, 99 skills. Remarks: this monster carries a special item, and its only purpose for being sent here is to obstruct the growth of the Azura. Special item: Magic Restraining Disc. SS grade increases the holder's magic defense to 9,999, immunizing against magic damage below 10 million and providing a 9,099 damage reduction against magic damage exceeding 10 million. Looking at the description of the Bull Demon General, Yibai chuckled softly. So it's specifically aimed at me. Due to the global announcement, everyone knew that Azura had transitioned into a heavenly wrath mage. The demon god aimed to impede Azura's growth naturally, sending a monster that focuses on magic defense. In fact, the magic restraining disc as an S-grade item was already quite formidable. Immunity to magic damage below 10 million. For damage exceeding 10 million, at least a 90 damage reduction. The Bull Demon General, holding the magic restraining disc, is a nightmare for mages, the natural enemy of Azura, an absolute nemesis for mages. For a mage to kill the Bull Demon General, they must deal at least 10 million magic damage in a single hit. In other words, this monster is simply beyond a mage's capability to handle. They could only gather a group of physical damage classes and rely on their numerical advantage to wear it down bit by bit. This battle was destined to be difficult. Those with weak talents actively avoided it, cautiously circling around, fearful of attracting unnecessary trouble. Those with powerful talents rushed over, eager to test their skills. Of course, they also needed to move in groups to have the capital to contend with the Bull Demon General. Going solo would be a guaranteed death. Yibai did not consider so much. He could operate alone. Wind slash. A gust of wind swept by as Yibai appeared 100 meters away, dispatching another Minotaur. Cooldown of 0.5 seconds, with a maximum single charge distance of up to 150 meters. Yibai felt a rush of excitement, thoroughly satisfied with wind slash. Converted to speed, the upper limit of wind slash is 300 meters per second, 1,080 kilometers per hour. It was precisely because of this limit that Yibai chose wind slash, and it did not disappoint him. While swiftly advancing with wind slash, Yibai did not stop to stack ready to strike, which was his trump card against the Bull Demon General. Immunity against 10 million magic damage. Don't underestimate me. The hellhound that was instantaneously killed yesterday endured a full 10 billion magic damage. Just 10 million won't even fill a gap in my teeth. Yibai advanced like a gust of wind, making quite a commotion. On two heights surrounding Thunderstorm Valley, some people spotted a fleeting shadow rushing into the valley and immediately sent a message. Team 1, a warrior has entered Thunderstorm Valley alone. Yibei's advancing skill is easily recognizable. Wind slash. Only warriors would learn such a close quarters charge skill. Upon receiving the message, the members of Team 1 remained unfazed, even somewhat gleeful. Another guy seeking death. That monster summoned by the demon god, and he thinks he can handle it alone. How naive. We the talented ones have to lower ourselves and team up to challenge it. Who gave him the confidence to solo the BOSS Azura? Don't be ridiculous. Azura is a mage, not a warrior. Outside Thunderstorm Valley on an open ground, 100 people were scattered about, chatting and joking about the warrior who had just rushed into the valley. The gathered Thunderstorm Valley team consisted of prodigies from various places, the weakest talent being at least a grade. Jiang Yun stood in an inconspicuous corner scanning the crowd. In Nanjing City, he was a dazzling genius, the darling of the entire school, with countless resources poured into him. But viewed on a national or even global scale, what was a mere grade talent worth? There are always higher realms and greater talents. Others' talents surpass as their equipment is better, their resources are superior. Everything is better than his. What can Jiang Yun use to compare with these heavenly prodigies? Jiang Yun clenched his fists, a flash of unwillingness in his eyes, yearning to become stronger. Everyone pay attention, we are preparing to depart. Indeed, just don't let that warrior who rushed in earlier kill the boss first. This joke amused everyone, and they burst into laughter, the air filled with a joyful atmosphere. 100 geniuses geared up and under the command of its grade talent slowly explored the depths of Thunderstorm Valley. Outside Thunderstorm Valley, 2 figures appeared, one after the other. Lu Sueki, didn't you say you wouldn't come to Thunderstorm Valley? Zhao Lin followed behind Lu Sueki, asking in confusion. I'm afraid Yi Bai has already gone in. Lu Sueki frowned, worry etched on her face. I gave him the map. If he entered Thunderstorm Valley, wouldn't that mean I harmed him? This is not a matter of repaying kindness. It's repaying kindness with harm. Lu Sueki had to visit Thunderstorm Valley. Even if she couldn't find Yi Bai, she would have tried her best. Zhao Lin, you should head back. I will go deeper into the valley. What are you saying? Yi Bai is your classmate, isn't he my buddy too? Zhao Lin rolled his eyes. Regardless, even if I die in the Eternal Tower, I can still return to Eternal Core City. What is there to fear? Although Zhao Lin spoke lightly, the period of weakness after death is long. If he died, it would mean wasting an entire day. Lu Sueki did not persuade him further and pointed to a small beast on her shoulder. This little guy can bring good fortune and avoid danger. It will lead us, choosing the safest path to avoid engaging with too many monsters. The monsters in Thunderstorm Valley are of high level. Aside from the BOSS, the other monsters are not something the two can easily handle. With the summoned beast as a guide, Lu Sueki felt more confident to explore inward. Lu Sueki instructed, stay close to me, don't get lost. Understood. Zhao Lin nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, urging to set off. The 2 figures gradually made their way into the depths of Thunderstorm Valley. The joy of using the wind slash is something a mage cannot fathom. Yi Bai swiftly moved with the wind slash, leaving behind numerous monster corpses. These corpses are decent materials, but Yi Bai has no time to dissect them bit by bit. It would be a waste of time. The Bull Demon General is still waiting for him. How many layers of accumulation are ready to unleash? Yi Bai glanced at his status bar. 30 layers. He had been in the Eternal High Tower for almost 10 minutes, right? He hadn't noticed before, but is the limit for accumulation 30 layers. 30 layers, 2 to the power of 30. This is sufficient for Yi Bai. One trick cannot conquer all. This is clearly unrealistic. The demonic gods know that the Azura is a mage, so they ensure their generals are equipped with special items like the magic suppression token to counter him. Only by having a well-rounded skill set can one avoid being targeted by enemies. Besides accumulation, Yi Bai needs other means to continuously enrich his arsenal. Relying too heavily on a single skill might allow Yi Bai to thrive in battles against soldiers and generals, but once he faces higher-level combat, he could easily be targeted, countered, or even directly killed. 30 layers will suffice for now. Yi Bai looked at the Nature's Power staff in his hand. The Nature's Power can be upgraded 12 times with a remarkably high limit. The condition for the first upgrade is to deal 1 million lightning damage. First, he must defeat the Bull Demon General. Upgrading Nature's Power 100 exploration of the first layer of the Eternal High Tower. These 3 tasks are closely related, each dependent on the others. Whoosh! A fierce wind swept through, sending countless plants flying as the hurricane surged, obscuring Yi Bai's figure. He continued deeper into the Wind and Thunder Valley. Just 10 miles behind him, 2 people were trudging through the valley covered in branches and leaves, looking quite disheveled. They were Zhao Lin and Lu Sueki. They were worried that Yi Bai had entered the Wind and Thunder Valley and wanted to find him within. Zhao Lin gasped for breath, holding onto a tree to rest. Lu Sueki, your summoned beast is truly divine. The small beast on Lu Sueki's shoulder had chosen a path for them that avoided all living creatures, yet they had encountered numerous monster corpses. The environment in the Wind and Thunder Valley was far worse than the 2 had imagined. Even without encountering any battles along the way, each step forward was like climbing to the heavens. Lu Sueki crouched beside a monster corpse, inspecting it closely. Strange. What's strange? Zhao Lin's heart tightened, fearing they might encounter something unusual. They were here to rescue Yi Bai, not to become casualties. These monsters, judging by their wounds, should have been slain by the wind slash. Lu Sueki analyzed seriously. In other words, there's a warrior genius not far ahead of us. That's great. Let's catch up to him and ask if he has seen Yi Bai. Zhao Lin's spirits lifted as he looked ahead, eagerly saying, if he hasn't seen Yi Bai, it means Yi Bai is not in the Wind and Thunder Valley. With Yi Bai's strength alone, he definitely couldn't have ventured this far. Not necessarily. Lu Sueki still furrowed her brows, seemingly troubled by something. Lu Sueki thought to herself, the fact that every monster has only one wound means the attacker killed them in an instant. Under level 10, those who can instantaneously kill monsters in the Wind and Thunder Valley, including elite monsters, how strong is this person's talent? S-class or even S-class? Lu Sueki was startled by her own conjecture, constantly reminding herself in her heart. There are always greater talents beyond the horizon. That warrior using the wind slash displayed strength far exceeding Jiang Yun, and even Lu Sueki with her S-class talent might not be a match. Let's go be more cautious on the way. Lu Sueki and Zhao Lin battled against the fierce wind, advancing once more, eager to catch up with the mysterious warrior ahead. Deep within the Wind and Thunder Valley, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed. The entire valley began to shake. A terrifying fissure tore through the ground, swallowing countless earth and stone, as if a cataclysmic disaster had descended. The members of the Wind and Thunder Valley team, who had been advancing slowly, immediately stopped, warily looking around. All of them were injured, appearing even more disheveled than Lu Sueki and her companions. After all, Lu Sueki had avoided combat, while the geniuses from the Wind and Thunder Ancient team had to fight against endless monsters with each step they took. Noticing the abnormal movement deep within the Wind and Thunder Valley, someone immediately shouted, Tian Yin, what happened? Oh. The young man known as Tian Yin clutched his left eye in pain, crying out in agony, black blood oozing from between his fingers, looking particularly horrifying. My eye. His scream sent chills down everyone's spine, clearly indicating that his eye had suffered a severe injury. Where are the doctors, the trained doctors? Immediately a priest stepped forward, the staff emanating a gentle white light, quickly wrapping half of Tian Yan's head with bandages, temporarily stabilizing his condition and barely keeping him alive. Tian Yan, what did you see? The crowd surrounded him, anxiously awaiting an answer. The sudden change in the Wind and Thunder Valley could easily lead to their annihilation if they rushed forward without understanding the situation. Huff! Tian Yin gasped for breath, still in shock, trembling as he spoke. I saw. The boss was awakened. What? Someone actually got there faster than us. Who was it? Was it Team 2? Damn it, they beat us to it. The morale of Team 1 took a significant hit. The summoned geniuses clearly numbered more than just them. Other boss teams were advancing from different directions. Since the other party awakened the boss before them, it meant that their overall strength was greater, resulting in a higher probability of acquiring the boss. At this moment, Jiang Yun stepped forward, resolutely stating, do not lose heart. The first to awaken the boss will definitely face greater pressure. Whoever delivers the final blow will receive the most abundant rewards. Exactly. Just these two simple sentences instantly lifted the spirits of Team 1's geniuses. That's right. Winning first doesn't mean winning. What if they were wiped out by the boss after awakening it? Moreover, those who have played the game and fought bosses know that the first 99 of the health is merely a prelude. The real challenge of killing a boss lies in the final blow. Even seizing the food from the tiger's mouth is not without opportunity. Well said. Let's speed up and seize the chance to take down the boss. Tian Yin, is your injury serious? Can you keep up? The bandage on Tian Yan's head was seeping blood and his health was still dropping. Just having caught a glimpse of the boss from afar, he was heavily injured. No, wait. Before he could finish, Tian Yin turned into a flash of white light, vanishing from the spot. Life cleared death. Tian Yin returned to Eternal Core City. The Wind and Thunder Team 1 did not lose heart over Tian Yan's demise. Instead, their morale soared as they advanced deeper. In Eternal Core City, a flash of white light appeared, and the pale-faced Tian Yin appeared on the street, still shaken. He shouted out the incomplete words, no, the one awakening the boss is not a single team. That man awakened the boss by himself. He is going to challenge the boss alone. Unfortunately, Tian Yin could not contact his teammates and had no way to convey this information. Deep within the Wind and Thunder Valley, Yi Bai, wielding the power of nature itself, lifted his gaze slightly, eyes fixed upon the colossal entity before him. The Ox Demon War General was encircled by chains radiating an overwhelming infernal aura. He was no ordinary monster born in the first tier, but a divine fiend forcibly summoned here by a demon sovereign through forbidden means. During transit, the Ox Demon War General sustained grievous injuries. His level and strength plummeted dramatically. Yet his treasured artifact, the Ban Magic Pass Disc, remained impeccably preserved. The Ban Magic Pass disc was the key artifact to subduing the Azuras, and the Ox Demon War General's greatest advantage in this mission. Upon entering the first tier, he immediately fell into deep slumber, conserving energy to restore his might for the imminent cataclysmic battle. Yi Bai's arrival roused the Ox Demon War General from his trance. "Weakling, you dare disturb my repose. Your blood shall pay the price." A thunderous roar erupted as he thrashed violently. With each convulsion, chains snapped free and crashed onto the earth, sending plumes of dust billowing skyward. "Oh, how poetically archaic your threats sound." Yi Bai stood at a safe distance. Some of the chains binding the Ox Demon War General were manifestations of the Eternal Spire's immutable laws. Should Yi Bai strike now, most of his assault would be absorbed by those chains, ironically aiding the Demon General's escape from his seals. As he waited for the restraints to fall away, Yi Bai studied the beast intently, his gaze sweeping over every sinew and scale. Dragonback ribs, neck tender, handle cut, 5 flower toes, triple flower toes, handle tender again. HSS, my mouth waters. Hot pot for breakfast tomorrow then. Yi Bai's muttered musings reached the Ox Demon War General's ears, reigniting his fury. "Insect, what manner of being do you take me for? Spicy hot pot, extra numbing, extra fiery. No goji berries." Ox Demon War General. Roar. His arms surged outward with cataclysmic force. The shackles around his wrists shattered instantly, and a shockwave of surging energy sent flocks of birds scattering across the heavens. As the Ox Demon War General awakened, the entire Wind and Thunder Valley trembled. "I am the 2nd Deputy Vanguard of the Blood-Soaked Legion, commanded by the 6th Demon Sovereign, a being beyond level 200, whose hands have slain your human generals." What? Struck dumb by my words. Mockery gleamed in his eyes as he gazed down upon Yi Bai like a god surveying an ant. The first tier of the Eternal Spire permitted only level 10 human cultivators, posing no threat whatsoever to him. Under that contemptuous gaze, Yi Bai broke his silence. "Originally, I intended to grant you a whole corpse. Roast ox sounds delicious. Now, I claim your head." "Oh, foolhardy wretch." At Yi Bai's words, the Ox Demon War General froze, then erupted into peals of arrogant, deafening laughter. "Were your human legions assembled here, I might hesitate. But you, are you truly an Azura?" At the word Azura, even this haughty demon's eyes flickered. Deep beneath the bravado, a sliver of dread glinted. He knew well his true purpose in coming here: to gather intelligence on the Azuras and transmit it back. To single-handedly halt an Azura. A fantasy spun by fools. Mankind must not birth a 4th supreme existence. Facing the Demon General's provocation, Yi Bai spoke calmly. "Whether I am an Azura matters not." He raised his arcane staff, pointing it forward. "You need only know one thing: today is your death day. Annihilation." As their dialogue unfolded, the chains binding the Ox Demon War General continued falling, now little more than ornamental relics. Yi Bai had prolonged the conversation solely to buy time. "I wait for the eternal laws to lapse. What then are you waiting for?" "For death." Lightning arrow. Charged with 30 layers of coiled momentum and amplified 100 billion-fold, a titanic bolt of lightning coalesced in the heavens, vast as a mountain range. Ox Demon War General. "You call that an arrow? Is your understanding of arrow fundamentally flawed?" In an instant, the colossal lightning arrow engulfed the Ox Demon War General's form. A devastating impact tore through his being, annihilating everything it touched. "No." A cry of utter despair never even escaped his throat. Time around him slowed 1,000-fold, leaving him horrifyingly lucid, agonizingly aware of every fragment of his self unraveling piece by piece. "Impossible. This cannot be. Why did the Ban Magic Pass disc fail? How can I perish at the hands of an unknown wretch? What is this devastation?" Too many questions flooded his mind. No answers came. None at all. His final gaze upon Yi Bai brimmed with tangled emotions. Rage, hatred, confusion, dread, bewilderment. His eyes widened, suddenly struck by revelation. Alas, it was too late. He was already dead. In that final breath, one possibility crystallized in his fading consciousness. The sole explanation for all he had witnessed. "You are an ASU." Annihilation consumed him, not just flesh and bone but soul and essence alike, leaving no whisper behind. Yi Bai honored his vow. He precisely calibrated the lightning arrow's force, shattering most of the Ox Demon War General's body, yet preserving a torso and his massive head. Boom. After obliterating the Demon General, the lightning arrow slammed into the valley floor, blasting a crater wide and deep, followed by cascading detonations. Boom. A scorching thermal wave erupted skyward, thick with sulfurous fumes, molten magma surging up from the Earth's depths. This isn't property damage, is it? Yi Bai hadn't anticipated the arrow's ground impact would unleash such cataclysmic force. This place is no longer safe. Yi Bai dashed to the remains, first securing the colossal head into his spatial storage pouch. The demon general's sheer scale was staggering. Even a single pupil towered over Yi Bai himself. Laid flat upon the ground, that enormous head dwarfed a 3-story pavilion in sheer, imposing grandeur. Having secured the head, Yi Bai sifted through the wreckage and retrieved a radiant blue disc shimmering with arcane resonance. Ban magic pass disc. Yi Bai's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected it to survive intact. Appearing minimally damaged, this SSS-Rank unique artifact was claimed without hesitation. His gaze swept the battlefield once more. Nothing else held value. Molten lava pulsed upward from fissures. The battle's thunderous echo would surely draw others near. Wind rises. Time to flee. Having slain the Ox Demon War General with unprecedented devastation, and having advanced his mastery of natural energy, Yi Bai's objective was fully achieved. No reason remained to linger in this maelstrom of chaos. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is supreme. High above, a lone bird winged swiftly toward the valley's edge, seeking escape. Gale step slash. Yi Bai materialized atop the bird's back, his toe barely brushing its feathers before launching himself skyward with effortless grace. Bird, I may not be human, but you're truly. From awakening the Ox Demon War General through their exchange to his final annihilation, the entire sequence lasted less than 1 minute. After Yi Bai departed, molten magma welled upward, engulfing all traces of the battle. 10 minutes later, 2 battered figures staggered to the battlefield's edge, trembling as they surveyed the devastation. Zhao Lin clutched his nose and mouth, face twisted in disgust, coughing hoarsely as he demanded, "Lu Sueki, did you lead us straight into a volcano? But aren't we in the Winden Thunder Valley?" Blistering heat and acrid fumes left Lu Sueki equally unwell, her delicate oval face flushed crimson as though drunk on fermented plum wine. She coughed twice, bewildered. "That can't be right. We are in the Winden Thunder Valley. Wait, I'll confirm our coordinates." Lu Sueki tore open a scroll, a glowing coordinate manifesting before them both. Her face drained of all color, pale as freshly whitewashed plaster. Zhao Lin rubbed his stinging eyes, unable to read the glyph, so he asked, voice strained, "What is it?" Lu Sueki's voice trembled, disbelief choking her words. We are at the very heart of the Winden Thunder Valley. The deepest sanctum, where a war general tier demon has just descended. This is the place where the boss descends. Lu Sueki's face was ashen as she looked around in despair. She never expected that they would venture so deep, arriving at the innermost part of Fenglei Valley. It's over, we're doomed," Zhao Lin muttered as he surveyed the surroundings, hoping to gather more information before his end. If he could, he even wanted to take a selfie with his phone. "What are you doing?" Lu Sueki asked curiously when she saw Zhao Lin drawing in the dirt with a stick. "I'm writing." Zhao Lin was here, just for the memories. Zhao Lin said defiantly. "Oh, there's something." The stick poked at a hard object, and something seemed to be hidden beneath the soft soil. Zhao Lin began to dig, uncovering a dark, bizarre object. "What is this?" A lump of black coal held in Zhao Lin's palm. Lu Sueki's attention was also drawn to it, analyzing it. "Looks like it was struck by lightning. It's soft and doesn't feel like wood. Is this steak?" Zhao Lin tore off the charred outer layer, discovering that it was actually well-cooked beef, exclaiming in surprise. So fragrant. The golden brown beef emitted an enticing aroma, and Zhao Lin's throat moved as he swallowed. Lu Sueki frowned, slightly disgusted, saying, "You can't be thinking of eating this, right? I chose cooking as my profession. Let me tell you, high-level monsters are treasures all over. Even if it's just a piece of meat, eating it might boost your attributes." While Zhao Lin spoke, he took out a silver knife and fork, cutting off a small piece of meat. After all, even if he got food poisoning in the Eternal Tower, he would just return to the Eternal Core City. Zhao Lin gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and stuffed the meat into his mouth, chewing heartily. So delicious. Glug. The beef melted in his mouth, perfectly cooked and full of flavor. Zhao Lin suddenly opened his eyes, excitedly shouting, "Wow." Unfortunately, Zhao Lin lacked culture and could only exclaim in surprise. "What's wrong?" "My strength attribute increased by 2 points," Zhao Lin said with immense excitement, looking at the beef with burning eyes. This must be meat from a general-level monster to have such a terrifying effect. Upon hearing this, Lu Sueki was momentarily stunned. She quickly reacted and exclaimed, "This is the boss's meat. Who cares? Let's see if there's more of this beef around." Zhao Lin began searching everywhere. After a short while, he found 2 more pieces of steak about the size of a regular rib. Lu Sueki helped, and with the assistance of her summoned beast, she discovered 6 pieces of beef. Beneath the completely carbonized layer was juicy, delicious meat, and the 2 struck gold. After sweeping the battlefield, Zhao Lin divided the beef into 3 portions, looking at Lu Sueki. "This is your share." Lu Sueki, slightly disgusted, refused, saying, "You'll pass? Just give my portion to Yi Bai? That's too embarrassed." Zhao Lin hesitated, putting all the beef back into his backpack. He really didn't want to eat something he picked up off the ground, but the beef was just too outrageous. Eating it can actually boost attributes. After gathering the spoils, Zhao Lin then thought of the most critical question: the boss's meat is here, but where is the boss? It's dead. Lu Sueki's complexion regained some color. After all, she was the granddaughter of the War King, having followed him since childhood and learned a lot about the mysteries of battle, her perspective far exceeding Zhao Lin's. Look, there are many broken chains in the middle of the battlefield. I guess they were transformed by the eternal rules. Oh, Zhao Lin nodded slightly, making a face of I see, I understand. In fact, he didn't understand at all. Look at the traces of lightning strikes here. They are clearly not caused by spells. To unleash such terrifying power, at least a War King level powerhouse is required. Lu Sueki said confidently. The boss here was forcibly descended. The demon god paid a huge price, yet still was suppressed by the eternal rules. The boss's descent failed and was annihilated by the eternal rules. Lightning punishment at times also symbolizes divine retribution. The traces of battle at the War King level are not something a novice can achieve, not even a Shura. Lu Sueki's analysis was thorough and persuasive. That makes sense. What should we do now? Zhao Lin shrugged. The boss was annihilated by the eternal rules, making Fenglei Valley safe. They still hadn't found you by. Let's return the way we came and go level up. Only at this moment did Lu Sueki relax. Since the boss is dead, it means Yi Bai won't be in danger. Don't tell anyone about the beef you found. It's hard to estimate its value. Oh, just eat it yourself. Understood, understood. Zhao Lin nodded repeatedly, following Lu Sueki back the way they came. The two encountered no battles on their way back. The monsters in Fenglei Valley, due to the boss's descent, were frantically fleeing their territories. When they walked out, it remained clear and unobstructed. About 15 minutes after they left, a group resembling wild men again broke the tranquility of the depths of Fenglei Valley. The geniuses of Fenglei Valley finally arrived late. Seeing the chaotic scene before them, the crowd exclaimed, "What happened here? Where did all this lava come from? Where's the boss?" Quickly looked the chains of the eternal rules. Could it be? These geniuses, including descendants of war kings and war gods, were not inferior to Lu Sueki in perspective. Judging from the various signs on the battlefield, they quickly reached the same conclusion as Lu Sueki. Damn it, the boss was actually annihilated by the eternal rules. We arrived too late. Oh, what a pity. Everyone look around to see if there's any residue left. Even a piece of meat would be worth a fortune. The geniuses of Fenglei Valley, filled with hope, ultimately came up empty-handed. Overwhelmed by a sense of great loss, they hung their heads in despair, sweeping the battlefield. What is this? Jiang Yun looked down and found a crooked line of writing on the ground. Upon seeing the content of the writing, his expression changed drastically. It read, Zhao Lin was here. How could Zhao Lin come here? Wait, could it be a coincidence with the name? A myriad of thoughts flashed through Jiang Yun's mind, and he felt particularly responsible. As a proud son of heaven, he had exerted great effort traversing mountains and rivers, breaching numerous barriers, only to arrive at the depths of Fenglei Valley. Who would have thought that the classmate he had ignored had arrived at the finish line ahead of him, and even had the leisure to leave a message? In comparison, the real clown was Jiang Yun himself. His face flushed red and pale, his heart churning like a storm, unable to calm down. Jiang Yun, did you find something? A companion's call brought Jiang Yun back to reality. No. Saying this, Jiang Yun's toe wiped the ground, completely erasing Zhao Lin's words. He returned to the main group, smiling, showing no unusual behavior. Yet deep down, Jiang Yun kept repeating a name. Zhao Lin, Zhao Lin. What secrets are you hiding? With a swift motion, a figure descended from the sky, startling a flock of birds that took flight from the tranquil forest. Yi Bai landed gracefully, stepping onto the thick carpet of leaves, feeling the soft texture beneath his feet. This should be safe now. Yi Bai stretched lazily and began to organize the spoils of this journey. After defeating the Bull Demon War General, there were no monsters in the first layer of the Eternal Tower that posed any threat to him. Even without using skills, Yi Bai could easily slay monsters with just his basic attacks. A blue disc of light appeared in the palm of his hand, the greatest reward from defeating the Bull Demon War General. The Magic Suppression Disc. Special item, Magic Suppression Disc. Grade SS. Completeness 74. 8. Holding requirement LV. 20. A Bull Demon Bloodline. Effect: the holder can be immune to magic damage below 10 million, while enjoying a high damage reduction from magic damage above 10 million. Note: the Magic Suppression Disc can be shattered to fully block the next instance of magic damage taken below War God level. After seeing the effect of the Magic Suppression Disc, Yi Bai couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, complaining. I knew it, those demon gods are not logistics professionals. How could they kindly send me a useful item? Even the special item allocated to the Bull Demon War General came with holding conditions that I cannot meet. Actually, it's not that I can't use it. If the Magic Suppression Disc is treated as a one-time consumable, its effect is indeed powerful. It can completely block magic damage below War God level, effectively giving Yi Bai an extra life in critical moments. Currently, Yi Bai treating the S-level item as a one-time consumable is indeed too extravagant. However, the two conditions to use the magic suppression disc are firmly blocking Yi Bai level 20 Bull Demon Bloodline. Yi Bai is only level 10 now and cannot use it for the time being. This problem isn't too significant. Yi Bai will soon break through to level 20, which is not a challenge for him. The real issue is the bloodline requirement. Yi Bai is an absolute human and has no connection to the Bull Demon bloodline, making it impossible for him to hold the magic suppression disc and enjoy the high magic immunity. It can only lie in his backpack and sleep. Yi Bai comforted himself. Having it is better than not having it. After all, it's an S-level special item with a completeness close to 75. If Yi Bai were to sell it in the All Things Pavilion, he could at least fetch 1,000,000 gold coins. However, once the magic suppression disc is used, this rare special item could easily lead people to associate it with the Bull Demon War General that descended today. It would not be hard to guess that the Bull Demon War General met its demise at the hands of the seller. By then, someone would surely follow the trail, and if Yi Bai is exposed to the spotlight, it could bring him unnecessary trouble. Cautiously develop, don't be reckless. Yi Bai is very clear that dead geniuses are worthless. Only by realizing the potential of his SS-level talent does he earn the right to stand at the center stage in battle. Before that, the right path is to strive to enhance his own strength. Stowing away the magic suppression disc, Yi Bai looked at the massive bull head in his backpack, which basically filled up the entire space. The bull, unable to close its eyes in death, stared at Yi Bai with a gaze that silently accused him of brutality. It's a pity that the levels and breakthrough layers within the Eternal Tower are linked. Even though I defeated the Bull Demon War General beyond my level, I cannot gain experience or level up. However, there are still benefits. Yi Bai can't afford to make a losing deal. Firstly, the kill reward from the Bull Demon War General has all been converted into attributes. The Eternal Tower rewarded Yi Bai with 100 to all attributes and 1 luck. Yi Bai didn't expect that defeating the Bull Demon War General would also boost his luck attribute. The Bull Demon War General was originally not a monster of the first layer, but was sent here by the demon god through special means. Yi Bai rubbed his chin thoughtfully and analyzed. His arrival is a violation of the rules of the Eternal Tower, and precisely because of this, he was severely injured and bound by the eternal rules. By defeating the Bull Demon War General, I effectively eradicated the bug and upheld the rules of the Eternal Tower. These attribute rewards are thus justified. The rules of the Eternal Tower. Yi Bai could only say the more the better. He has always been fair and just never exploiting bugs and can't stand others exploiting them. In addition to the attribute rewards after defeating the Bull Demon War General, the exploration level of the first layer of the Eternal Tower skyrocketed to 65. This rate of progress greatly exceeded Yi Bai's expectations. It seems like I will have plenty of time today to participate in the War Soldier test. Yi Bai did not forget his plans. After counting his gains, it was time for him to enhance his exploration level. The advancement of nature's power has been completed. I hope it won't disappoint me. Yi Bai lifted nature's power and cast his gaze downwards. The billion damage from defeating the Bull Demon War General satisfied the hidden advancement condition of nature's power, leading to automatic advancement. Originally a 1.2 meter staff, it seemed a bit heavier after the advancement, weighing nearly 20 pounds. Yi Bai's strength attribute is over 300, so this weight of the staff poses no pressure for him. For other mages, merely carrying nature's power might be somewhat strenuous. Let alone lifting it to cast spells or move quickly in battle, it would be impossible. As Yi Bai's gaze fell, the information of nature's power came into view. Equipment: Nature's Power LV 10. Grade A. Attributes: Intelligence 40, Spirit 30. Entries: Divine Retribution, the holder's lightning damage 15, lightning damage, receive 5, shield heals from wood-type skills 15. Twinborn, when releasing lightning-type skills, there is a 1 chance of simultaneously releasing wood-type skills, and vice versa. Storm, when releasing lightning-type skills, there is a 0.01 chance of dealing double damage. Advancement entry. To the end of annihilation, kill 1,000 units above the holder's level using lightning damage 0.00. Advancement opportunities 11. Already advanced 1. Nature's Power originally had 3 entries. The previous advancement entries were refreshed to the end of annihilation after the advancement was completed. Killing 1,000 units beyond one's level is not a difficult condition. In fact, it's quite easy. The effects of the 2 entries, Divine Retribution and Twinborn, have also been slightly enhanced. Especially Divine Retribution, not only is the damage higher, but the side effects are also much smaller. The newly added entry Storm is the most valuable. A 1 in 10,000 chance of dealing double damage. As Yi Bai looked at Storm, the more he liked it, it felt like a heart attack. From a mathematical expectation standpoint, the benefits of Storm are not high. Casting spells 100 times and triggering it once would only yield double damage. But nature's power still has 11 chances for advancement, so after each advancement, all entries will be enhanced. This means that as time goes on, both the probability and damage of storm will significantly improve. Its potential is worth Yi Bai's trust. 80000 gold coins, well spent. Yi Bai beamed with joy. This money was well spent. If he were to put nature's power in the All Things Pavilion now, even without disclosing the advancement conditions, he could easily sell it for over 300 gold coins. Stowing away nature's power, Yi Bai casually opened his attribute panel. Eternal ID Azura. Talent Eye of Inside SSS. Level 10. Class, Thunder Fury Mage Lightning. HP 46004600. MP 31003100. Strength 226, 100. Intelligence 245-40. Spirit 235-30. Agility 224. Constitution 231, 100. Luck 12. Equipment Nature's Power 1. Skills Lightning Arrow Thunder Blessing ready to strike Heavenly Thunder. Status Lightning Affinity Lightning Specialization. All 5 attributes exceed 200. Right now Yi Bai could pass the first tier War Soldier test, even with his eyes closed. Huff. The attribute panel slowly faded away. Yi Bai stretched lazily, looking towards the dense forest with great enthusiasm. First, let's raise the exploration level of the first layer to 100. Charge. 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 Wind Slash. A cold light flashed as Yi Bai swiftly eliminated a ghost ape, effortlessly retracting his hand. Thanks to the Bull Demon Warrior, the exploration rate was already at 65 from the start on the first level, greatly enhancing Yi Bai's exploration speed. Thinking of this, Yi Bai slightly raised his head and looked up at the sky. The Eternal Tower. Each level is a small world. How tall is the Eternal Tower? 1,000 levels. 10,000 levels. No one knows the answer. For a century, even the strongest of the human race has never completed the Eternal Tower. However, regardless, the path lies ahead. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and a mountain of 1,000 fathoms begins with a speck of dust. Wind Slash. Yi Bai once again cut through the cold light, forging ahead. Tonight, he is the brightest star on the first level. Zhao Lin, we are about to split up for training. There are a few things I need to discuss with you. 2 dusty figures emerged from the Wind Thunder Valley. Despite being covered in dust, one could vaguely discern Lu Sueki's beautiful face as she said earnestly, "It's about the exploration rate of the Eternal Tower." Exploration rate. Zhao Lin blinked, clearly unaware of this term. Yes, after you listen, remember to tell Yi Bai as well. Cough cough. Mention Yi Bai. Lu Sueki's expression became somewhat unnatural, but fortunately the dust on her face made it hard to see clearly. You say you'll note it down right away. Zhao Lin produced paper and a pen ready to highlight key points. Lu Sueki spent 5 minutes introducing Zhao Lin to the significance and importance of the exploration rate. Zhao Lin attempted to summarize. So what you mean is the higher this thing, the better. Exactly. You have a Kraid talent. Oh, I remember Yi Bai also registered as a Kraid talent, right? Right. Zhao Lin nodded, confirming it was true. After Talent Awakening, there are teachers specifically responsible for registration and reporting. Even low-level talents are not confidential and are semi-public. According to past experiences, for Kraid talents, reaching an exploration rate of 30 is already quite difficult. Once you complete these tasks, you can challenge the next level. Lu Sueki handed over a task list that required traveling to many places and killing hundreds of monsters, making Zhao Lin feel overwhelmed. If 30 is this troublesome, then what about 100? As a well-known slacker, Zhao Lin also harbored the heart of a top student, wanting to see what a perfect score looks like. I don't know either. Lu Sueki shook her head and admitted. You also know that although my grandfather is a war king, he wouldn't let me know about overly confidential matters. Moreover, achieving a 100 exploration rate is incredibly difficult. Even the legendary Azura might not be able to achieve it. No way. I saw online that Azura is a supreme seed, right? Zhao Lin was taken aback, not realizing it would be so difficult to score full marks. I heard that back then. Cough cough. It's better if you don't know these secrets than not even sure if they're true. Lu Sueki didn't dare to mention that there was a legendary powerhouse who failed to achieve 100 exploration completion. Because of this incident, he had been ridiculed in a small circle for a long time. However, rumors are just rumors. Without official certification, one must not spread them carelessly. By the way, my grandfather once said that if someone can achieve 100 exploration completion, unexpected good things will happen. Oh, what good things? He was very vague. Probably. Lu Sueki recalled the scene at that time, repeating her grandfather's words. Once someone breaks through with 100 exploration rate, all dormant existences will awaken, and the ancient monsters that haven't appeared for years will collectively emerge, bringing about a true era of great conflict and contention. It sounds quite impressive. Is it really that mystical? Zhao Lin, captivated by the War King's words, dared not question the statement and could only express admiration. All right, it's getting late. You should go level up now. The two parted ways. Lu Sueki had a frail canary perched on her shoulder looking pitiful and harmless. Once Zhao Lin's figure disappeared from view, Lu Sueki shook her shoulder and the canary swelled in the wind, transforming into a golden rock. Roar! Under the attack of the golden rock, monsters fell one after another with no power to resist. Wherever the golden light reached, not a blade of grass would grow, only desolation. Lu Sueki's level was also rapidly rising. I must become stronger quickly. Lu Sueki coldly gazed at everything before her, recalling the scenes that occurred in the Wind Thunder Valley. The mysterious warrior who used wind left an extremely deep impression on her. Every mysterious powerhouse that casually appears has strength far surpassing mine, let alone the legendary Azura. Lu Sueki tightened her grip on her staff, her gaze resolute. Become stronger, stronger, still stronger. To catch up with the powerful peers, to catch up with the legendary Azura, and also to repay Yi Bei's kindness. Thinking of Yi Bei, Lu Sueki's frost-like face showed signs of thawing. No matter what, becoming stronger is the way to go. I possess grade talent and can attempt to challenge for a 70 exploration rate, something my grandfather couldn't achieve back in the day. Lu Sueki's gaze was determined and filled with strength. I've finally reached a 100 exploration rate. Yi Bei inserted the natural force into the ground, cupping a handful of clear water to wash his face, shaking off the leaves and feathers from his body. 2 hours and 40 minutes, significantly shorter than I expected. All right, it's time to advance to the next level. Yi Bei withdrew the natural force and summoned the eternal core crystal, placing his palm on it. At the bottom of the diamond-shaped crystal, golden liquid began to surge upward, quickly filling the entire crystal. Congratulations on completing the first level trial of the Eternal Tower. Calculating the exploration rate. Exploration rate 100. Completion rating SSS grade. Eternal blessing activated. Completion rating automatically increased by 1. After a brief silence, a pleasant prompt sound rang in Yi Bei's ears once again. Congratulations on clearing the first level of the Eternal Tower. Final rating SSS grade. At the same time, all players within the Eternal Tower, including the powerful figures in the Eternal Core City, heard the announcement simultaneously. Congratulations to player Azura for achieving SSS grade completion on the first level. Congratulations to player Azura for achieving SSS grade completion on the first level. Azura cleared it. Initially, there were some discussions on the public channel. Soon someone discovered the highlight. Azura is an SSS grade clearance, not an SSS grade clearance. My god, there's an extra S. Could it be that the Eternal Tower made a mistake? What's going on? Why does he have an extra S? Quickly summon the Supreme Being Nightmare. At this moment, the whole world erupted because of an announcement. The first SSS grade clearance in human history has been born. 100 exploration level. SSS grade clearance. After something beyond common knowledge occurred, the Azura danced in the blind spots of everyone's understanding. Even the elder powerhouses who once followed the strongest had never witnessed such a scene. SSS grade. Where did an extra S come from? Before they could be shocked for too long, a new server-wide announcement spread. Player Azura achieved SSS grade clearance of the first level, rewarding all human players in the Eternal Tower with the buff Guardian Angel. Limited time buff overall enhancement, all attributes of human players in the Eternal Tower 15, lasting for 3 hours. Limited time buff focused defense damage taken by human players in the Eternal Tower 20, lasting for 3 hours. Limited time buff goodbye weakness. Human players in the Eternal Tower will not enter a weakened state after death and will return to the Eternal Core City, lasting for 3 hours. Guardian Angel, after dying in the Eternal Tower, gain a chance to resurrect with full health and full mana at the same spot. Clear all debuffs while retaining half of the BUFF's duration forever. This buff disappears upon resurrection. This time, the public channel of the Eternal Tower exploded with countless messages scrolling across the screen cheering for Azura. Unbelievable. With this chance to resurrect, I can charge up another level. 29th floor. I've been stuck for 30 years today. I'll show you what a fist the size of a pot is. Crazy, it's all crazy. A war god has emerged in the capital. Overall enhancement-focused defense are of immense significance for some warriors who have been stuck at the threshold for years. Sometimes a small push at the final step can lead to a qualitative leap. For the War King and the War God, what they valued more was the Guardian Angel. They were accustomed to other BUFFs, having experienced them during the rise of the strongest. Only this Guardian Angel to them was an absolute trump card and the best choice to break through the Eternal Tower. To them, a chance to resurrect with full health at the same spot was incredibly precious. Azura's achievement of SSS grade clearance and the unprecedented rewards from the Eternal Tower sent shockwaves like a stone thrown into a lake. In the capital, a middle-aged man clad in black with golden trims exuding an aura of authority had just received the latest news about Azura. He quickly walked to a magnificent artificial mountain, a famous site in the capital. It was said to be the burial place of a transcendent war god who fought against the demon god and emerged victorious following the strongest to break through countless medium and small planes. The middle-aged man in black lit incense and chanted a few words, bowing repeatedly before placing the incense into the ground. A minute later, the entire artificial mountain began to shake violently and a crack opened up. A black coffin emanating endless malevolence slowly floated from the ground, and an aged hoarse voice came from within. "What you say is true. I would not dare deceive you, ancestor." The black coffin began to tremble and bloodstains actually emerged from it. This was blood, sweat, blood, tears. The aged hoarse voice sounded like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other, incredibly unpleasant, yet at this moment it burst into loud laughter, carefree and utterly unrestrained. Our human race has great hopes for revival, great through Azura. Kill, kill, kill. Exterminate those scum. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Demon scum, return, my brothers lives. Die. The figure within the black coffin seemed not entirely clear-headed, muttering incoherently for a moment before slowly calming down. He slowly said, "The guardian angel is indeed powerful. An ordinary war god relying on it has a chance to progress a step further, but it is ineffective against me. The level I was stuck at could not be surpassed by sheer luck. Even when the strongest helped me back, then I still failed. If it weren't for that individual who paid a price to save me, I wouldn't even have this chance to barely survive." The important figure in the black coffin casually mentioned information that involved earth-shattering secrets. He traversed the Eternal Tower and could even have the strongest protect him. An ordinary war god could never receive such treatment. That incredibly illustrious, transcendent war god from back then was merely pretending to be dead. There still remains a breath of life. With a sigh, the fervor eventually cools. The voice from within the black coffin held a tinge of weariness. "You may return. When Azura clears SSS grade again and new rewards appear, you may come seek me. Each time you wake me, I draw closer to death. If I die, the fragile balance of power between humanity and the abyss will be shattered. What will happen, then you need not remind me, right?" The middle-aged man in black respectfully bowed, replying, "Understood." Boom. The black coffin sank down, blood, sweat, and blood tears slowly sliding down. One drop of blood tears slipped from the black coffin and fell upon the soil. Infinite life energy swept across the land, and the flowers, trees, and plants on the artificial mountain, regardless of the season or variety, were filled with life energy at this moment. Trees grew wildly, branches expanded, iron trees bloomed, 100 beauties contended, presenting a scene of vibrant life and flourishing vitality. In an instant, the world transformed. Not only that, this terrifying force also spread in all directions from the capital. On this night, the capital bloomed in all its glory, celebrating Azura. And all of this stemmed from just a single drop of tear from a certain existence. The commotion in the capital was mirrored nationwide, and even globally similar events were unfolding. The long-silent war kings and war gods emerged one after another, returning to the world. With the guardian angel, they had the chance to launch an assault towards even stronger realms. Even in defeat, they would not feel the slightest discouragement. They understood that with Azura's rise, a new era of the strongest was about to arrive. The era of the strongest would not only see countless newcomers and prodigies rise, but also be a golden opportunity for these withered trees to bloom anew. If they missed Azura, no one knew when the next seed of the strongest would be born. For a time, the winds and clouds shifted, dragons and tigers emerged. Even the command center had not anticipated that Azura could stir up such a tremendous commotion. They held an emergency meeting overnight to discuss related matters. And at the core of this storm was Azura himself, Yibai, who at this moment was strolling in the Eternal Core City. After clearing the first level, Yibai was sent back. Why is there no one on the street? Yibai curiously surveyed his surroundings, discovering that the once bustling trading area was now deserted. Many shops and stalls had chosen to close. "Master, why aren't you at work?" Yibai looked towards an employee closing the door, asking curiously. "Work? What a joke." The employee secured the door and said enthusiastically, "Haven't you heard the server-wide announcement? Tonight all attributes and defenses are fully enhanced, plus the guardian angel. If you don't seize this time to challenge the levels, are you going to work here? Even working 996 hours won't lead to any future." Hiss. What he said made too much sense, and Yibai was momentarily left speechless. "Kid, take my advice and hurry to challenge the levels. This opportunity must be seized. Be sure to thank Azura." The young man dashed off, even urging Yibai to strive hard. Tonight is definitely the best time to level up. Yi Bai chuckled to himself. These buffs are indeed powerful, but they don't hold much significance for me. After Yi Bai's SSS grade clearance, the rewards given to him were not just for him alone, but rather a reward for all human players on the server. In other words, it was as if Yi Bai by his own strength had given all players on the server a chance at resurrection. Thinking of it this way, I guess I am a benefactor too. Walking on the empty street humming a tune, Yi Bai leisurely made his way to the combat power testing area. Let's see what level of warrior I am now. Eternal Core City. Battle Power Testing Area. Yi Bai walked into the hall, glancing around. The usually crowded hall appeared exceptionally empty. Indeed, with the buffs, everyone is busy climbing the Eternal Tower. The battle power test can be done at any time. Yi Bai noticed that even the staff were no exception. Many service windows displayed red lights indicating service paused. Staff members were all taking leave, heading to the Eternal Tower to try and advance further. Please check in at the self-service machine and collect a number for the queue. Following the prompt, Yi Bai found a machine. The required information was quite simple: level, profession, number of layers in the Eternal Tower, etc. Even when combined, this information could not pinpoint Yi Bai himself. Clearly, measures were taken to conceal the identity of the Shura. Moreover, this was Eternal Core City. Under the condition that the Eternal ID was hidden, it was impossible to find Yi Bai. Have you ever participated in the battle power test? No. Your test will start from Battle Soldier, Level 1, serial number 319. Please queue at window No. 3. A white slip printed with the serial number was ejected from the machine and picked up by Yi Bai. Window No. 3. How? Why are there so many people? In the entire hall, only 23 windows were still operational, and all the participants in the battle power test naturally gathered together. What Yi Bai did not expect was that there were actually dozens of people ahead, forming a small line. At this rate, even if each person took 5 minutes, it would take several hours to wait. Yi Bai frowned slightly. Strange, why aren't they leveling up in the Eternal Tower? Why are they here for the battle power test? Among these dozens of people, Yi Bai also spotted a familiar face, Jiang Yun. A note floated above Jiang Yun's head. The unfortunate soul drowned in a volcanic eruption. As for who the culprit is, cough cough. This. Yi Bai couldn't hold back. To be drowned in lava was indeed too humiliating. The moment Yi Bai saw Jiang Yun, the latter also noticed him. Yi Bai, what are you doing here? Jiang Yun looked over with a hint of confusion and said, did you also go to Fenglei Valley? Sort of, I went to Fenglei Valley. Yi Bai said sincerely. Jiang Yun clearly misunderstood, thinking Yi Bai had also been killed by the lava or monsters inside. Such bad luck. If I had died a little later, I wouldn't have had to face the weakness period. The rules of the Eternal Tower were very strict. After the Shura SSS level clearance, all of humanity in the Eternal Tower would receive various powerful buffs. However, before that, dead players would still suffer penalties of weakness. I see. Yi Bai nodded, understanding why Jiang Yun and the others were here. After they died in Fenglei Valley, they fell into a long weakness period. Originally, Jiang Yun and the others were wandering in the trading area looking for opportunities to find a bargain. Who would have thought that with the buffs stacking, everyone ran away, leaving these unfortunate souls with nothing to do in Eternal Core City. In the end, someone suggested they come to the battle power testing area to participate in the battle soldier test. They were just here to see the world, not really expecting to pass the battle soldier test. The difficulty of the battle soldier test was so great that many level 30 seniors could not clear it. One must be of a higher level to find a way to become a level 1 battle soldier. Even geniuses with A or S level talents generally needed to be level 20 to pass. If anyone can pass the battle soldier test now, they would be able to compete with the Shura. The few of them chatted while waiting in line. When Jiang Yun saw Yi Bai, he merely greeted him and did not continue the conversation. After waiting for a few minutes, Yi Bai noticed the line was not moving and said, they'll go take a look ahead. He had a myriad things: pavilion VIP card with battle general level privileges, which if usable could save him a lot of waiting time. Jiang Yun glanced at Yi Bai's back, but said nothing more. Today Lu Sueki seemed to have some involvement with this guy, but Jiang Yun was not worried at all. He did not think that Yi Bai posed any threat to him. After all, he wasn't a level talent. A thief named Tian Yin suddenly asked, Jiang Yun, what profession is your classmate? Yi Bai? I'm not sure. Jiang Yun casually replied, I wasn't familiar with him before. Among so many people in the class, it seemed that only Zhao Lin was on good terms with Yi Bai. Let me check the database. Nanjiang No. 3 High School. Yi Bai. Mage. Tian Yin, why are you concerned about this? Several talented individuals were curious. Tian Yan's talent was in identification, so he might be able to see Yi Bai's extraordinary qualities. So he's a mage. Not even a warrior. Tian Yin mumbled. It's nothing, I misjudged him, I thought he was. Previously, Tian Yin had used his talent to scout the depths of Fenglei Valley. In a fleeting glimpse, he saw a warrior awakening the boss alone, wanting to solo the boss. That glance also cost Tianyin his life. At that time, he was too hurried and his attention was entirely focused on the bold demon battle general, so he did not notice this warrior. The appearance of that individual was somewhat blurry. Whenever Tianyin saw Yi Bai, he felt a slight resemblance and could only comfort himself. Perhaps handsome people all look alike. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Bai walked straight to the front. Work robot showed a card and was surprisingly let through. Why can he skip the queue? I don't know, skipping the queue is at least a privilege reserved for battle generals, right? I think I saw him take out a card. Is it the Myriad Things Pavilion VIP card? A few remarks from the crowd immediately darkened Jiang Yun's expression. Myriad Things Pavilion VIP card, battle general level privileges. Based solely on Yi Bai's strength and background, how could he possibly possess such a thing? It must be Lu Sueki who gave it to him. Damn it, Jiang Yun said disdainfully. It doesn't matter, I'll let him take the test first. I bet he won't last even 10 seconds in the level 1 battle soldier test. The people around nodded repeatedly. While Jiang Yun's words were harsh, the logic was sound. A mage with mediocre talent lasting 10 seconds would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Inside the battle power testing room, Yi Bai was warming up his body. I didn't expect the Myriad Things Pavilion VIP card would actually work. Several red lights flickered, and an emotionless mechanical voice echoed in the sealed space. Level 1 battle soldier test, first stage nerve reaction test. Are you ready? Ready. Countdown 5, 4, 3. Bang. The countdown ended with a gunshot and a bullet shot towards Yi Bai at an incredible speed. Neural response test. Commencing. NAS. The countdown concluded. A sharp gunshot cracked through the air. Na 6mm bullet pierced the void at blinding speed. Yet Yi Bai tilted his body ever so slightly and evaded it with effortless grace. Bang. And the bullet struck the wall, gouging a small crater and spitting forth sparks. So it's live ammunition after all. Yi Bai sharpened his focus and gazed steadily ahead. Since this test took place within Eternal Core City, a vital sector of the Eternal Spire, death carried no real consequence. And thus the warrior cadet assessment was designed with unflinching realism. Bullets, fireballs, lightning bolts, throwing knives. This neural response trial survival hinged solely on evading such assaults. Endure and you pass. Put simply, there were two viable paths to victory in one. Maximize agility and master mobility skills to enhance maneuverability. This was in fact the very purpose of the neural response test. And 2. Fortify shields and vitality. Absorb every blow, heat and shattering constraints through sheer resilience. Survival alone sufficed for passage. And the warrior cadet assessment sought warriors capable of descending into the abyssal realms, not paragons of universal perfection. Historically, candidates cleared the first trial by achieving either an agility score of 200 or total damage resistance exceeding 4000. Countless aspirants faltered here, lamenting bitterly. Yet for Yi Bai, this posed no challenge whatsoever. Ni's insightful eye granted fleeting foresight, predicting the precise trajectories of all incoming attacks. Simultaneously, it calculated optimal evasion routes tailored precisely to Yi Bai's physiology. And all he needed to do was select a path and execute it flawlessly. Methodical, effortless. He dodged every strike with serene precision, strolling through storming gunfire as if ambling through his own garden. Bullets skimmed past his temples, mere 0.1 centimeter away, yet his expression remained unruffled, utterly composed. And indeed, to avoid drawing undue attention, he occasionally allowed himself to be grazed, feigning near-miss failure. A veteran performer through and through. In 10 seconds, 20, 30. Time bled onward. The assault intensified. Attacks came faster, windows for decision narrowed, and flawless evasion grew exponentially harder. Yi Bai's vitality remained robust, but the sheer density of fire bordered on absurd. And strange. Is the first-tier warrior cadet test truly this demanding? And he muttered mid-dodge. And my agility stands at 224. Even without the insightful eye, raw reflexes should carry me through this trial. Yet this difficulty, it's preposterous. Even warriors with agility of 300 or 400 would buckle beneath such pressure. Yi Bai felt engulfed in infernal fury. Any misstep meant instant annihilation and trial failure. Jaw clenched, he followed the insightful eye's guidance with absolute fidelity, executing each motion to evade the next lethal strike. And countdown initiated. In 10, 9, 8. In sweat beaded upon his brow, a fireball seared his left shoulder, leaving behind acrid smoke. Even a glancing blow from that fireball dealt over 300 points of damage. And something is profoundly wrong. This cannot possibly be a first-tier warrior cadet test. And he was certain, but trapped within the testing chamber, he had no choice but to endure, gritting his teeth until the final second. 3, 2, 1. And congratulations. You have successfully completed the first-tier warrior cadet neural response test. Proceed to the next trial. The barrage ceased. Yi Bai stood motionless in the corner, breathing deeply to restore his stamina. Ni's gaze locked onto the motion capture sensor ahead, his focus intensifying. It is merely a motion capture sensor. What grand revelation do you expect to glean from it? Here, take the pen. You write the epiphany. And look again. It remains nothing more than a motion capture sensor. Congratulations, you have just passed the third-tier warrior cadet neural response test. In third tier, seriously, Ni Bai rolled his eyes inwardly exasperated. Some error had occurred. What should have been a first-tier assessment had inexplicably escalated to third tier. Which means my neural response speed rivals that of a third-tier warrior cadet. From another perspective, this revelation clarified his true capabilities with startling precision. Onward, to the next trial, physical endurance test, damage resistance test, defensive aptitude test. To Yi Bai's surprise, subsequent trials proceeded smoothly, no anomalies arose. The first-tier warrior cadet assessment held no challenge for him. Indeed, to avoid standing out, he deliberately held back, moderating his performance across multiple trials. First-tier warrior cadet assessment complete. Generating results. A massive display screen flickered to life, streams of data cascading rapidly as it compiled Yi Bai's official evaluation. Neural response test 98 evasion rate. SSS-Rank evaluation. Physical endurance test 86 completion. A-rank evaluation. Aggregate analysis confirms your first-tier warrior cadet assessment rating A. Congratulations, you have passed the first-tier warrior cadet assessment. Please select your affiliation. 3 options materialized before Yi Bai in Planetary Defense Council Corps Mercenary Brigade's Lone Wolves. Warrior cadets, by definition, were soldiers forged for combat alone. Upon passing the assessment, Yi Bai could petition to join any major corps under the Planetary Defense Council. Acceptance would require immediate deployment to a designated realm and full integration into the unit. This was the most common path. Officially sanctioned corps offered unparalleled strength and benefits, yet demanded strict obedience, leaving virtually no room for autonomous action. This route clearly did not suit Yi Bai, not now. Too many secrets clung to him, too much growth remained unfinished. Joining a corps was premature. Mercenary brigades operated as loosely affiliated fee-based organizations, forming temporary squads to fulfill contracts for diverse patrons, then collecting their due. Drawing upon available intelligence, Yi Bai reasoned, mercenary brigades sound promising and align well with my needs. Yet, registration requires full identification. My academic file lists me as Class C talent. And yet, after only 2 days inside the Eternal Spire, I've already cleared the first-tier warrior cadet assessment. Far too conspicuous. His gaze settled upon the final option in Lone Wolf. An anonymous issuance of the warrior cadet insignia. Monthly stipends and benefits collected discreetly within Eternal Core City, ensuring maximum protection of the Lone Wolf's identity. Naturally, official safeguards prevented duplicate claims or loophole exploitation. This path was the loneliest and most perilously unsupported. No organization, no comrades, no backing. On the Lone Wolf's road, everything depended solely upon oneself. Ni Bai drew a slow, deep breath, his resolve crystalline, then tapped decisively downward. I choose Lone Wolf. And the Lone Wolf path existed precisely for predators like him. Sheep flock together. Only apex beasts walk alone. When the 3 paths of the warrior cadet were first ordained by the Supreme Sovereign, he declared, every genius walks his own road, as a lone wolf. The display screen dimmed and went dark. Metal descended from above, hovering silently before Yi Bai. Carved upon its surface was a snarling wolf's head rendered with breathtaking realism, its fangs gleaming with cold predatory menace. The Lone Wolf medal. Excellent. I approve. Ni Bai closed his fist around the metal, its weight solid and resonant in his palm. From this day forward, the rise of Yi Bai, the Lone Wolf warrior cadet, had truly begun. After anonymously registering as a Lone Wolf, a document appeared on the large screen detailing the benefits that Yi Bai could enjoy. A monthly allowance of 300 dragon coins equivalent to 30 gold coins, which can be collected on the second Thursday of each month in the combat testing zone. 30 gold coins is a substantial amount, enough to cover the expenses of a family of 3 for about 3 months. However, compared to Yi Bai's rate of acquiring resources, 30 gold coins seemed trivial. Since yesterday, after completing the novice dungeon, he received a reward of 100 gold coins, spent 800 on nature's power, leaving him with 2000. Reportings with Tian earned him a bounty of 300 gold coins, and purchasing win/cost 700 gold coins. Yi Bai still had 4 300 gold coins left, which equated to 43 million dragon coins. The official allowance for a first-tier combatant is 1500 dragon coins along with other benefits. Due to the anonymity of the lone wolf, he cannot enjoy other benefits, hence the additional 1500 in monthly allowance is quite reasonable. Receiving 300 for free every month without doing anything for a year, Yi Bai could earn 3600 enough to buy a house outright in 2 to 3 years. Combatant testing needs to be re-evaluated every 5 years. If one advances within that time, the re-evaluation cycle resets. Glancing over the terms on the document, there wasn't much that Yi Bai needed to pay special attention to. In essence, the restrictions of the lone wolf were the weakest, so naturally, there wouldn't be many rules to confine Yi Bai. Lone wolves can accept tasks in the combat testing zone and receive corresponding rewards upon completion. After activating the lone wolf medal, it can transform into a lone wolf mask, concealing one's true appearance. Any attempt to pry into the appearance of the lone wolf through the mask is considered a provocation. Upon reading this, Yi Bai looked down at the lone wolf medal. It can withstand prying below level 200. Level 200 or the watershed for combat general strength. As a first-tier combatant, as long as he didn't act too ostentatiously, it would be difficult to attract the attention of a combat general. That's enough for now. Putting away the lone wolf medal, Yi Bai committed the documents content to memory and left the room. As he exited, he happened to encounter Zhang Yun and his group, who seemed to have just finished their testing. Zhang Yun's face was ashen, looking particularly grim, like a pair of moldy socks. The nerve response test lasted less than 3 seconds. A real man at 3 seconds. Zhang Yun didn't notice Yi Bai as his group was angrily looking for staff to settle accounts. What's going on? Was the difficulty of the combat test set incorrectly? A narrow-faced thief shouted. Exactly. I was eliminated after only holding on for 1 minute. How is that possible? Hearing this, Yi Bai looked at him in surprise. 1 minute. 1 minute at the level of a third-tier combatant. That's quite something. Unfortunately, Yi Bai was disappointed. Above the thief's head appeared a line of text. Lasted 6 seconds. Impressive, impressive. Turning 6 seconds into a minute, he knows how to boast. Yi Bai nodded, feeling a sense of irony. High emotional intelligence. Time flies when you're with someone you like. Low emotional intelligence. Am not in good shape today. Clearly, everyone's combat tests had issues. It should have been a test for first-tier combatants, yet the difficulty was forcibly raised to third-tier. Yi Bai was fine, gritting his teeth to get through, even dodging 98 of the attacks, earning a high score. Zhang Yun and his group couldn't take it. These prodigies had thought that even if they couldn't pass the first level, they could still retain some dignity. Who knew they would be met with such a harsh reality, leaving them in a sorry state? The huge gap was hard for them to accept, and they clamored for an explanation. Soon, a balding, slightly plump, middle-aged man hurried over from the hall, sweat beading on his forehead, looking anxious. I'm sorry, everyone, I'm really sorry. Upon seeing Zhang Yun and his group, he realized they were in for big trouble today. Among them, there were quite a few descendants of combat kings. Most of the people called in sick today to go to the Eternal Tower, as you can see the situation here. A new employee accidentally said it wrong, turning it into a third-tier combatant test. I'm truly sorry. After the balding middle-aged man explained a few things, Zhang Yun and the others' expressions finally softened. They were actually just looking for an explanation. Even for the second generation, there was no need to hold a grudge against such a small fry. You made a mistake. Such a big deal as the combatant test, how can it be treated lightly? Yes, you're right. The balding middle-aged man nodded and bowed, constantly flattering. Zhang Yun and his group were also enraged, seeing his slick demeanor. Even if they punched him a couple of times, it would not yield any satisfaction. This kind of soft target like cotton was not even worth bullying. All right, let's treat this as if nothing happened. I won't report your work mistake this time. The leading young man had a defiant expression, his words full of arrogance. But this footage, the balding middle-aged man immediately reacted. This group of prodigies, originally eager to participate in the combatant test, who knew they would all end up in a miserable situation. If the footage got out, their reputations would be completely ruined, becoming the laughingstock of their circle. Zhang Yun and the others were causing a ruckus. Their real intention was not for the sake of anger. What they wanted was to delete the footage and destroy the embarrassing evidence. The balding middle-aged man quickly caught on, following the other party's lead. I'm really sorry, we were short-staffed today. It was too busy, and we forgot to turn on the cameras here. Clever of you. Only then did Zhang Yun and his group relent and agree to leave. Having witnessed this farce, Yi Bai said nothing. He disapproved of the arrogance of these prodigies, but he did not look down on the manager's cunning. After all, the arrogance of geniuses stemmed from their belief that they had the capital to be arrogant. Family background, talent, connections. They all surpassed their peers, making it hard not to develop a sense of entitlement. And the manager's slickness was more about the hardships and challenges of life. Being able to resolve a work mistake like this was a stroke of luck. None of this concerned Yi Bai, and no one paid attention to him. He left the testing room like an unnoticed presence heading towards the Lone Wolf task release area to see if there were any tasks worth accepting. Just after Jiang Yun and the others left, the balding manager let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Little brat, you nearly scared me to death. As mentioned earlier, if there were issues with the combatant testing, that would be a significant work mistake. At best a fine, at worst sent to a deep abyss to mine stones. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. The balding manager picked up the tablet, glancing at the previous testing data. A total of 126 people tested, 125 failed, 1 succeeded, rating SS level. As expected, they all failed. The balding manager set the tablet down, suddenly stunned, as if lightning had struck his mind. Did he overlook something? He abruptly raised the tablet, staring in disbelief, even extending a hand to rub his eyes. I can't be mistaken, right? A third-tier combatant's nerve response test, and someone actually passed it, and received an SS level rating. Who is this remarkable person? Quickly, let me see the footage. The balding manager stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. The footage was just deleted by him. Yi Bai stepped out of the combat aptitude testing zone, and in a secluded corner, unnoticed by others, retrieved the Lone Wolf medal and transformed it into a mask which he affixed to his face. The mask was azure-hued with the numeral I inscribed in its lower left corner, signifying Yi Bai's rank, first-tier combat soldier. Upon donning the mask, Yi Bai's attire instantly shifted into a loose-fitting obsidian black combat uniform. This metamorphosis rendered even acquaintances unable to recognize him by appearance alone. As Yi Bai approached the mission assignment hub, numerous glances turned toward him. Look, it's a lone wolf. Truly impressive. He seems so young. Must have just passed the combat soldier assessment recently. Daring enough to walk the lone wolf path. Brave indeed. I'll become one myself someday. Murmurs rippled softly through the crowd, hushed lest their words reach Yi Bai's ears. The lone wolves were the most formidable among all combat soldiers. Precisely because they operated beyond conventional constraints, their methods were often ruthless, bordering on brutal. No one dared provoke a lone wolf, even if he held only the rank of first-tier combat soldier. So this is it, the wolf's den. Yi Bai gazed at the sign above the hub and smiled faintly. Rather intriguing. Stepping inside the wolf's den, he found its atmosphere starkly distinct from the world outside. The wolf's den resembled a dimly lit, sparsely patronized European-style tavern, antique decor bathed in amber shadows, mellow music drifting through the air, tables scattered haphazardly, and clusters of patrons gathered in tight, intimate circles. At the den's center stood a long bar beneath 4 large suspended screens, each cycling through currently available missions. The moment Yi Bai entered, a voice suddenly rang out from a shadowed corner. A newcomer has arrived. Instantly, every gaze in the wolf's den converged upon Yi Bai. A refined-looking man raised his beer bottle high. This round is on me. This round's tab is covered by Lord Zhao. Swiftly, robotic bartenders delivered chilled bottles of beer to every patron, including Yi Bai. Yi Bai lifted his bottle, nodded respectfully toward Lord Zhao, then tilted his head back and drained it in one smooth motion. The crisp, icy brew cascaded down his throat, piercing straight to his soul, eliciting an involuntary sigh of pure, unadulterated relief. Now that's boldness. Kid, I like your style. Come drink with me in the imperial capital. After a few boisterous exchanges, the tavern settled once more into its quiet, easy rhythm. The wolf's den was both sanctuary and social nexus for lone wolves, a self-organized enclave where kindred spirits instinctively recognized and affirmed one another. Among the 3 paths open to combat soldiers, the lone wolf route consistently bore the highest fatality rate. After all, both legions and mercenary brigades operated under official patronage, guaranteeing robust medical support and significantly enhanced battlefield safety. Yet precisely because they paid such a steep price in lives, lone wolves also boasted the most astonishing success rate in cultivation. Those who chose this path advanced far faster than their peers, surpassing even elite contemporaries in raw power. Such was the magnetic allure of the lone wolf path. Setting his empty bottle aside, Yi Bai tilted his head upward, scanning the mission screens overhead. At the very top, prominently featured, flashed the headline, "Capture the 4th Demon Sect's Supreme Patriarch. Reward for credible intelligence, 1,000,010 million gold coins. Reward for live capture of the 4th Demon Sect's Supreme Patriarch, 1 SS-Rank weapon of equivalent tier, 10 war, god merit points. Reward for verified delivery of the 4th Demon Sect's Supreme Patriarch's corpse, 1 SS-Rank piece of equipment of equivalent tier, 2 war, god merit points." Beneath this primary bounty appeared related warrants for the Deputy Patriarch, core sect elders, and other high-ranking members. Yet most of these assignments lay far beyond Yi Bai's current capabilities. Even the weakest targets were ranked as war kings. If encountered on the battlefield, a single glare from such an opponent might well end Yi Bai's life. Let's see which missions suit my level. Yi Bai's gaze drifted downward, sifting carefully through those designated for first-tier combat soldiers. Back in the combat aptitude testing hall, outside the director's office, a balding manager paced restlessly along the corridor, his expression torn locked in fierce internal debate. To speak, or not to speak? That is the question. If he concealed the incident entirely, pretending nothing had occurred, and the truth later surfaced, that a mysterious prodigy had slipped through his hands, he would face severe reckoning. Such negligence was unforgivable. But reporting it upward meant admitting fault, yet it also offered a chance to redeem himself. His voluntary confession might earn leniency. At last, steeling himself, the balding manager raised his trembling hand and knocked firmly on the director's door. Enter. Creak. The door swung inward. Like a chastened schoolboy, he entered with bowed head, haltingly recounting everything that had transpired. From the new recruit's misconfigured difficulty setting to the ensuing uproar by enraged prodigies, to his own decision to secretly erase the surveillance footage, all was laid bare before the director. He withheld nothing. After all, the director was a retired war king, one whose ties to legion commanders ran deep, whose martial prowess and influence towered far above his own. To play games before such a figure would be suicidal. To the manager's astonishment, the director did not erupt in fury, as expected, but instead gestured calmly toward the sofa. Why stand? Sit and speak. Yai, sir. The manager hurriedly nodded, perching stiffly on the edge of the sofa, back rammered straight, belly straining against his thighs, his rounded silhouette absurdly comical. The director lifted his teapot and took a slow, deliberate sip before remarking, the fact that you came forward voluntarily proves you still possess a measure of wisdom. If you tried to conceal this, you'd already be digging stones in the abyssal realm. I acted foolishly. I deleted the footage. I deserve punishment. The manager berated himself bitterly. Director, let's go to tech division now. We can still restore the footage. Restore the footage? Who said anything about restoring it? The director's words left the manager utterly bewildered. Without the footage, how could they identify the mysterious prodigy? A recruit rated merely first tier in comprehensive aptitude had aced the neural reaction test designed for third-tier combat soldiers. What else could such a feat signify, if not genius incarnate? The manager sat frozen on the sofa, eyes vacant, mouth slightly agape, utterly speechless. You've grasped only the first layer, not the third. Setting down his teapot, the director continued. You deleted the footage well, not only the test recordings. Preserve one complete backup from the moment they entered the testing hall and submit it to higher authorities. Then erase all other copies. Huh. The manager blinked, baffled, his intellect feeling woefully inadequate. But why? Why do this? Old superior, please stop teasing us. Just tell us plainly. These recordings must be deleted immediately. The director rose from his seat, flicked a cigarette from the pack, and tossed it onto the bald manager's desk. Smoking is strictly prohibited in my office. The bald manager hastily tucked the cigarette behind his ear. The director lit a cigarette, exhaled a perfect smoke ring, and spoke with quiet confidence. Shall you tell me, does our human race truly lack a third-rank battle soldier? No, it does not. Exactly. Whether this mysterious prodigy is a third-rank battle soldier, or even a third-rank battle general, what if he were a ninth-rank battle sovereign himself? A single sovereign, or even two, cannot reverse the tide of war. What we require are cultivators of far higher cultivation realms. At this, the director's expression dimmed slightly. In his prime, he himself had attained the strength of a battle sovereign, storming battlefields, facing death without flinching, cutting down enemies with unbridled ferocity. Yet after sustaining grievous wounds, his former valor faded. He withdrew from the front lines to oversee logistics. Precisely because he had once stood so high did he now possess broader vision and a sharper, more incisive understanding of complex matters. The director continued, this mysterious prodigy remains weak in current combat prowess. His path ahead is long and arduous. Premature attention from us would only stunt his growth, like pulling up seedlings, an ill omen, not a blessing. All we need know is that he is a genius of the human race. That alone suffices. How far he ascends depends solely on his own resolve and cultivation. But if we locate him and provide abundant resources, might he not advance far more swiftly? Logically, yes. Yet you've overlooked a crucial detail. A sly, calculating smile crept across the director's face as he said meaningfully, recall carefully those young people you mentioned earlier, those formidable, difficult-to-deal-with individuals. Weren't they the ones who gathered en masse, pressuring you to delete the footage? Why wise? And precisely because you erased the recordings, and because this prodigy has chosen the lone wolf faction, you've been unable to retrieve any identifying information, correct? Absolutely correct. The bald manager nodded vigorously, his eyes widening as realization struck. Could it be? Is everything truly coincidence? Have you ever considered Might this mysterious genius be hiding among that very group of youths? A sharp involuntary gasp escaped the manager. He felt an icy chill race down his spine. Could it really be so? Under the director's meticulous reasoning, the truth unfolded flawlessly, a grand, masterfully orchestrated stratagem. The manager couldn't help but murmur in awe, what a brilliant, far-sighted, and utterly flawless genius. What hides within the forest stone conceals itself among mountains. In other words, this genius deliberately conceals both his true strength and identity. The director spoke with unwavering confidence. He undoubtedly hails from a battle sovereign, or even a battle god, clan possessing ample resources to sustain his cultivation independently. Moreover, revealing extraordinary talent too early would place him in grave peril. The bald manager was utterly convinced. The director's analysis was airtight, flawless, irrefutable. Since he chooses not to reveal himself, there must be profound reasons behind that choice. Finally, the director delivered his definitive conclusion. We'll back up all remaining footage onto a secure hard drive and delete the originals from the cloud. Then submit the drive along with the full incident report to the appropriate higher authority. The rest falls outside our purview. An impeccable decision, director. Which department handles such matters? The manager asked, puzzled. What you're not meant to know, don't ask. The director stood by the window, grinding out his cigarette, but his thin lips moved faintly, but he uttered no name. A human race battle soldier may choose the lone wolf path, growing in solitude, unseen, unaided. Yet could such a warrior ever be left entirely to his own devices, left to wander alone through darkness? Even the loneliest wolf casts a shadow. The shadow. Merely uttering those two words sent a tremor through the director's heart. The clandestine organization known as the Shadow, founded by peerless masters, exists solely to safeguard the lone wolves, watching silently, waiting patiently, awaiting the rise of a new wolf king. Will Sheloa become the next wolf king, the next supreme sovereign? No one can answer that question. Only time will tell. Achoo! Yi Bai sneezed. Who's thinking about me? He rubbed his eyes. The sheer volume of first-rank battle soldier assignments had nearly overwhelmed him. Eventually, he narrowed his search parameters. First-rank battle soldier, Nanjiang City, today. With those filters applied, dozens of assignments appeared before him. Assist Municipal Defense Corps with routine patrol half-day duty. Reward 300 long coins. Assist Emergency Response Unit on-day duty. Reward 500 long coins. Plus bonus per emergency assignment scaled by difficulty. Conduct martial arts instruction for senior high school students at Nanjiang No. 3 high school 3-hour session. Reward 600 long coins. Plus 250 long coins per hour for overtime. Yi Bai eliminated all time-intensive tasks. He still had school obligations and couldn't afford full-day deployments. His primary duty, his studies, could never be neglected. No support roles. No lifestyle-related assignments. In the end, only 3 options remained. 1. Join operation with Municipal Defense Corps to eradicate followers of the 4th cult of demons, armed with light and heavy weaponry. 3 first-rank battle soldiers involved. Mission timing undetermined. Base reward 150 long coins. Plus 500 long coins per enemy battle soldier eliminated. 2. Track down the missing 4th cult of demons follower Lin Mo. 200 long coins for actionable intelligence. 500 long coins for corpse retrieval. 100 long coins for live capture. 3. Assist Municipal Defense Corps in apprehending 4th cult of demons followers. Assign defensive sector unknown. Base reward 300 long coins. Plus 200 long coins per confirmed kill. All 3 offer combat opportunities, perfect for testing my recent progress. The first task was immediately discarded. Its likely execution window fell during daytime hours, precisely when Yi Bai would be attending school. Moreover, coordination with the Municipal Defense Corps posed a serious risk to his concealed identity. Yi Bai's gaze lingered on the name Lin Mo. This is no ordinary target. He's revealed his true identity, the son of the 4th cult of demons Grand Master. The Grand Master's son. Unthinkable. Absolutely untouchable. I'm out. Yi Bai prepared to skip this option entirely. He underwent the demon god's baptism, but now suffers grievous injury, demonic energy backlash, and partial paralysis. Currently ranked only as a 2nd-rank battle soldier with no bodyguards. Yi Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, interest stirred. A 2nd-rank battle soldier. Yi Bai could certainly contend with him. And as the Grand Master's son, his very identity held immense value. The 4th cult's Grand Master himself, gravely wounded, was now fleeing across the land. With the cult's leadership shattered, even its heir traveled unguarded. As Yi Bai hesitated, a fresh notification flashed across his interface. Lin Mo possesses leads on the Grand Master's whereabouts. The Grand Master of the 4th cult. Yi Bai's eyes lit up. He recalled the bounty notice merely providing verifiable intelligence would yield a minimum reward of 100 gold coins. Fortune favors the bold, and here the battlefield favored stealth. The enemy stood exposed while Yi Bai operated unseen. If danger arose, escape would be effortless. Low risk, high reward. Yi Bai strode directly to the counter where a masked young woman stood. Hello, I'd like to accept assignment in J154941DS. Understood. Please wait while I scan your lone wolf medallion. Assignment accepted. Completion within 7 days required for full reward. Failure to complete will be recorded in your permanent file. Her voice was sweet and melodious as she offered a graceful, respectful bow. May you complete your mission swiftly and return victorious. After receiving the task, Yi Bai lingered in the wolf's nest for a moment, forced to exit only when the eternal tower closed for the day. Returning home, he gazed at the softly glowing sky outside the window, beginning to contemplate the gains from this excursion. The originally set goals have all been achieved and the test for the first-tier warrior has passed. In Yi Bai's palm, the lone wolf medal lay quietly like a beast lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. The greatest gain is still the magic restraining dish, but it's a pity that the bloodline restriction is too harsh. With this thought, Yi Bai took out the pass for the trading secret realm and proactively contacted his gremlin Jr. The response was almost instantaneous. Fourth brother, you want to remove the bloodline restriction on the special item. This is a bit tricky. We generally recommend submitting it to the Action Defense Commission to exchange for corresponding rewards. Fearing Yi Bai would misunderstand, the gremlin Jr. hastily explained, in situations like what fourth brother mentioned, most of them occur with loot from the abyssal plane, quite common. The creatures from the abyssal plane are not foolish. Any special items used in battle come with a layer of bloodline restriction. Thus, even if we seize these special items, they become quite useless in our hands. Listening to the gremlin Jr.'s explanation, Yi Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed, the magic restraining dish was precisely the same situation. The gremlin Jr. continued, of course, after all these years of dealing, we also have ways to break the restrictions. We can ask a high-level expert to break the item's restrictions, and I will send you the price list. Soon Yi Bai received a price list. Below a grade, a one-time unlocking costs 100 gold coins. An S-grade special item costs 1.2 million gold coins for a single unlock. Why not just go rob someone? The 1.2 million gold coins completely extinguished Yi Bai's thoughts of lifting the restrictions. Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be able to gather 1.2 million gold coins. That price is a bit exaggerated, but it's already an internal discounted rate. The gremlin Jr. anticipated Yi Bai's reaction and continued. If fourth brother has acquaintances in Lone Wolf, you can post a task in the wolf's nest. The expenses there will be lower. The wolf's nest. Yi Bai calculated the All Things Pavilion required 1.2 million gold coins, and he only had 5,000 at hand. The gap was simply too large. Even if the lone wolves in the wolf's nest were willing to give a discount, it wouldn't be lower than 1 million gold coins. Where could Yi Bai possibly get 1 million gold coins? Was he really going to surrender the magic restraining dish to the Action Defense Commission? Yi Bai knew that the Action Defense Commission was always fair. Submitting the magic restraining dish would guarantee him a reward of no less than 1 million gold coins. However, the effects of the magic restraining dish far exceeded that value. If there were any feasible methods, Yi Bai would never consider submission. The gremlin Jr. sent another message. There is another method, but it comes with some danger and side effects. You can use a special potion to briefly transform into a creature with demonic bloodline, thus allowing you to use the special item. However, these potions are classified and usage is strictly controlled. Even the All Things Pavilion requires real name registration to purchase. Moreover, after use, one must quickly cleanse the bloodline to prevent the human bloodline from being contaminated, ultimately leading to complete demonization. Looking at the long message, Yi Bai frowned. The side effects were simply too great. To use the magic restraining dish, forcibly transforming into a minotaur. Hiss! This picture was too beautiful. Yi Bai dared not imagine. No minotaurs, no minotaurs. The pure-hearted Yi Bai rejected this last option. Moreover, requiring real name purchases was something Yi Bai would never consider. What a worry! Good things can only be seen, but not used. This feeling. Helpless Yi Bai could only tidy up and head out to school. The matter of the magic restraining dish lingered in Yi Bai's mind. 1 million gold coins. An astronomical figure without a doubt. Lin Zheng, the son of the fourth sect master, can he bring me 1 million gold coins? With this thought, Yi Bai wrote down Lin Zheng's name on paper, hoping to glean some information about him. Still in South City, and still without guards. Yi Bai planned to sneak near Lin Zheng's hiding place after class, observing from a close distance. If given the opportunity to take him down directly, Yi Bai would not hesitate. If things became tricky after gathering enough information, Yi Bai would report him, sending Lin Zheng a deadly report package. This operation is still a bit dangerous. More preparation is needed. Yi Bai remained clear-headed, believing that one should plan before acting. The more comprehensive the considerations, the smoother the plan would go, ensuring his safety as much as possible. With this in mind, Yi Bai sent a list to the Gremlin Jr. through the trading secret realm pass. Healing potions, healing scrolls, several combat potions, defense scrolls, level 10 defensive gear. The item list contained life-saving equipment and items. Because Yi Bai's required level was too low, only level 10, these items were not very valuable, totaling only 300 gold coins. Really cheap. With this thought, Yi Bai sent 300 gold coins to the other party through the trading secret realm pass. Soon the Gremlin Jr. prepared everything and sent it back to Yi Bai. With this, Yi Bai felt a bit more confident for the afternoon's operation. However, the matter of the magic restraining dish felt like a thorn lingering in the depths of his heart. As the son of the demon sect leader, even if Lin Zhang had no guards around him, he must have plenty of special items and scrolls on hand. If a battle broke out between them with the protection of the magic restraining dish, Yi Bai's safety would increase significantly. Remember, this was reality, not the eternal tower. If he died here, it would be a direct GG restart, reincarnating on the spot. Yi Bai couldn't afford to be careless. Is there any way to get someone to help me lift the bloodline restriction on the magic restraining dish? In class, Yi Bai was absent-minded, his mind filled with this matter. Before the class ended, a flash of inspiration struck him. I can help people identify equipment. The Eye of Insight can view hidden attributes of equipment without any cost. I can charge a fee for identifying equipment, or even exchange it directly, asking the other party to help me lift the restrictions on the magic restraining dish. With this thought, Yi Bai hurriedly ran into the bathroom, closed the door, and took out the Lone Wolf Medal. The Lone Wolf Medal could connect to satellites, has calling functions, and a dedicated line for lone wolves with professional personnel providing various services. Beep, beep, beep. The call was quickly connected and a crisp, pleasant female voice sounded. Hello, how may I assist you? I want to post a, how should I put it? Task. A bounty. Please describe the specific content. Oh, we will help you categorize it. Alright, I need a large amount of gold coins, or help me lift the bloodline restriction on an S-grade special item. Understood your needs. What can you offer in exchange? I can help people identify equipment. After thinking for a moment, Yi Bai added, including hidden attributes. On the other side of the line, the customer service representative was very polite, speaking slowly. Alright, we have registered your request and posted it in the barter section. If anyone shows interest, we will forward the messages to your voicemail box. Ooh, please check it promptly. Is there anything else I can assist you with? No, that's all, thank you. The call ended, and Yi Bai rubbed his temples. He didn't know if he could catch up. Time was of the essence. In the Wolf's Nest forum, a new post appeared in the barter section. Charged equipment identification, including hidden attributes, price negotiable. As soon as this post was published, the views instantly exceeded 1,000. Identifying equipment's hidden attributes was something only a master blacksmith could do. Hiring a master blacksmith would cost a fortune in both money and personal connections. Now that someone was willing to pay for identification, it naturally attracted countless people's attention. However, when everyone clicked on the post to view the details, they left disappointed. What the hell, a first-tier warrior dares to post this kind of thread? A scam. I, Old Wong, would rather starve to death outside than let a first-tier warrior help me identify equipment. The Wolf's Nest forum is really getting worse by the year. All sorts of people are here. You take my fish away and I ride my horse away, understand? A torrent of mockery flooded in, and no one was willing to believe that a first-tier warrior could identify the hidden attributes of equipment. Could he possibly have this great talent, keen eye? Everyone assumed someone was just fishing or trying to stir trouble. No one took this post seriously. At the women's dormitory of the Imperial Capital University, a disheveled beauty sat before her computer, looking troubled. I'm about to intern in the abyssal plane, and I haven't even sorted out my equipment. Oh, what should I do? As usual, she browsed through the posts on the Wolf's Nest forum, hoping to find a lucky break. Soon she spotted a very popular post with many clicks replies. Charged equipment identification, including hidden attributes, price negotiable. A post by a first-tier warrior. What a waste of time. The beauty wanted to close the post, but hesitated, biting her lower lip. What if he's telling the truth? Let me try contacting him. Oh, I won't lose anything. If it's real. With this thought, the bowtie's despondent expression brightened with a hint of excitement as she typed on the keyboard, expressing her willingness to negotiate. After doing all this, she fell back onto her bed, covering her face with her hands, mocking herself. God, look at what I've been reduced to, actually pinning my hopes on a first-tier warrior. Forget it, a dead horse can be treated as a live one. At South City No. 3 Middle School, Yi Bai, who was in class, felt the Lone Wolf Medal in his pocket vibrate slightly. Is there news? Yi Bai remained calm, raising his hand and saying, Teacher, I need to go to the restroom. If you dare leave this class, don't come back. All right, thank you, teacher. The teacher. Yi Bai slipped out the back door and dashed into the bathroom, taking out the Lone Wolf Medal to check for messages. Want to identify equipment? Sure, let's discuss it in the trading secret realm. The Eternal Tower, the Trading Secret Realm. Two graceful figures logged, in one of them looking around curiously. So this is the Trading Secret Realm, Lao Zhao. I've only come here for the first time in my 3rd year. The two were of similar height, both just over 1.7 meters. One was slender, exuding youthful vigor, while the girl known as Lao Zhao had a curvy figure possessing a mature charm that belied her age. Clearly not pleased with the title Lao Zhao, she chastised, "Xiaoping, your sister Zhao secretly took the family pass and brought you to the Trading Secret Realm, so don't get too greedy." Yes, Sister Zhao is the best to me. The slender girl named Li Xiaoping was, as her name suggested, cute and charming. Sister Zhao had teased her about this quite a bit. According to the course schedule of the Imperial Capital University, 3rd-year students must go to the Abyss Dimension for an exploration internship at the end of the semester. The internship lasts 3 days, and they must slay a magical creature of 5th tier or higher. Li Xiaoping wanted to procure a more suitable staff before setting off, but she found herself in a dilemma while selecting. Both weapons had hidden attributes, and she couldn't determine which one was better, but she only had enough money for one, making it hard to choose. On the Wolf's Nest forum, Li Xiaoping saw someone posting for a fee to appraise items. By a twist of fate, she contacted them and ultimately decided to meet in the Trading Secret Realm. To this end, she also brought her good friend Zhao Meng, who hailed from the Zhao family in the Imperial capital. "Sister Zhao, please help me keep an eye out and haggle the price." "Haggle? Xiaoping, are you really that foolish, or just pretending?" Zhao Meng spoke disdainfully. "A 1st-tier warrior can help you appraise equipment. The only possibility is in great talent called Sharp Eyes. This talent is extremely rare. Once discovered, even a battle king would treat them as a guest of honor. How could you possibly expect to find a bargain? I suspect they are most likely a scammer just toying with you." But, Li Xiaoping grew anxious. "I have no other choice. Besides, since they proposed to meet in the Trading Secret Realm, it should indicate they have some strength and background. Entering the Trading Secret Realm costs a significant price." Even Li Xiaoping felt the pinch. She could only turn to Zhao Meng for help to take her into the realm. After hearing Li Xiaoping's words, Zhao Meng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but that's why I said they are most likely a scammer. However, there is still a 20 chance. What if you get lucky?" "No, it's not 20, it should be a 0.2 chance, a 0.02 probability." As she spoke, a smile appeared on Zhao Meng's face. She had already thought that if they encountered a scammer, she would have a good laugh at Li Xiaoping's expense when they returned. At least she'd need to mock this girl for half a month. A post from a 1st-tier warrior, and she actually believed it. These two are truly a perfect match. One dares to post, and the other dares to believe. What a combination. "We've arrived. Where is he?" The two stopped in their tracks, waiting at the agreed location. Within half a minute, a mass of lightning element floated in front of them and asked, "Is this da-da-da-da-da-da?" Li Xiaoping's face instantly darkened, and Zhao Meng struggled to hold back her laughter, nearly bursting out. In the end, she couldn't contain it any longer. "Ha ha, what kind of ridiculous name did you choose?" "Ha ha ha." Li Xiaoping's social death happened in an instant. She never expected that the username she casually registered on the Wolf's Nest forum would lead to her social demise in front of her best friend. When she initially chose her username, she was too impulsive and found herself unable to modify it. It's all Zhao Meng's fault that she mocked her for being small every day, which made Li Xiaoping in a fit of rage choose such a name. Ignoring Zhao Meng's infectious laughter, Li Xiaoping steeled herself and said, "It's me. Should we discuss the price first or the appraisal?" Behind the lightning element was Yi by himself. He didn't expect the other party to walk around with their true appearance in the Trading Secret Realm. They looked quite decent, slightly less attractive than Lu Sueki. Li Xiaoping didn't expect the other party to get straight to the point so quickly, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond, so she turned to her friend for help. Zhao Meng, having laughed enough at Li Xiaoping, now wore a serious expression and slowly spoke. "First, let's confirm your appraisal ability, and then we can discuss the price. How does that sound?" Before Yi Bai could speak, Zhao Meng added, "We won't waste your time. If the test is accurate, we are willing to pay a testing fee of 100 gold coins." Yi Bai nodded. "Sure, how do we test?" Li Xiaoping leaned closer to Zhao Meng and whispered, "Sister Zhao, I only have 150 gold coins in savings, so spend wisely. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It'll cover this 10000 gold coins." Zhao Meng confidently declared. Li Xiaoping, this silly girl, was too naive. She was either in the library or in the combat room most of the time. She hardly interacted with people. Otherwise, she wouldn't even think of doing something as bizarre as finding a 1st-tier warrior to appraise equipment. Zhao Meng was different. Coming from the Zhao family, she was exposed to business dealings from a young age and knew a thing or two. Zhao Meng understood better than anyone how coveted talents like Sharp Eyes were. If the other party could truly appraise hidden attributes, not to mention 100 gold coins, Zhao Meng would be willing to pay even 100 to befriend such a person. The test is very simple. Zhao Meng took out 3 colored balls and explained, "These are the most commonly used appraisal balls. Their hidden attributes are numbers, and using them for appraisal won't cost too much. Among the 3 balls, you only need to identify the hidden attributes of 2 of them to pass. Zhao Ming's words were interrupted as Yi Bai spoke up. 456. What? Li Xiaoping looked confused, not knowing what the other party was talking about. Zhao Ming froze in place, her mouth slightly agape in an O shape, unable to make a sound. Yi Bai had to repeat himself. I said the hidden attributes of these 3 balls are 4, 5, 6. This. Li Xiaoping hurriedly turned her head to look at her best friend, wanting to confirm if the answer was correct. The moment Li Xiaoping saw Zhao Ming's expression, she knew the other party was right. Could it be that I really hit the jackpot? Li Xiaoping's heart soared with joy, and before she could speak, Zhao Ming, who had regained her composure, spoke first. It really is 456. This is a 1000 gold coin anonymous card. Please keep it. As she spoke, she handed over a black card which Yi Bai accepted casually. Zhao Ming forced a somewhat stiff smile and asked, could you let my friend and me discuss this on the side? No problem, I still have 14 minutes. Yi Bai glanced at the time. Class was starting in 14 minutes. If he missed class consecutively, a teacher would definitely speak to him after school, which would delay things. No problem, we'll be right back. Zhao Ming pulled Li Xiaoping aside, and even though she lowered her voice, she couldn't hide her excitement. Xiaoping, you've struck it big this time. Huh? Lao Zhao, calm down, and I haven't even appraised my equipment yet. What do you know? Just building a friendship with this master is worth a fortune. Appraising equipment is nothing. Zhao Ming took a few deep breaths to calm herself, attempting to remain as composed as possible. We can't leave a bad impression on the master. We need to build a long-term relationship, not a one-time deal. Do you understand? Li Xiaoping said, somewhat aggrieved. But all I wanted was to appraise the weapon. Zhao Ming said, exasperated. You with your thick skull would take a golden hoe and use it to plow the fields. What else would a hoe be used for? Still defiant. Finally, Zhao Ming concluded, from now on I'll handle all negotiations. We need to clarify what this master truly needs. Be urgent for others, understand what others are seeking. Got it. Li Xiaoping timidly replied. If I understood that, why would I need to bring you along? Come here. Zhao Ming pulled Li Xiaoping back to Yi Bai. All right, master, let's discuss the appraisal price. Master, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Ming, just call me Xiao Zhao. Zhao Ming unabashedly revealed her true identity. Coming from the Zhao family, she had always been interested in business. Merchants seek fame and fortune. Having a reputation is essential for profit. It is crucial for others to remember her. Zhao Ming. Yi Bai noted this name down. In fact, with the inside eye, Yi Bai could easily see the true identities of Zhao Ming and Li Xiaoping. Master, my friend wants to choose one from 2 staffs, but is unsure and wishes to hear your opinion to make a decision. Zhao Ming briefly introduced the situation. If you want to completely appraise both items, the appraisal fee. We might not afford it. The appraisal fee for 2 items is more than double that of 1. According to Zhao Ming's understanding, with great talent, sharp eyes, one could only appraise 3 items a day, and the success rate isn't 100. This is negotiable. Yi Bai was also experiencing charging appraisal fees for the first time. He needed to raise money to solve the limitations of the forbidden magic disc and had to gather enough cash in a short time. Moreover, Yi Bai was making a no-cost transaction, helping others with just a glance, without spending a dime. If he helped Li Xiaoping appraise first, it would be a great start, and he wouldn't have to worry about clientele anymore. From this perspective, Yi Bai was reluctant to overcharge, fearing it would ruin the business. After listening to Yi Bai, Zhao Ming pondered slightly before cautiously suggesting then. 1500 gold coins, how about that? This was the maximum price Li Xiaoping could offer. Any more would require Zhao Ming to borrow from her. Li Xiaoping, though seemingly gentle, was firm inside and would surely not want to owe her money. On the other hand, Zhao Ming felt this price was indeed not high, perhaps even a bit low. To her surprise, the other party readily agreed. No problem. With 1500 gold coins plus the 1000 gold coins Zhao Ming had given, and Yi Bai's owned 4300 gold coins. Yi Bai now possessed a total of 2000 gold coins, getting closer to his goal of 1000 gold coins. With the remaining 8000 gold coins, if Yi Bai did a few more deals, he might just gather enough. Did you bring the equipment? Upon hearing Yi Bai's inquiry, Li Xiaoping hurriedly took out the 2 staffs and presented them before him. Level 200 equipment, you're already a general. Yi Bai's tone was slightly surprised, as if he had just discovered this fact. In truth, Li Xiaoping's information was laid bare before him. Li Xiaoping, level 209, Fire Mage 2nd tier General Combat Power. Zhao Ming, level 199, Radiant Priest 9th tier Soldier Combat Power. Zhao Ming nodded, saying with a hint of pride, indeed, Xiaoping is the strongest mage in our class. Old Zhao, you're talking nonsense. Li Xiaoping quickly waved her hand to deny it. No, master, many classmates are much stronger than I am. This little girl seemed not very adept at socializing. Yi Bai smiled and shifted his attention back to the equipment, feigning to inspect it for 2 minutes. During this time, Li Xiaoping nervously held her breath, waiting for the final conclusion from the appraisal master. This was important information she exchanged for her 3 years of savings, a total of 1500 gold coins. This staff has already been upgraded twice and can be upgraded 3 more times. The hidden upgrade requirement is to infuse it with 49 drops of phoenix blood. The attributes after upgrading. Never mind, I'll write it down for you. Saying this, Yi Bai produced paper and a pen, swiftly writing down several lines of information. Li Xiaoping took the paper, her eyes lighting up as her breathing grew heavy. If the attributes after upgrading were accurate, this staff was perfect for her. It was simply a match made in heaven. I'll take this one. Li Xiaoping didn't even ask Yi Bai to write down the information for the second staff. If it were me, I would choose the same. Yi Bai nodded, agreeing with Li Xiaoping's choice. The other staff could only be upgraded once, and its attributes after upgrading were not as good as the first one. Thank you so much, Li Xiaoping said as she reached for her money, intending to hand 1500 gold coins to Yi Bai. Wait. Almost simultaneously, both Yi Bai and Zhao Meng stopped her action. Oh, we are completing the transaction under the witness of the secret realm spirit. This is the rule of the transaction realm, Zhao Meng explained. Since the other party chose to make the transaction in the transaction realm, they must have valued this point. That's right. With that, Yi Bai summoned the secret realm spirit, appearing quite skilled. Of course, all this was just an act. Even summoning the secret realm spirit was only Yi Bai's second experience. He was not much different from novice Li Xiaoping. I see. After the contract was established, the 1500 gold coins entered Yi Bai's hands, which also meant that the secret realm spirit recognized Yi Bai's appraisal results. Now this is good. There's hope to hunt generals. Li Xiaoping held the staff, unable to part with it, her eyes full of excitement. The reason she valued this trip to the Abyss Realm was to hunt general-level magical beasts. Otherwise, with Li Xiaoping's second-tier general combat power, she wouldn't need to worry about her internship. The previously aloof appraisal master suddenly spoke up. Besides the appraisal, can you help me with a small favor? Please say. Zhao Meng was eager. A request from an appraisal master was certainly not a small matter. This mysterious appraisal master had already proven his worth through his abilities. Help me deliver this item to the graveyard in the extreme north snowfield, to the 3rd row after entering the garden, in front of the unnamed tombstone in the 4th column. As he spoke, Yi Bai took out a bull's head the size of a 3-story building that had been roasted and was still emitting a fragrant aroma. This isn't a problem, right? Zhao Meng found it strange. Delivering something was all it took, and with the presence of teleportation arrays and planes, a round trip to the extreme north snowfield would only take a few dozen minutes. Why wouldn't the master personally handle such a trivial matter? Regardless, agreeing to it first would not be a mistake. Li Xiaoping blinked, gazing at the bull's head with a serious expression. This is a general-level magical beast, no doubt about it. I can't be mistaken. Little girl, good eye? Yi Bai praised her, pretending to be mature. He is a general of the Bloodstained Legion under the 6th demon god. Bloodstained Legion. The two girls exclaimed simultaneously, clearly familiar with this name. A general-level magical beast of the Bloodstained Legion, far superior to others of the same rank, has actually died just like that. Zhao Meng looked at Yi Bai with a slightly altered gaze filled with astonishment. In her heart, she began to form a new guess about Yi Bai's identity. This is an old senior. The reason he registered as a 1st-tier soldier is to conceal his true power and avoid drawing attention. Indeed, such existences do exist among humanity. They only registered as 1st-tier soldiers for convenience in entering the Abyss Realm. As for their true strength, they might be generals, war kings, or even war gods. In Zhao Meng's heart, Yi Bai had become a hidden powerhouse, only taking on side jobs due to financial constraints. Everything made sense now. Li Xiaoping, unlike Zhao Meng, was not so calculative. All her attention was on the bull's head in front of her. Reaching out to touch the burnt cowhide, Li Xiaoping said in a daze, this injury was a one-hit kill. It even controlled the damage and deliberately preserved the bull's head. Even Yi Bai couldn't help but marvel at Li Xiaoping, as she was indeed a talented girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to enroll in the Imperial Capital University, nor become a general in her 3rd year. Just this level of insight surpassed her peers. Hearing Li Xiaoping's analysis, Zhao Meng grew increasingly uneasy. She cautiously asked, Xiaoping, based on your assessment, what is the strength of the one who struck? Strength, huh? It's hard to say. This strike must have dealt at least 10 million damage, right? Even if he's not a war king, he's not far off. Zhao Meng gasped in surprise, her gaze towards Yi Bai drastically changing, filled with immense shock and an indescribable awe. This turned out to be a hidden war king-level powerhouse. Whether as a war king or an appraisal master, each identity was of immense nobility. Zhao Meng's heart was nearly in a frenzy, a single thought crazily echoing, I must build a good relationship with him. Absolutely. You must establish a good relationship with this master at any cost. Zhao Meng was roaring internally, but on the surface she maintained a gentle demeanor, saying softly, We will certainly help you deliver it, but there is a question I wonder if I should ask. Feel free to speak your mind. Since the other party was willing to assist him, Yi Bai did not mind chatting a bit more. After all, he knew what could and couldn't be said. You only charge this little for helping us identify equipment, and it's in gold coins. Zhao Ming cautiously phrased her words. Have you encountered something urgent that requires money? For high-level powerhouses, gold coins are definitely not the currency of priority. For example, college students can use credits to exchange for goods within the school, and Li Xiaoping's weapon was obtained through credits. If the same grade of equipment were placed in the Wanwu Pavilion, Li Xiaoping would be unable to afford the price. The preciousness of credits cannot be bought with gold coins. In the Legion, there are merits. In colleges, there are points. In Wanwu Pavilion, there are VIP points. Even within the Wolf's Nest, there is a unique exchange system. Gold coins are nearly the worst choice. But why does this hidden powerhouse, this identification master, insist on accepting gold coins? Yi Bai smiled slightly and replied, It's not a big deal. I have a special item that needs to have its bloodline restrictions lifted, and I thought using gold coins for the transaction would be more convenient and less likely to expose my identity. The explanation given was quite reasonable. Zhao Ming nodded. I see it was Zhao Ming who spoke too much. She really wanted to say directly, let me pay to lift the restriction for you. Even if it costs 1,000,000 gold coins, if she explained the situation clearly upon returning to the Zhao family, it could be reimbursed. But powerhouses have their own dignity, and if Zhao Ming were to do that, it would be tantamount to insulting the other party. Therefore, it was not an option. If Yi Bai knew Zhao Ming's true thoughts, he would probably shout, feel free to insult me a few more times, it's no problem. That was 1,000,000 gold coins. Dignity, what is that? Can it be exchanged for money? Can it be eaten? Zhao Ming could see that the money near the other party was likely insufficient to lift the restrictions, and even with the previous 1600 added, it was still quite far off. Since he is eager to lift the restrictions, I must find a way to help. Zhao Ming understood clearly that she had to demonstrate sufficient value, or she would miss the opportunity to connect with this mysterious powerhouse. Opportunities are rare and must be seized. By the way, Zhao Ming's eyes lit up slightly with excitement as she said, I know a forging master with a unique talent. The buffs he adds to equipment are time-limited, including the lifting of bloodline restrictions. If we ask him to help, the price will be much cheaper, but it can only lift the bloodline restriction for a limited time. What do you think? Zhao Ming's suggestion was like a timely rain for Yi Bai. He was worried about not having enough money, and it would be best to use the magic suppression disc in the afternoon's operation, otherwise the risk would be significantly greater. Alright, we can meet to discuss this. This special item is of SS rank. SS rank special item. Zhao Ming's breath caught in her throat. The other party's offerings were extraordinary, far beyond what Zhao Ming could imagine. Having received Yi Bai's approval, Zhao Ming hurried to contact the forging master, making sure to discuss the price and conditions thoroughly. Excitement sparkled in her eyes, and her heart was overwhelmed with waves of exhilaration. This time she seized the opportunity. Zhao Ming's efficiency was high. After getting in touch with the forging master, she quickly came back and said, Master, the other party quoted 2,000 gold coins along with 1 equipment identification. The lifting of the bloodline restriction of the special item can last for 7 days, and after 7 days, he will help again for free to lift the bloodline restriction. 2,000 gold coins was equivalent to emptying Yi Bai's entire fortune in exchange for 14 days of use of the magic suppression disc. It seemed that this deal was somewhat unfavorable. However, for Yi Bai, it was like buying a life insurance policy for 2,000 gold coins. With the magic suppression disc, Yi Bai's chances of survival in battle greatly increased, and most spells posed no threat to him. Moreover, most of this money was earned by Yi Bai through identifying equipment. It was as if Yi Bai had not spent much and easily exchanged for 14 days of lifted bloodline restrictions. This deal is worth it. No problem, let's get it done quickly, preferably within 8 minutes. Yi Bai glanced at the time. There were 8 minutes left until class started. Understood. Zhao Ming urgently contacted the other party and drafted the transaction contract, swiftly completing all matters to ensure it could be settled within 8 minutes. The forging master happened to be available and came to the trading secret realm. He helped Yi Bai lift the bloodline restriction of the magic suppression disc, while Yi Bai assisted him in identifying equipment. At the same time, both parties established a contract to keep all matters of this transaction confidential and not disclose relevant information to outsiders. 7 minutes later, the contract was concluded and the dust settled. I have other matters to attend to. I will take my leave first. Saying this, Yi Bai logged off and left. The forging master looked at the detailed equipment information, exclaiming, This person's identification skills are far beyond mine. I must mention that I consider myself a master of the forging class, yet I could not successfully identify it. Zhao Ming, where did you find this master? It's a secret, Uncle Qian, please don't ask. Zhao Ming beamed a radiant smile, taking Li Xiaoping's arm as they walked out. Xiaoping, you are my lucky star. The glory and wealth of my sister's later years all depend on you. Let's hurry to the extreme north snowfield and help the senior deliver the bull's head. At last he made it. Yi Bai rushed back to the classroom just as the school bell rang, narrowly avoiding trouble. "Bai, did you eat something bad?" Zhao Lin whispered. "You were in the restroom for 26 minutes and 17 seconds. And you're here timing me." Yi Bai was also speechless. What kind of person was this? "By the way, I didn't get to ask before, did you go to the Wind Thunder Valley yesterday?" "Yes, I did. And then, it's nothing, I just wanted to ask here a good thing for you." Zhao Lin secretly handed over an item wrapped in oil paper, speaking mysteriously. "What is this?" Yi Bai opened the oil paper and a fragrant aroma immediately wafted into the air, revealing several evenly sized roasted beef strips in front of him. 10 mature beef warlord level quality. Guess who this unlucky fellow is. No need to guess, Yi Bai already knew the answer. Bull, demon warlord. To buy this thing can increase your strength attributes the first time you eat it, and eating it regularly can also enhance your physique and restore health. It's a good thing. Zhao Lin briefly recounted last night's experience, marveling at the strength of the mysterious warrior, regrettably noting that he had died at the hands of the boss. Yi Bai, have I become a warrior? And was killed by the boss? It wasn't me who killed the boss, it was the eternal rule that did. Why is this so chaotic? Regardless, no one discovered that Yi Bai had killed the BOSS, which was undoubtedly good news for him. As for the beef in his arms, Yi Bai found it hard to eat for a moment. After storing the beef, he continued planning his actions for the afternoon. With the magic suppression disc in hand, along with the large amount of potions and scrolls he had purchased earlier, Yi Bai's means of survival were fully prepared. He'll just take a look. If there's really danger, I can run. Ding, ding, ding. The school bell rang, and Yi Bai was the first to leave the classroom. Not being proactive after school indicates a problem in mindset. He slipped into a small grove, changed his clothes, wore the mask transformed by the lone wolf metal, and used a random teleportation scroll to leave. The operation was smooth and fluid. Yi Bai's figure appeared in an alley in the suburbs, his gaze fixated on an abandoned factory by the roadside. This place is remote and rarely populated, making it an excellent hiding spot. Even Zheng, the son of the 4th demon sect leader, a heavily injured second-tier warrior, is hiding here. Very well, there are no guards, no special arrangements. Yi Bai surveyed the surroundings, confirming there was no danger. Get closer before deciding on the next course of action. This factory has been abandoned for some years, with rust covering the iron gate and the corners and roadside overgrown with weeds. Even wild rabbits can be seen appearing. Yi Bai hid 800 meters away from the factory, carefully observing the surrounding environment. There is no electronic surveillance system, no defensive formations, no traps. It seems many people are searching for Lin Zheng. He must not act recklessly. Yi Bai thought to himself. If Lin Zheng had set up formations around it, would be tantamount to informing the city defense department that something was amiss, prompting them to investigate. The headquarters of the 4th demon sect was destroyed, the sect leader severely injured, with heavy casualties among the higher-ups, causing both their strength and morale to plummet. In such circumstances, the half-paralyzed Lin Zheng resembled a startled bird hiding like a rat in the sewer, not daring to show the slightest sign. In fact, Lin Zheng's choice was quite correct. This abandoned factory in the suburbs rarely sees any human presence and is certainly not a key target for searches. Without Yi Bai, Lin Zheng might have truly escaped this disaster. Approach slowly and run at the slightest hint of danger. Yi Bai took out 2 items: magic suppression disc and 3-headed hellhound skull. The former, once its bloodline restrictions were lifted, could withstand massive magical damage, providing Yi Bai with the greatest confidence for this mission. The latter could grant Yi Bai 100 points in strength and constitution, significantly boosting his health. These 2 special items were carried by Yi Bai, activating their effects. Prior to this, Yi Bai had already stacked 30 layers of momentum, ensuring his output capacity was maximized. Then Yi Bai took out nearly 10 scrolls and tore them open one by one. Lightness technique, breath concealment technique, focus enhancement. Glimmers of light continuously erupted from Yi Bai's body, layers of buffs stacking up, gradually enhancing his state to its peak. This mage, clearly powerful, was overly cautious. Disguise technique. Yi Bai used the last scroll and glanced at the time. 182846. These buffs can last up to 30 minutes at most, and as little as 15 minutes. No matter what happens after entering the factory, I must retreat after 15 minutes. Yi Bai understood well that one must take risks for rewards, but one must also have the means to enjoy those rewards. Regardless of how much he gains in 15 minutes, Yi Bai must retreat to ensure his safety. Let's go. The countdown on his watch began. Yi Bai bent low, darting forward like the wind, leaving behind only fleeting shadows. Wind slash. Yi Bai had previously set up several decoy puppets for high-speed movement very discreetly. When Yi Bai retreated, these decoys would be his best help. In less than 10 seconds, Yi Bai easily infiltrated the abandoned factory, only 500 meters away from Lin Zheng. That guy is on the third floor. Through the concrete wall, Yi Bai could clearly see the scene inside. What is he doing? Previously, the distance made it impossible for Yi Bai to gather more information. Inside an abandoned office on the third floor, the decor was surprisingly luxurious, the entire office surrounded by special materials resembling a bank's vault. In the center of the office stood a bed. A pale-faced man leaned sideways, propping his upper body slightly on the mattress with his elbow. Lin Zheng, the target of Yi Bai's mission. At this moment, a display screen was placed before Lin Zheng, revealing a sinister aged face that bore some resemblance to Lin Zheng, the leader of the fourth demon sect. The moment Yi Bai saw the other party, his pupils constricted and his breath caught sharply. This was a war god-level powerhouse. As expected, there are leads about the sect leader here with Lin Zheng. Yi Bai couldn't hear what they were saying. The voices were blocked by the special materials. Generating subtitles. The Eye of Insight once again brought Yi Bai a surprise. He indeed couldn't hear clearly, but he could see. Lin Zheng, dad, save me. Yi Bai. What a unique translation style. Clearly, Lin Zheng's words would be more extended and euphemistic, but they were simplified by the Eye of Insight, making the meaning very clear. Lin Zheng wanted to survive. The subtitles continued to refresh. Sect leader, steady, don't panic, you'll escape first. Lin Zheng, if you don't save me, I will report you. Sect leader, you little brat, if you dare report me, I'll kill you. A classic case of familial love, a true familial bond. Yi Bai could not help but sigh. This family, no wonder they turned to the demon god. For them, morality was like used toilet paper, utterly worthless. As they fled, they displayed their worst sides like drowning people eager to escape by stepping on each other's shoulders. A minute and a half have passed. Yi Bai watched the melodrama of familial love while calculating the time. The mutual insults between Lin Zheng and the sect leader did not last long. In the end, the sect leader made a compromise. Sect leader, I will help you activate the Abyss Plane teleportation array, sending your soul to the Abyss Plane. Once I reach the Abyss Plane, I will help you reconstruct your body. How about that? Lin Zheng fell silent, not immediately responding. Abandoning his body would greatly affect his future strength. However, being half paralyzed, now recovering, would require vast resources, and reconstructing his body seemed to be a viable path. Sect leader, hurry, the pursuers are about to find me. If we wait any longer, I won't be able to help you, and we will all die. Ultimately, Lin Zheng made a decision, nodding in agreement with the plan. However, he had his concerns. Lin Zheng, the teleportation array for the Abyss Plane takes a long time, and the noise is immense. What if it attracts the strong from the city defense department? Although Lin Zheng was paralyzed and his strength was only that of a second-tier warrior, his thoughts were meticulous, ensuring that he did not overlook any details. Sect leader, no problem, your safe house can not only withstand damage at the billion level, but also conceal the noise from the teleportation array, leaving the other side with little reaction time. With the sect leader's words, Lin Zheng felt much more at ease. Lin Zheng, dad, what are we waiting for? Let's get started. A minute ago, Lin Zheng had still been shouting about reporting the other party, but now he could instantly turn affectionate and call him dad. That level of shamelessness was at least SSS-Rank. The sect leader did not bother with such details, casting spells from afar, activating the prearranged formation that shimmered with evil light, attempting to connect to the Abyss Plane. Yi Bai, who had been observing in the dark, changed his expression at this moment. Should I retreat? Yi Bai did not expect to run into Lin Zheng's escape. Oh, what a coincidence. Even if he were to report Lin Zheng now, it would be too late. Once the teleportation array was activated and Lin Zheng entered the Abyss Plane, there would be no more chances. Just as Yi Bai hesitated, the formation beside Lin Zheng revealed a note: Abyss Sacrifice Array. After communicating with the Abyss Plane, sacrifice a large number of treasures and the souls of blood relatives to summon powerful demonic creatures. Hiss. Yi Bai's body stiffened slightly, a chill creeping up the back of his head, and his expression grew increasingly serious. This was not a teleportation array, but a sacrifice formation. The sect leader had no intention of saving his son. He wanted to sacrifice Lin Zheng. Truly a case of familial love, a harmonious family. Yi Bai made a swift decision, his figure darting out, rushing up to the third floor in the blink of an eye. I must stop the sacrifice. Lin Zheng's life or death is irrelevant. The sacrifice must be interrupted. Before reaching the third floor, Yi Bai glanced back. Nanjing City was slowly shrouded in the night. This was the suburbs, sparsely populated, yet there were still many people living here with only dozens of kilometers distance from the bustling city center. Hurry! Yi Bai shot up to the third floor like an arrow, arriving in front of Lin Zheng's office. The entire office had been fortified into an impregnable fortress. Lin Zheng's father, the supreme lord of the fourth demon sect, had clearly prepared for this moment. His scheme was no mystery: activate a sacrificial array to tear open a rift into the abyssal plane, summoning monstrous entities to appease the demon god he served. Simultaneously, the chaos unleashed by those monsters would provide cover for the sect master's own escape. a single stroke yielding multiple gains. And the sole price? His own crippled, worthless son. This trap had been laid long ago, waiting only for the day the demon sect master fell from grace to be triggered at last. And even tigers refrain from devouring their young. This sect master may have forsaken humanity, but he has sunk lower than beast. As Yibai scorned the sect master, his gaze fell upon the office before him, where a faint azure barrier shimmered across the doorway. Resists damage up to 120 billion. Yibai had stacked 30 layers of coiled momentum, amplifying his power by nearly 1 billion times. Yibai's current intelligence stat stood at 285 points. His lightning bolt spell dealt 51 intelligence lightning damage, further enhanced by 15 from natural affinity. Thus, each bolt delivered 386 points of lightning damage. And with coiled momentum's 1 billion-fold amplification that surged to a staggering 400 billion. Yibai could shatter this barrier effortlessly. And remain calm. Beyond it lie other adversaries. Even Lin Zheng himself wields the combat prowess of a second-rank battle soldier. Yibai knew full well he raced against time, his life hanging by a thread. And from the moment he chose to step forward, retreat ceased to exist. If he pressed forward, he would survive, but using lightning bolt now would exhaust all layers of coiled momentum. Should further battle erupt, he would be perilously exposed. He discarded lightning bolt and instead invoked another ability, Thunder Blessing. Thunder Blessing LV. 1 bestows divine lightning upon self or ally. Basic attacks gain 20 lightning damage, magical attacks gain 25 lightning damage. With natural affinities 15 boost and coiled momentum's 1 billion-fold amplification, basic attacks gained an additional 3 billion damage, and magical attacks 6 billion. Duration 30 seconds. In all combat must end within 30 seconds. Yibai tightened his lips, raised his staff, and vanished into stealth. Thunder Blessing. An infinite surge of lightning energy flooded his being. Every motion now thrummed with godlike might, as though a single gesture could unmake heaven and earth. Without hesitation, Yibai slammed his staff against the barrier. In 3 billion. Not Warhammer's impact. No, 3 billion. The barrier trembled violently, fracturing with hairline cracks. Its violent oscillation alerted Lin Zheng inside, his attention snapping instantly toward the disturbance beyond the door. Damn it! Has the City Defense Bureau arrived, eh? And how could they be here so soon? And he whirled furiously toward his father and roared, "Old man, you swore you'd mask all sound. What's the rush?" On the screen, the demon sect master's face remained icy and stern as he rebuked his son in not even a shred of composure. "This safe house was built by my own hands. It withstands over 1 trillion damage. Even a battle king would be stalled for more than a minute. By then the array will already be complete." His words settled like a talisman, calming Lin Zheng's panic. Yet the trembling did not cease. It intensified. Boom, and boom. And like a celestial titan beating war drums, fissures spiderwebbed across the barrier, delicate as porcelain shattered beyond repair. Can this thing really hold for a full minute? And Lin Zheng shrieked, flailing wildly, utterly undone by terror. Boom. In one final strike, the barrier exploded into dust. A shield capable of absorbing trillion-level damage crumbled like parchment, shattered in under 5 seconds. He's broken through. And Lin Zheng howled like a cornered beast stripped of all hope. And through the smoke, a lone figure charged forth. Only one person. And Lin Zheng thrust both arms high, screaming with every fiber of his being, "I surrender. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. It was him who forced me. I never meant to betray humanity. The accursed old man dragged me down, and no 15 minutes were needed." He surrendered the moment their eyes met. Yibai cast him a single disdainful glance, its contempt needing no words. Above Lin Zheng's head a line of text flickered in. "Did you know? The 4th demon sect master was once a meritorious battle king of humanity, until his son lured him into corruption. In paternal kindness, filial piety, 4 characters that twisted into grotesque irony within this family. Son betrayed father, a father betrayed son. Enmity turned absolute, tragedy beyond measure." Yibai wasted no time. He raised his staff. In lightning bolt. Amplified by thunder blessing, the bolt blazed forth with apocalyptic force, hurtling toward Lin Zheng. In boom. It struck a rippling azure ward, and both vanished in mutual annihilation. "Hurry, save me." And Lin Zheng's expression contorted. He knew his stalling tactic had failed. Every word he'd uttered, his surrender, his curses against his father, was but a ruse buying seconds until the ritual teleported him away. But Yibai refused to play along. And each strike was lethal, unrelenting. And had Lin Zheng not carried a unique artifact that absorbed one fatal blow, he would already be dead. Almost there. Hold on for 45 more seconds. On the television screen, the demon sect master's image flickered, then vanished beneath a deafening explosion. Clearly, battle raged on his end too. His situation far from favorable. Why hasn't the rift opened yet? Nai Bai's next incantation had already begun. Lin Zheng lacked even the courage to confront Yi Bai face to face. Shattering a trillion-tier barrier. Shattering a life-saving artifact with one bolt. In Lin Zheng's mind, Yi Bai was unquestionably a battle king. A tier of power utterly beyond his reach, let alone his capacity to fight. In truth, Yi Bai was merely level 10, a first-rank battle soldier. Even had Lin Zheng dared charge forward, it would have changed nothing. Under Thunder Blessing's 1 billion-fold amplification, Yi Bai's output rivaled that of the most elite battle kings. Though lasting only 30 seconds, it was enough. Lightning bolt, and 2 more bolts shattered 2 more artifacts. Despair raw and absolute finally dawning in Lin Zheng's eyes. Lin Zheng screamed in utter despair, I curse you. Whether your soul dwells in heaven or hell, I curse you. I offer my soul as price. Yi Bai denied him the chance to finish. Lightning bolt. The 4th bolt erupted, pure annihilation, striking Lin Zheng dead center, ending his wretched existence. Boom! Lin Zheng disintegrated into ash, leaving only a charred silhouette upon the floor. The sacrificial offering of the array, his death, triggered a catastrophic cascade. The ritual collapsed, the sacrifice aborted. The crisis ended. Nai Bai exhaled deeply, long and slow. Across the massive screen a sigh echoed faintly. After all, father and son. Even monsters feel sorrow when their child dies. Then swiftly a venomous rasping voice slithered from the screen. Whoever you are, I swear I will kill you for slaying my son. Even if I plunge into the unceasing hellfire, I will drag you down with me. Remember this. This is the vow of a war god sworn upon his life. The voice ground out each syllable like iron scraping stone. I swear to kill you. I will slay you. Each word fell like a hammer blow, unyielding absolute. Such dense, palpable malice surged forth as if it could bleed through the screen itself, enough to make infants wail in terror and wither blossoms in its wake. ZZZZT. Suddenly, the television screen flickered violently before plunging into absolute blackness. Yi Bai held the power cord in hand, scoffing. So this is the so-called war god. Then come at me. Crawl down the Ethernet cable, why don't you? Having yanked the demonic sect master's internet cable, Yi Bai had no time for further banter. His insightful eye ability flashed a dire warning. Prolonged eye contact, beyond 10 seconds, would invite unnamed peril. In truth, the war god could kill across vast distances. Even the sacrificial array here had been activated remotely, by sheer will alone. The commotion has drawn attention. The City Defense Bureau is likely already en route. Gather what we can and withdraw, immediately. Yi Bai swept his gaze across the room. This office, serving as the demonic sect master's secure sanctum, had once concealed numerous rare and valuable artifacts stashed for emergencies. Alas, the earlier battle had raged too fiercely. Its aftershocks had obliterated nearly everything, leaving only dust-shrouded remnants scattered amid the rubble. Yi Bai blurred forward, sifting hastily through the debris and snatching up a few salvageable items. No time to inspect them closely, he simply tucked them deep into his robes. Winds rising, fall back. Before departing, Yi Bai remembered one final vital act. He withdrew the lone wolf medallion and pressed it firmly into the ashen remains where Lin Zheng had perished, leaving behind the unmistakable imprint of the lone wolf insignia. Wolves travel 1,000 miles and leave traces wherever they tread. Withdraw. Yi Bai shattered the 3rd-floor window and leapt, landing lightly on the concrete below, as graceful and weightless as a dragonfly skimming water. Gale step severance. Yi Bai reappeared instantly behind a dummy puppet, retracting it into his pack without hesitation. Not out of frugality, but to erase every trace of his passage, lest even the faintest clue betray his involvement. His form flickered, Gale step severance growing ever more fluid, instinctive, blazing with mastery. Swish, swish, swish. Every last puppet was retrieved, nearly all evidence of his presence meticulously erased. Yi Bai vanished beyond the city's nocturnal horizon. 5 minutes after the battle erupted, for minutes after his departure. Sirens tore through the hushed night air as dozens of armored vehicles screeched into the derelict factory complex encircling an abandoned office building. Hundreds of elite combat soldiers poured from the vehicles, seizing strategic positions. Rifles and energy weapons trained unflinchingly upon the building. A commander raised a megaphone voice, booming with authority. Attention inside. Your surrender is demanded. Silence. A thunderous roar detonated overhead. An elder hovered midair, his head wreathed in azure flame, descending like a wrathful celestial sovereign upon the assembled ranks. Fall back, all of you. This place reeks of the abyssal plane. It is far beyond your station to intervene. It's Qin Yan, the War King. He's returned from the abyssal plane. Many recognized him instantly. The legendary War King of Nanjiang City, pillar of the Liu clan, Liu Qingyan. At Liu Qingyan's command, the city defense forces retreated without hesitation, while simultaneously evacuating nearby civilians. Liu Qingyan stood rigid, eyes narrowed with grave intensity, bellowing low. All under warlord rank, retreat 50 li. All under war general rank, retreat 30 li. Nanjiang City enters level 1 emergency status. Abyssal plane teleportation array signatures detected. Orders cascaded from his hands, swift, precise, irrevocable. On the radar vehicle, a comms officer wearing a headset worked furiously, fingers flying across his console. By order of War King Qingyan, Nanjiang City enters level 1 emergency status. All cities within 3,000 li of Nanjiang enter level 2 emergency status. All War Kings report immediately to nearest teleportation array. Any who delay deployment shall be exiled to the abyssal plane penal colony for 3 years. Any who defy wartime orders shall be executed. As he delivered the final decree, the comms officer's voice trembled, barely controlled, raw with dread. Level 1 emergency status meant one thing: abyssal entities had breached Blue Star, and with them came existential peril. Humanity now faced catastrophic loss of life and infrastructure. Under such circumstances, disobedience toward the Planetary Defense Council's directives constituted outright rebellion. When the Supreme Sovereign first decreed this iron law, one war god, arrogant in his prestige and influence, deliberately delayed response by mere moments. He was stripped of all titles on the spot and cast into the abyssal penal colony as a death row inmate. Only beneath this unbreakable law does peace endure. The tranquility of Blue Star, the quiet lives of its people, is forged not in ease but in blood and sweat. The orders were executed with mechanical speed, as if etched into bone and sinew. Within 60 seconds, piercing alarm wails shrieked across Nanjiang skies. Several overwhelming auras, rivaling even Qingyan's, erupted skyward, seizing key tactical vantages. Simultaneously, 2 War Kings accelerated toward Liu Qingyan at blinding speed. "Old Liu, what's happening? Why such upheaval?" One spoke, face frozen in icy severity, brows knotted tight, gaze sharp with urgency. "Speak quickly. I must report upward immediately." Liu Qingyan had been closest at the moment of incident, and arrived first, assuming command on the scene. Liu Qingyan's expression remained grim as he replied slowly, "There's the scent of an abyssal sacrificial array here. Observe." With that, he lashed out, a whip of azure fire slicing the air, striking something unseen. A wisp of pitch-black smoke coiled upward, reeking of decay. Indeed, both War Kings tensed instantly, on full alert. An abyssal sacrificial array bridged realms, summoning demons from the depths. Given the potency of the residue, the summoned entity would be, at minimum, a War King-class demon. Perhaps even stronger. At that thought, their hearts lurched, chilled to the marrow. A War God-class demon. None had set foot on Blue Star in nearly half a century. Should such a being truly manifest, the 3 War Kings present would scarcely amount to a mouthful. Regardless, we are nearest. We must lead the charge. Liu Qingyan continued calmly, "Per the emergency response manual, I hold highest authority on site, and thus command. You both obey my orders, without question." Without waiting for objection, he added, "I will enter the building alone, to assess the abyssal array, gather intelligence. If confronted by a demon, I will engage and extract critical data. Under no circumstance are you to intervene, unless I issue direct command. If I fall, the air assumes command, organizing full evacuation." "Understood." "Old Liu, absolutely not." Li Er, the middle-aged War King, flushed with fury, outraged by the arrangement. He too bore the title of War King. Why should Liu Qingyan shoulder the sole burden? Inside that building lurked demons no weaker than War Kings. Dueling them was a gamble, with 9 chances of death out of 10. Liu Qingyan's plan placed him squarely in mortal peril. "Save your objections until after this crisis is resolved." Ignoring protest, Liu Qingyan drew a deep breath. The azure flames above his head flared denser, swaying like sacred banners in a silent wind. "Perhaps this very trial may become my ascension to war godhood." "Ah, Qingyan the war god. I rather like the ring of that." With those words, he strode forward, his aura surging to its zenith, crushing the air itself, and stormed into the building like a force of nature incarnate. Within that cursed space, where the abyssal rift had opened, lurked demons of War King, perhaps even war god caliber, waiting in shadowed silence. "Surrender, gaze upon me." Liu Qingyan's roar erupted from within the building, fierce, unbroken, vibrating with boundless martial intent. "Emerge, and then perish." What in the world is going on? Such chaos. Amid the omnipresent wail of sirens, Yi Bai quickened his pace, refusing to glance back at the unfolding spectacle. After slaying Lin Zheng, the abyssal sacrificial array had collapsed, the threat neutralized. Why trigger level 1 emergency? Did I overlook something? Yi Bai reviewed every detail, certain he'd missed nothing. Under the scrutiny of his insightful, no secret could remain hidden, not even a mote of dust. Walking briskly, he murmured under his breath. None of this concerns me. None of this concerns me. I'm merely a passing high schooler. Finished my errand heading home. Yes, that's exactly it. In the suburbs at an abandoned factory. After the lingering aura of the abyssal sacrifice formation was discovered, Nanjiang City entered a state of level 1 emergency. 3 battle kings rushed to the outside of the abandoned factory, with the mightiest among them Battle King Qingyan taking the lead and charging into the office building. He surged forward with an imposing presence, wielding the might of thunder as he stormed into the office building filled with the remnants of the abyssal aura, unafraid of any formidable foes. Battle King Qingyan entered the building for 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. Time passed second by second, yet no battle erupted within the office building. The waiting battle kings grew impatient, but recalled Qingyan's instructions before he left and dared not rush in. Old Lu. Lier called out from a distance, "What's going on inside?" Soon a grim-faced Lu Qingyan emerged from the office building, his gaze notably icy. "You all follow me inside." The others remain on standby. The 2 battle kings, filled with countless doubts, could only follow Lu Qingyan. "Old Lu, say something." "What happened?" Lier urged. "You can see for yourselves." Lu Qingyan led the 2 to an office door, revealing a scene of utter chaos before the battle kings. "What is this?" The battle king's vision was far superior to that of ordinary people, who just a few glances allowed them to reconstruct the battle scene nearly in its entirety. Thunder element damage. Battle king level output. From the battle traces here, it should have first breached the barrier, then killed the person. "Old Lu, do we have any information on the identity of the deceased?" "Yes, the identity has been confirmed," Lu Qingyan said solemnly. "It should be the son of the 4th demon sect's leader. His real name is Lin Zheng, and his father is..." Lu Qingyan did not finish his sentence. The name of the war god, even if he had betrayed the human race and allied with the demon god, could not be directly spoken of. Lin Zheng. Then his father. Is he not the leader of the 4th demon sect? Lier's face was filled with shock. That individual was on the verge of becoming a celestial war god, having achieved countless merits. After a certain great battle, he had remained in seclusion, detached from worldly affairs. Unexpectedly, he had already betrayed the human race. Higher-level matters are temporarily unrelated to us, and we do not have the capacity to concern ourselves with them. Lu Qingyan brought the conversation back, pointing at the ashes on the ground. Lin Zheng was struck dead by thunder spells. The one who acted must be at least a battle king-level powerhouse. Indeed, I have checked the barrier formation here, and judging by the materials, it should be able to withstand damage at the trillion level. With that statement, all 3 fell into silence. Lier turned to Lu Qingyan, asking with a hint of bitterness, "Old Lu, how long would it take for you to inflict trillion-level damage?" "In peak condition, 5 seconds, under normal circumstances, 10 to 20 seconds. If a battle king were to strike at peak condition, the city defense department's monitoring formation would have already received the signal," Lier said slowly. "In other words, the opponent possesses the output capability of a peak battle king while concealing their true strength. Although I am reluctant to admit it, the facts are indeed as such." Lu Qingyan had long formed a judgment. He had been shocked for quite some time when he first discovered the traces of battle here. When did Nanjiang City obtain such a powerful presence? The output capability of a peak battle king, they must have tracked Lin Zheng's hiding place in advance and interrupted the process of the abyssal sacrifice formation. Lier let out a breath, relaxing slightly. Regardless, he saved Nanjiang City. If the abyssal sacrifice formation had been successfully activated, it would have summoned battle king-level demonic beings. Lu Qingyan, Lier, and the others would inevitably face a great battle. The full force of the battle kings could not control the scale. Nanjiang City was destined to be largely destroyed. This matter is likely not as simple as we imagine. Lu Qingyan rummaged through the ashes for a moment, pointing at a small mark. "Look here. This is the Lone Wolf mark. It was done by someone from the Lone Wolf. Oh, what do they intend to do?" Quiet, let me think." The appearance of the Lone Wolf mark tightened the nerves of the few who had just relaxed. The entire affair seemed to have grown more complicated. "Is there a possibility," Lu Qingyan said slowly, "that someone from the Lone Wolf tracked down Lin Zheng, wanting to use him as bait to draw out the leader of the 4th demon sect? In the course of this, they encountered the activation of the abyssal sacrifice formation, had no choice but to take action, kill Lin Zheng, and interrupt the abyssal sacrifice formation. In order to conceal their identity, they swiftly left the scene after taking action." Lu Qingyan's analysis was logical, and the 2 battle kings nodded continuously. To dare to bait a war god-level powerhouse, this mysterious stronghold's strength may be beyond our imagination. Regardless, let's first compile the information here and report it upwards. Saying this, Lier took out a tablet preparing to take action. The shadows of the three battle kings suddenly distorted. Be careful. From within the shadows, a ball of black mist slowly rose. Allies, don't make a move. Lu Qingyan halted the movements of Lier and the others, his expression filled with confusion. I wonder who among the shadows is here. The shadows. The visitor turned out to be a big shot from the shadows, a legendary figure who was said to have been elusive only to protect the lone wolf. From within the black mist, a raspy voice emerged. I am Shadow 9. Little Lu, it's been 30 years, you've actually become a war god. The black mist seemed to recognize Lu Qingyan, carrying a hint of admiration in its words. Lu Qingyan quietly explained to his two companions, I was part of the lone wolf for a while, and at that time Shadow 9 the war god was my protector. Shadow 9 the war god. Lier's face was filled with astonishment. This ball of black mist was actually a war god. Lu Qingyan's attitude was extremely respectful without a trace of arrogance, and he asked, Lord Shadow 9, what happened here? What exactly transpired? Nothing much, just a young man acting bravely and stepping forward. Young man. These three words left the three battle kings stunned in place. They had previously speculated that it might have been the work of a hidden battle king level expert. Where did a young man come from? At such a young age, possessing battle king level output capability, there was only one person in the world who could achieve such a feat. The name surfaced simultaneously in the minds of the battle kings, Xiao Luo. Lier was shocked by his own conjecture. This matter was actually related to Xiao Luo, the strongest seed of the human race, the hope of the fourth supreme powerhouse. According to previous orders, all information about Xiao Luo should be classified as SSS level secrecy. Why did Shadow 9 speak so casually? Lier cautiously asked, Lord Shadow 9, is it really alright to tell us about this? Of course not. The black mist churned, producing a raspy laugh. That's why I came to clean up the mess, right? Young people act too hastily and need this old bone of mine to tidy up the aftermath. After saying this, the black mist suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire office building and swept the three battle kings along with it. Moments later, the black mist receded. The three battle kings appeared unperturbed as they walked out of the office building. The leading battle king Qingyan announced loudly, this level 1 emergency drill has concluded. Afterwards, superior departments will assess the performance of each unit. Dismissed. With that, the three battle kings transformed into beams of light, vanishing into the sky. In their hearts, this drill was a success. As for matters beyond the drill, they were buried deep within their memories. Perhaps one day, after they become war gods, they would have the opportunity to reignite this segment of sealed memories. Until then, all memories of today were merely a drill. Under the night sky, a ball of black mist drifted slowly towards the distance. The sirens have stopped. Yi Bai halted his steps, looking at the large screen by the street where the latest news was scrolling. It turned out to be a drill. What a false alarm. Yi Bai took another step, preparing to head home and evaluate the rewards from this kill of Lian Zheng. Before he could enter the community, Yi Bai was stopped by someone. Excuse me, are you Yi Bai? A modestly dressed, yet refined, mature woman, smiling softly, asked. Yes, and you are? I am Xueqi's mother, Lu Sueki. You are classmates. The woman introduced herself. Is it convenient to chat for a moment? Not really convenient. After speaking, Yi Bai bypassed the woman and continued walking into the community. The woman. She was just being polite. How could this kid really say it was inconvenient? This day there was nothing to talk about. How did her daughter end up liking such an unconventional person? Yi Bai. The woman gritted her teeth and hurriedly caught up, saying it won't take much of your time, just a few words. Yi Bai stopped in his tracks, frowning at the other person. Why was Lu Sueki's mother looking for him? Was she trying to recruit him as a son-in-law? Auntie, I think you might be misunderstanding something. We are high school seniors, and I believe we should focus on our studies. I currently have no intention of dating. Yi Bai said seriously. This time the woman was taken aback. She hadn't said anything yet, but Yi Bai came at her with a barrage of responses, turning the tables. I didn't say I wanted you to date Sueki. For a moment of distraction, Yi Bai walked 3 to 5 meters away. The woman took a deep breath and caught up again, speaking quickly. Yi Bai, I just want to tell you one thing. Sueki has an level talent and has chosen the profession of an interdimensional summoner. She might find it difficult to even become a warrior in the future. As for Sueki's choices, she can make her own decisions. Since she has feelings for you, I naturally won't say much. I just hope you can be a bit stronger than Sueki, so that in the future your lives will be a bit easier. The woman carefully chose her words, finding it extremely difficult. Sueki has an level talent, while this Yi Bai has a clever talent, which is like a broom matching with a dustpan, both at the bottom of the talent hierarchy. I think you must be misunderstanding something, Andy. Yi Bai patiently reiterated. Sueki and I have a very pure classmate relationship. She occasionally asks me for help with some problems, that's all. The woman's face showed a smile, clearly disbelieving Yi Bai's words. A pure classmate relationship. Would Lu Sueki give such a precious map to an ordinary classmate? Alright, those fairy tales might fool someone else, but don't try to deceive me, Andy. The woman continued, I just want to tell you that no matter who Sueki chooses, Andy will support her. But the Lu family isn't solely decided by me. If you want to be with Sueki, there will definitely be other elders who will oppose it. Yi Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. What kind of ridiculous script is this? A crooked-mouthed dragon king and a god of war son-in-law. Sorry for the intrusion, farewell. Worried that Yi Bai would run away again, the woman hurriedly finished her last words. In the next 2 days, Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School will hold an internal selection. Those with excellent grades will have a chance to qualify for a summer camp at a top university and even be admitted early. Yi Bai, if you want to be with Sueki. Yi Bai interrupted, saying, Auntie, I'll say it again, I only want to study right now. The woman changed her tone, saying, Alright, if you want to study well, you must seize this opportunity. If you can make it into the top 20 of the internal selection, my Lu family. The woman didn't finish her sentence, but those who understood would understand. With the Lu family's influence in Nanjiang City, as long as Yi Bai enters the top 20, he could be pushed into the summer camp of a top university, and further early admission wouldn't be impossible. The premise is Yi Bai must strive to excel. The woman came this time to inform Yi Bai of this matter. After speaking, she nodded to Yi Bai and turned to leave. I feel like she has misunderstood a lot. Yi Bai was speechless and could only hurry back home. Lu Sueki had chosen to hide her level talent after her second awakening. Lu Sueki's mother is also an interesting person. It was evident that she cared a lot about Lu Sueki. After leaving the community, a luxury car, entirely black, parked by the roadside, its door opening automatically. Oh dear, didn't you go to respond to the level 1 emergency? The woman got into the car and discovered her husband was also inside. It was a drill, and it's over. But I find it a bit strange. In the back seat sat a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, a stern face, and sharp features, as if he had been chiseled from stone. Let's not talk about that. Did you see Yi Bai? I did. He's more handsome than in the photos, no wonder Sueki likes him. They haven't even gotten to that point yet, and I see you've already thought of names for their children. Don't talk nonsense. The woman exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with charm. Lu Sueki is indeed an excellent beauty, evidently inheriting quite a bit of her mother's beauty. My poor daughter. Isn't Dad back from the abyss dimension? Go and ask Dad if there's any other way for Sueki. As the woman's request was voiced, the middle-aged man's brows slightly furrowed. Dad values this granddaughter more than anyone else. Even without my asking, he would be anxious. It's said that the news of Sueki's level talent has spread, and Dad gave up the chance to become a god of war, rushing back overnight from the abyss dimension. If it weren't for encountering the level 1 emergency drill, he would have been home earlier. At this time, he probably has already met with Sueki. The middle-aged man gazed out the car window, his anxiety growing. Level talent choosing to become an interdimensional summoner, Lu Sueki essentially blocked all her paths. To reverse Lu Sueki's life, unless a god of war or even a supreme being intervenes, one can only hope for a second awakening of talent. How difficult is a second awakening of talent? After 1,000 words, it ultimately turned into a sigh. Sueki's path must ultimately depend on herself. Sueki, tell Grandpa again what exactly happened. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit stood by the window, his face filled with disbelief. He is the Qingyan War King, just returned from an abandoned factory. Upon hearing that his granddaughter awakened and level talent, he immediately ended his exploration of the abyss dimension, not pausing for a moment. As a result, he had just returned home to see his granddaughter, who unexpectedly told him privately that her talent had been second awakened and had become its level talent, shocking the Qingyan War King for 10,000 years. Lu Sueki could only patiently recount everything that had happened in the past few days. So you could only awaken a second time, thanks to Yi Bai? The Qingyan War King stroked his beard, calmly analyzing. It might not necessarily be. I can't be sure. It's definitely Yi Bai. The Qingyan War King's gaze was sharp, having recognized this point. You did well to conceal your secret while also saving Yi Bai a lot of trouble, which is beneficial for both of you. After speaking, the Qingyan War King paced back and forth in the room, gradually formulating a plan. Sueki, you listen to Grandpa, make sure to pass the warrior test as soon as possible, and choose the lone wolf camp. And then, Lu Sueki blinked, her bright eyes waiting for more. Once you become a lone wolf, you will be much safer. Even when Grandpa isn't around, there will be people to protect you. Regarding the matter of the shadow, the Qingyan War King did not elaborate further. This was not something Lu Sueki needed to know at this stage. As for your classmate, I will arrange for someone to make contact. We cannot forget this kindness. After saying this, the Qingyan War King walked out, saying, make sure to rest well and prepare for tonight's Eternal Tower. Aim for a high exploration rate on the first level before attempting to advance. As he stepped out of the villa, Lu Qingyan strolled through the garden when a hunched butler silently approached him from behind respectfully, saying, "Sir, the young master has gone to see Yi Bai. What do you think? He's an interesting person." The butler hesitated for a moment before adding, "Do you need me to send someone to learn more?" The Lu family matters are handled by this old butler when the Qingyan war king is not around. He has followed Lu Qingyan for many years, treating him as family. "No need." Lu Qingyan declined outright. The butler looked slightly surprised. "No arrangements. What did the master plan to do?" "I'll go personally." Lu Qingyan casually remarked, "This kid has done a great favor for Sweki. I've been feeling a bit off lately, unable to return to the Abyss dimension, and I'm not suited to explore the Eternal Tower." Just in time to take a look at what the new generation of young people is like. Standing before a willow tree, Lu Qingyan stood tall and straight like a sword drawn from its sheath. Yi Bai, don't let this old man down." Achoo. Yi Bai rubbed his nose, thinking, why are so many people thinking of me lately? Returning home, he finally relaxed. This trip can be considered to have been safe and sound. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Bai let out a long sigh. He took out several items from his backpack and placed them on the table, looking over them one by one, starting to tally the gains from this trip. The spoils laid before Yi Bai were all treasures of the fourth demon sect's leader. Having remained intact during the previous battle with Lian Zheng, they clearly possessed exceptional quality. On the far left was an irregular sphere the size of a fist, its black surface adorned with golden speckles, exceptionally heavy. Just this small piece weighed a full 1,000 jin. Yi Bai's strength attribute exceeded 300, allowing him to barely move it. At this moment it lay on the floor, the tiles, unable to bear its weight, crushed to powder. "Tyler Uppolite. Chunjin meteorite, 512 kilograms, a specialty of the Abyss plane. After special refinement, it is incredibly sharp, with excellent armor-piercing effects commonly used to create king-level melee weapons." Good stuff. Yi Bai felt a surge of excitement. This was the main material for king-level weapons. After his previous encounter with the Bull Demon General, Yi Bai was certain that the enemy would go all out against the Azura. Even the first layer's boss directly carried an S-level special item, the Magic Sealing Disc, designed to counter the output of mages. Yi Bai's path ahead would only grow more challenging. They target mages, so I'll secretly practice my melee skills to astonish everyone in battle. Yi Bai knew very well that to advance further, he had to develop comprehensively. But a person's energy is limited after all. Rapidly improving his melee skills was evidently unrealistic. A suitable weapon was the most convenient way to significantly enhance Yi Bai's close combat and survival capabilities. Placing the Chunjin meteorite on the floor, its value was immense, and Yi Bai knew he would need to invest considerable resources to truly utilize it. Yi Bai's gaze shifted to the second item, a rather tattered scroll. Cursed Spell Scroll can imprint and release cursed spells, maintaining 80 of their power. Each use consumes 5 durability points. Durability, 55,100. Stored cursed spells 0. Max storage 2 hiss. It can actually store cursed spells. Only a king level could barely unleash the skills, said to be capable of changing the color of mountains and rivers with the remnants of a cursed spell. Yi Bai couldn't help but gasp in shock. He was truly lucky. This item was found beside Lian Zheng. Clearly Lian Zheng understood the value of the cursed spell scroll and carried it with him. Unfortunately, during the previous escape, the cursed spells stored inside had long been exhausted. Otherwise, when Yi Bai confronted him, he would have been met with a devastating cursed spell. So it can store a full-powered strike from a king-level opponent twice. If used wisely, it's not just a trump card for survival, but also a powerful weapon for conquest. Durability consumption. Money can fix that. No ability to imprint cursed spells. Hire a king-level expert to do it. When it comes to matters related to his own life, spending money is no issue at all. The value of this item far exceeds that of the Chunjin meteorite. It might well be my greatest harvest from this trip. Yi Bai held the cursed spell scroll in his hand, growing more fond of it by the minute. He'll contact the master blacksmith for repairs later, and also find someone to imprint cursed spells. With this thought, Yi Bai suddenly felt a pinch in his pocket. I almost forgot, I only have 2,700 gold coins left. 2,700 gold coins equate to 7 million dragon coins. In just 2 days, Yi Bai actually complained about having only 7 million. It was nothing but inflation. However, it wasn't entirely Yi Bai's fault. 2,700 gold coins, when thrown in front of a king, would probably not even warrant a glance. How to hire a king to imprint cursed spells for me is the real trouble. Yi Bai felt a headache coming on. Lack of money, still lacking money. Yi Bai's gaze swept over the last 2 items. A damaged staff. Before it was damaged, it was a god-level piece of equipment, but the cost of repairing it far exceeded its own value. It was a cherished item of the 4th demon sect's leader, having accompanied him in battles for many years, severely damaged during a life-and-death struggle, and the spirit of the staff was also lost, never to exist again. This item is more like a memento of the fourth demon sect's leader. As for its intrinsic value, it can only be described as average. After a glance, Yi Bai ignored the staff. The origins of this staff were too special. If Yi Bai took it to a trading secret realm to sell, it would undoubtedly cause a stir and attract unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the staff's own value was not high, and it wouldn't sell for much. Yi Bai could only throw it into the warehouse to gather dust, waiting for a future opportunity to reutilize it. The last item was a black square box. The method to open the box was extremely complicated. Even a god-level powerhouse could not force it open. If the box were destroyed, the documents inside would also be automatically erased. One could say that the black box was an excellent document security device. Even if it fell into the hands of the Qin Yan King and others, they couldn't view the contents. Unfortunately, it encountered Yi Bai, the possessor of the SS-level talent Insightful. I didn't even need to open the box to see the documents inside. This is a list. Yi Bai's pupils constricted. A flash of inspiration lit up in his mind, and he immediately realized the significance of this list. Yes, you guessed right, this is a list of high-ranking officials in the fourth demon sect. It's actually the demon sect's list. Yi Bai took out paper and pen, diligently copying down the names from the documents. Yi Bai had once reported a general and received 3 gold coins. The weakest among those on this list were 5th-tier generals with bounties reaching as high as 100 gold coins. These are walking 1000 gold coins. If I report everyone on this list, I should easily obtain 10 million gold coins. Yi Bai looked at the list of dozens of people, feeling emotional. Just this morning, he was still worrying over 1 million gold coins. And now he only needed to write a few dozen reports and submit them to easily obtain 10 million gold coins. This money is earned so easily and comfortably. Reporting the demon sect's followers, Yi Bai felt no psychological burden. What kind of bloodstained hands did these guys not have covered from head to toe in filth? Setting the list aside, this was truly a treasure worth its weight in gold. Taking stock, this haul is certainly not small, even far beyond expectations. Yi Bai surveyed his surroundings. The Chunjin meteorite and the cursed spell scroll were both items he could keep for himself. The damaged staff temporarily lay in his hands as a collectible. And the list of demon sect followers was a check worth 10 million gold coins. Time to tidy up. Ooh, I haven't had dinner yet. Putting all the items back into storage, Yi Bai casually picked up the Lone Wolf medal. During the previous battle, Yi Bai had set the Lone Wolf medal to silent mode. Now switching it back to normal mode, the medal suddenly vibrated violently. You have 19827 unread messages. Buzz, you have 20193 unread messages. What's going on? Yi Bai was shocked to find that his voice mailbox was almost overflowing. He clicked on the first voice message. Hello, Master. I old one have an item that needs appraisal. How many gold coins do you want? What is this? Yi Bai glanced over. All the voice messages were quite similar, all asking him to appraise equipment. What in the world is going on? More than 20,000 unread messages lay in Yi Bai's voice mailbox. Moreover, this number was skyrocketing with no signs of stopping. Yi Bai had no choice but to temporarily set aside the Lone Wolf medal, open his computer, and log into the Wolf's Nest forum. As soon as he entered the forum, he saw a title that was bold, highlighted in red and ablaze with flames. Charging for equipment appraisal, including hidden attributes, price negotiable. Strange, wasn't this post published in the morning? Yi Bai remembered very clearly that at that time, he wanted to exchange appraised equipment for money to lift the bloodline restrictions of the Magic-Averse token. After posting, the response was tepid, with only Li Xiaoping reaching out. Let's see what's going on. Yi Bai quickly scrolled through the post. In the first half, most people believed it was a bait post with only one user, Big, leaving a message wanting to appraise equipment. This matter would have passed like that, and Yi Bai's post would have slowly sunk. In the afternoon, the user Big posted again, stating he had finished appraising the equipment and thanked the original poster, eager to give a 50-star rating. This sparked a new wave of excitement. Some wavered, while others suspected that Big was a shill, that the two were performing a duet to fish for responses. Big, we conducted the transaction in the trading secret realm. Here is a copy of the transaction contract. When the transaction contract was revealed, most people fell silent. This thing cannot be faked. Even so, they still held doubts about the appraisal ability of a first-level combatant. Until another user Striving for Every Moment posted. Striving for Every Moment, the original poster's appraisal ability is at least master level, personally tested. In just a short phrase, it ignited the entire Wolf's Nest forum, sparking countless discussions. I can't be mistaken, Striving for Every Moment posted. He is a master blacksmith. Although the items he forges have a time limit, he is indeed a bona fide master blacksmith. Hiss. The original poster is actually a master-level appraiser. This isn't fishing, this is draining the pond. The original poster is a good person. May you live a long life. Help me, Old Wong, appraise a piece of equipment. Get lost, I came first. Original poster, I have a War King level weapon. From then on it spiraled out of control. After witnessing the entire farce, Yi Bai felt somewhat helpless. With intention to plant flowers they bloom not, with no intention to plant willows they take root. The purpose of posting was to solve his own money problem. Now Yi Bai held a list of reports walking bags of 100 gold coins soon to become his. For now money was not an issue. However, charging for appraisals is also a steady income method. Yi Bai thought reporting is ultimately a one-time transaction. A person cannot be reported twice. As Yi Bai's strength increased, his consumption of various resources would also grow. If converted into gold coins, it would be an astronomical figure. Without night grass horses don't grow fat. Without midnight snacks people don't get plump. Having a stable side income is a surefire business for Yi Bai. After making up his mind, Yi Bai called the Wolf's Nest hotline again. Hello, how can I assist you? I would like to cancel the commission I posted this morning, or rather change it. Okay, what would you like to change it to? I can help appraise equipment, and the compensation is as follows: imprinting a forbidden spell on a special item for a War King level expert, forging a melee weapon with a potential limit of War King level, repairing the durability of a special item. These three options, choose any one. Yi Bai stated his needs. As these things could not be valued in gold coins, it was better to trade in the forum. And please add, I can appraise 5 pieces of equipment items daily with 2 chances remaining today. Okay, we are registering this for you, please hold on. This script had been drafted in Yi Bai's mind. He knew very well that if he could appraise equipment for people infinitely, it would surely attract higher level attention, leading to unnecessary trouble. Thus Yi Bai thought of a disguise method. The Eye of Insight had always looked down on the sharp eye and level talent. Originally the sharp eye could only be used 3 times a day. However, Yi Bai noticed while reviewing the related notes that it could be trained for enhancement, allowing it to be used up to 9 times. Yi Bai publicly declared that he could appraise equipment 5 times a day, which fell within the normal range. In the eyes of these lone wolves, Yi Bai had a 99 chance of being in S-level talent with the sharp eye. A full SS level talent actually needs to disguise as S-level. The world is declining and people's hearts are not ancient. Evidently, the Eye of Insight was quite dissatisfied with Yi Bai's actions and lodged a protest. The protest was to no avail. Your modifications have been completed. Any related messages will be forwarded to your voicemail box. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, Yi Bai cleared all of the previous 20,000 messages. His newly added threshold was sufficient to filter out the vast majority. 3 requests, each more demanding than the last. Even the simplest required action from a War King level expert. Even so, Yi Bai quickly received nearly 10 messages which he browsed one by one. I can summon a War King level priest to imprint the priest's forbidden spell. I can repair items increasing durability by 10-30 points, hoping to exchange for 2 equipment appraisals. Forging melee equipment with War King level potential materials provided price negotiable. Yi Bai filtered through, ranking them according to his immediate urgency. For equipment forging, let's place that at the end. I only have 1 main material on hand and currently have no idea what equipment to forge. Durability. The forbidden spell Axis has 55 durability, which can be used 11 times. I can wait and discuss it later. What Yi Bai needed most at the moment was to imprint the forbidden spell. From the messages, Yi Bai selected 2 people and sent out invitations to meet. One of them quickly replied, no problem, I will wait for you in the trading secret realm. Yi Bai didn't think much and directly activated the tower's mark, entering the trading secret realm. A green flame was waiting at the agreed location. The moment Yi Bai saw the other party, a line of notes appeared above the green flames. Head Lu Qingyin, grandfather of Lu Sueki, War King level expert, burning heaven mad warrior. This. Yi Bai did not expect to encounter Lu Sueki's grandfather here. Whatever, he doesn't know my true identity anyway, just imprint the warrior type forbidden spell. At worst, I want to do business with this old man in the future. Yi Bai steeled himself and walked over. This was his first direct interaction with a War King level expert. The legendary War King possesses the ability to alter the heavens and earth, and the top tier among them can even pierce through certain lower realms. Seeing Yi Bai approach, the War King of the Green Flame guessed his identity and spoke respectfully, greetings, master. Hiss, Yi Bai smiled knowingly. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Speak more if you can. Greetings, master. A battle king, even a peak battle king, must respectfully greet Yi Bai as master. Yi Bai was not a vain person. He wore a faint smile and nodded in acknowledgement. I have met the esteemed Battle King. This address struck a chord with Qing Yin Battle King, as he found the thunder element before him increasingly pleasing to the eye. Indeed, this young man is quite impressive. Since the other party was registered as a first-tier battle soldier, his strength was likely not too formidable, and he was still young. Qing Yin Battle King was well aware that the potential and value of the other party far exceeded that of an ordinary Battle King, which was precisely why he was willing to call him master. Among peers, one should treat others with respect. Qing Yin Battle King conjured 2 fiery hands and clasped them together, saying, I am Lu Qing Yin. It is an honor to meet you, master. I have long heard of the name Qing Yan from Nanjiang. Today, seeing you in person, I believe you have the potential to advance further. This is indeed joyous news. Yi Bai's casual remark caused Lu Qingyan's stature to tremble, prompting him to regard Yi Bai with newfound respect. This guy can even discern the depth of my realm from across the transaction secret realm. Even if he is not a Battle King level expert, he is probably not far off. Lu Qingyan, while astonished, also felt a hint of doubt. Such an extraordinary figure should not be an obscure one. Indeed, with the emergence of Shura, the strongest seeds have triggered changes from all sides, prompting many hidden powerful figures to step into the limelight. This person before him likely fell under the same circumstances. Lu Qingyan could not help but regard this mysterious powerhouse with even higher esteem. He laughed heartily and asked, "Let us skip the formalities. How should I address you?" "I am ranked 4th. If you don't mind, you may call me 4th brother." Lu Qingyan, being no ordinary man, understood that one does not become a battle king merely through brute force. He immediately stated, "4th brother, I have a somewhat tricky matter. I hope you can swear an oath of confidentiality." "No problem." Yi Bai agreed, though he was somewhat curious about what matter was so shrouded in secrecy. Under the witness of the secret realm spirit, Yi Bai swore an oath of confidentiality not to disclose Lu Qingyan's secret. "4th brother, the situation is as follows." Lu Qingyan briefly introduced the incident involving his granddaughter. However, he could omit the existence of Yi by simply stating that his granddaughter had unintentionally awakened her talent a second time and now possessed level talent. Yi Bai seemed to hear this for the first time, casually exclaiming, "What great luck." Lu Qingyan, with a hint of pride and pretense of modesty, remarked, "It is also thanks to the assistance of a noble person." "Of course I know about the noble person's assistance." Yi Bai could not help but roll his eyes internally, as that noble person was himself. "So is the matter that Qingyan Battle King sought me for related to your granddaughter?" In communicating with Lu Qingyan, Yi Bai had to maintain an air of aloofness resembling a transcendent master. He called Lu Qingyan Battle King, while Lu Qingyan called him 4th brother, making their hierarchy rather convoluted. Each had their own way of addressing the other. "That is indeed the case, 4th brother. My granddaughter can summon beings from other realms to assist in battle by sacrificing special items. I wonder if you could help identify them." Lu Qingyan spoke sincerely. He did not lack equipment, weapons, or items, having already prepared them for Lu Xueqi. To put it another way, there was no need to ask 4th brother, a master of identification, for low-level equipment. Yi Bai humbly stated, "I can give it a try, but I cannot guarantee success at the moment." "Too modest, brother. It's guaranteed to succeed 100. Good. Lu Qingyan exclaimed 3 times, his smile almost reaching his ears. "Tonight my granddaughter will reach level 10 and participate in the job change. After the job change is completed, I will bring her to the transaction secret realm to trouble you, 4th brother. As for the reward, it will surely satisfy you, 4th brother." After discussing Lu Xueqi's matter, Lu Qingyan took out a Battle King level weapon, asking Yi Bai to help identify its advancement conditions. Advancement conditions: burn the 6th demon god's fingerbone to ashes, apply it to the hilt, and reapply every 12 hours. After 6 applications, advancement can occur. After the identification, Yi Bai could not help but internally complain, such harsh advancement conditions, who would have thought? Why did Yi Bai's post on the Wolf's Nest forum stir such a response? Everyone had some equipment for advancement, but nobody could identify the advancement conditions. Moreover, identification masters were even rarer than forging masters. Not all forging masters are also masters of identification. Only Seizing the Day, who is also a forging master, had to entrust Yi Bai for identification. This illustrates the scarcity and prestige of identification masters. After securing the weapon, Lu Qingyan felt refreshed, having recently enjoyed a streak of good fortune. 4th brother, let's discuss the matter of the reward." He had always been generous, and was even more so now. "I saw you mention on the forum that you need to imprint a forbidden spell. How many times do you need?" 2 times. "Leave this matter to me." Lu Qingyan continued, "Even a battle king must pay a hefty price to use a forbidden spell. Otherwise, how could it be called a forbidden spell? Using a forbidden spell will also affect the battle king's own combat power. A weaker battle king may even enter a period of weakness. Of course, as long as sufficient resources are invested, various healing potions and scrolls can help recover quickly. Therefore, imprinting a forbidden spell is essentially a money-burning endeavor." Lu Qingyan directly stated, "I do not need to participate in frontline battles recently, nor do I need to venture into the Eternal Tower. It is just right for imprinting." With such generosity, Yi Bai did not hold back. "Then I trouble you, Qingyan Battle King, to help me imprint the 2 forbidden spells, Burning Silence Across the Seas and Eternal Flame." "Good choice." Lu Qingyan could not help but exclaim, as these 2 forbidden spells were his signature skills with outstanding effects. Although they were not the strongest forbidden spells he mastered, they were the most convenient to use. Burning Silence Across the Seas is a large-scale AoE that can deal massive fire damage in the surrounding area, incinerating everything, with a special damage bonus against water-type beings. Existences below Battle King rank have no chance of survival. Even a Battle King caught off guard by Burning Silence Across the Seas would suffer a significant loss. Eternal Flame is a life-saving skill that when used lights up to 18 heart lamps on the caster's body, as long as the lights do not extinguish, the caster remains alive. Of course, after bearing massive damage, one can still die. In the face of absolute power, everything is fleeting. However, Eternal Flame is exceptionally effective as a life-saving forbidden spell. After receiving the forbidden spell scroll, Lu Qing Yin immediately began to imprint the forbidden spells. It took 2 attempts to successfully imprint Burning Silence Across the Seas, while it took 4 attempts for Eternal Flame. Lu Qing Yin returned the forbidden spell scroll to Yi by wiping the sweat from his forehead, and explained Burning Silence Across the Seas should be able to inflict fire magic damage in the hundreds of billions, considered a casual strike from a Battle King. As for Eternal Flame, I succeeded on my first attempt, but was not very satisfied with the effect, so I re-imprinted it 3 times. It should now light up 16 heart lamps. Unless a Battle King intervenes, there should be no danger of death. Thank you, Qing Yin Battle King. Yi Bai noted the other party's goodwill and kept it in mind. Lu Qing Yan's actions were not merely to pay Yi Bai's identification fee, more so, it was to pave the way for his granddaughter. Predecessor, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. 4th brother, safe travels. Lu Qing Yin watched Yi Bai depart, nodding slightly. This 4th brother is likely nurturing a junior, a successor. These 2 forbidden spells are quite useless for a Battle King's true strength, but they are most suitable for protecting a junior. Lu Qing Yin, with his keen insight, immediately discerned that a Battle King absolutely did not need such things. As for who this junior nurtured by the 4th brother was, Lu Qing Yin was rather curious. In any case, they cannot be stronger than my granddaughter Shui Qi. With a second awakening and level talent, my old warrior friends will probably be green with envy. After leaving the transaction's secret realm, Yi Bai returned to Blue Star. Through the Lone Wolf medal, he politely declined the identification requests from others. Currently, he lacked neither money nor forbidden spells, and had nearly exhausted the 5 identification attempts for the day. Lu Qing Yin spent quite some time imprinting the forbidden spells, and it was nearing midnight. Yi Bai also needed to prepare for the upcoming journey to the Eternal Tower. Tick-tock, the second-hand, hour hand, and minute hand crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, coming together once more. 1200. Yi Bai activated the tower mark. Welcome to Eternal Core City. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. The familiar prompt echoed once more. Yi Bai did not immediately enter the Eternal Tower for exploration, but instead made his way to the Wolf's Nest. Hello, I am here to submit a task. It was still the sweet voice of the young lady warmly welcoming Yi Bai. Alright, scanning the Lone Wolf ID, please wait a moment. Task: investigate Lian Zheng. Please choose the method of completion, provide clues, capture alive, or kill. Kill, there are traces of the Lone Wolf left at the scene. Verifying. Yi Bai was not worried about a failed verification. According to the introduction of the Lone Wolf faction, as long as he left a Lone Wolf mark after completing the task, he would definitely be recognized. The Wolf's Nest has a special method for verification. Verification completed, we will issue the task reward to you. Task rating: S rank, completion 100, received 2,000 Lone Wolf points. Lone Wolf rank upgraded to gold. In addition to the division of combat power, the Lone Wolf internal system also has a ranking system: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star. As for whether higher ranks exist, Yi Bai was not clear for now. After completing this task, Yi Bai directly advanced from bronze to gold, crossing a significant rank. Yi Bai's Lone Wolf medal was also adorned with dark gold edges, understated, yet luxurious. This is your task reward: 1000 gold coins, please keep it safe. The young lady noticed it was Yi Bai's first promotion and couldn't help but say a few more words. The ranks within the Lone Wolf are quite valuable. As a gold Lone Wolf, even if you are just a first-tier warrior, you can enjoy the treatment of a general officially. Your allowance has also increased from 3,000 dragon coins per month to 9,000 dragon coins. In the internal mall of the Wolf's Nest, you can enjoy a 2 discount, and you currently have 2,000 points available. If you improve your combat power rank in the future, the Lone Wolf rank will automatically drop by 1 tier. In other words, when Yi Bai is a warrior, he is gold, but if he advances to a general, the rank will automatically drop to silver. Listening to the other person's introduction, Yi Bai nodded slowly. This was the first time he had heard such information. Generally, tasks do not reward Lone Wolf points at all. Clearly, Lian Zheng's special identity played a role. The higher-ups of the Wolf's Nest likely already knew that Lian Zheng was the son of the leader of the 4th demon sect. Counting it all up, Yi Bai made a fortune from this task. 1,000 gold coins equate to 1 billion dragon coins. For Yi Bai at this moment, it can't be said to be trivial, it can only be considered moderate. The most valuable part is still the 2,000 points equivalent to the purchasing power of 2,000 gold coins. And being promoted to Gold Lone Wolf means Yi Bai will enjoy considerable convenience in the future. By the way, you have entered the Warrior Gold ranking global ranking 9,812. You can enter a pseudonym on the Lone Wolf medal or enter your own Eternal ID as a keepsake. Global ranking 9,812. Yi Bai nodded, indicating his understanding. He continued to ask, I have information about a traitor of the demon sect that I need to report involving Lin Zheng's father. Can you help me report it upward? Yi Bai did not forget that he still had a list of high-ranking members of the fourth demon sect in his possession. He must submit this list as soon as possible. Those walking 1,000 gold coins must be brought to justice. Yi Bai was not greedy for wealth. These individuals remaining within the human race would always be a hidden danger and must be reported as soon as possible. If they were allowed to continue hiding, who knows what kind of consequences could arise. Treating illness early, getting rid of bad people early, the sooner they die and are reincarnated, the more chances they have to become good people in the next life. Even if they don't become human beings, something like a pig, dog, or bug would still count as accumulating virtue and doing good. That's the way it is. The young lady at the front desk clearly did not realize the seriousness of the matter and smiled back. Reporting information can be registered here without needing to trouble the higher-ups, and the corresponding rewards will be issued in full. Unless it involves high-ranking members of the demon sect, even if it is a war king, you can report it here. Clearly, she did not know the true identity of Lin Zheng's father. The other party is the leader of the fourth demon sect, once a battle god of the human race. Otherwise, she would definitely follow Yi Bai's words. Yi Bai insisted on his viewpoint and said again, please help me report this information, as someone should come to handle it. All right, please wait a moment. The young lady at the front desk submitted this information in the system, assigning it to a higher-ranking war king supervisor. Click, click. Time passed minute by minute, and the clock on the wall moved slowly. It has been 1 minute since the message was submitted. The young lady at the front desk spoke again. Sir, the information you provided may not be sufficient to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Could you disclose a bit more? A loud noise interrupted her. Her words were cut short. Boom. The door of the wolf's nest was forcefully kicked open, and a gust of wind rushed in, destroying nearby tables and chairs, leaving chaos in its wake. Many guests were also sent flying, rolling several times on the ground, angrily looking up. Which blind fool? The words got stuck in their throats, unable to utter a single word. The culprit, a brawny figure who kicked open the door of the wolf's nest, strode in with great strides. The other party was shouldering a massive lone wolf medal shining with the light of stars. Someone exclaimed, War God Tier, Star Lone Wolf. The 9 stars in a chain above signify the 9-star Lone Wolf, number 1 on the star ranking, Xuanmeng. Someone recognized his identity, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. Xuanmeng lived up to his name and was simply fierce. He strode to the bar, ignoring all gazes, and looked at Yi Bai, his voice booming like thunder. Kid, is it you who reported the message? The front desk young lady beside him trembled slightly, unable to say a complete sentence, only able to nod yes. She never expected that the information Yi Bai asked her to report would actually attract Xuanmeng. The superior of the front desk young lady was merely a war king, while Xuanmeng was her superior's superior. How did I provoke this great god? It is no wonder the front desk young lady lost her composure. It was simply too many labels on Xuanmeng. War God Tier Star ranking no. 1 9th tier War God SS level talent, son of the strongest. Any one of these labels when taken out individually feels as heavy as a mountain. Yet Xuanmeng had managed to gather all these terrifying labels. Kid, falsely reporting information is a serious crime. You better think carefully before you speak. Xuanmeng frowned slightly. He did not believe that this first-tier warrior before him could provide any useful information. However, since the other party had killed Lin Zheng, there might indeed be some information. It was precisely because of this that Xuanmeng deigned to make this trip. Should I say it now? Facing Xuanmeng, Yi Bai was not intimidated like others. Instead, he remained quite composed. Xuanmeng was taken aback at first, not expecting this kid to take the initiative. Then he laughed heartily. Good kid, almost got caught off guard by you. This is indeed not the place for conversation. Come follow me inside. As he spoke, Xuanmeng led Yi Bai deeper inside. This conversation sounds a bit gay. Yi Bai internally complained, but his body was quite honest, following Xuanmeng forward. The two arrived deep within the wolf's nest in a private office. Sit down. The content we discuss here cannot be spied on by anyone except the strongest. Xuanmeng threw himself onto the sofa, taking up the entire seat, looking at Yi Bai. Now we can talk about the matter concerning Lin Zheng's father. Or would you prefer to refer to him as the leader of the fourth demon sect? The leader of the fourth demon sect. A god of war level powerhouse. Despite facing overwhelming encirclement after the fourth demon sect's headquarters was breached, he still managed to escape. His threat to humanity is even greater than that of the demon god. The demon god is too far, but the leader is too close. Capturing him sooner means eliminating the hidden danger sooner. Before discussing him, take a look at this list. Saying this, Yi Bai handed over a list with dozens of names written on it. Xueming casually took the list and merely glanced at it. His body shook and 2 beams of light shot from his eyes. He stood up abruptly, his expression extremely serious. What is this list? His tone was inquiring, but judging by his expression, he had likely guessed the answer and just wanted to confirm. Yi Bai nodded, affirming Xueming's thoughts. That's right. This list is of the high-ranking members of the 4th demon sect. Bang! Xueming's face twisted violently, veins bulging on his arms, his hands clenched into fists, and the list instantly turned to dust. He ground his teeth, letting out a roar resembling that of a wild beast. Scoundrel, you shall die. Yi Bai reminded from the side, cough cough. You've destroyed the list, and this is the only copy I have. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xueming rolled his eyes, raised both hands, and all the paper dust swirled in his palms. In less than 3 seconds, the list returned to its original state. Let's see, is there any mistake? With Xueming's level, even a casual glance could imprint the list in his mind. After confirming the list was correct, Yi Bai handed it back to Xueming. After getting through the initial anger, Xueming's emotions calmed down. Where did you get this list? He pondered. This matter is of great importance, so we must be cautious. You should know that many people on this list still hold high positions and important roles. Accusing them of being followers of the demon sect is no small matter. It's best to have some evidence. Yi Bai produced a prepared explanation. After Lianzheng died, I found a small box among his belongings which contained a list. I glanced at the list, and the small box automatically changed and locked itself. Saying this, Yi Bai produced the black box and placed it before Xueming. Have you opened this box since then? No. How does one open it? Xueming held the square box in one hand and scratched his head with the other. He wanted to slap the box to pieces, but feared destroying the list inside. Yi Bai suddenly said, I think you should be able to open it easily, right? Xueming was taken aback, his expression slightly changed. He couldn't admit he couldn't open it. That would be too embarrassing. Of course, Xueming said, forcing himself. Yi Bai took the opportunity to say, once you open it, you'll know the authenticity of the list. In fact, regarding this list, Xueming's heart had already believed it to a great extent. A third of the names on the list were already dead. After the 4th demon sect's headquarters was breached, they either died or were captured. Their identities were no longer a secret. However, the remaining 2/3 were still deeply hidden. These people are a significant hidden danger. If allowed to continue lurking, the defeated 4th demon sect will soon be revived. Only by uprooting them completely can the poison be purged. In other words, the list provided by the other party is invaluable. We will verify the authenticity of the list through multiple means, ensuring that no good person is wronged and no bad person escapes. Xueming calmed down, pondering. As for your reporting reward, it can be distributed once the list is thoroughly verified. Is that acceptable? Without waiting for Yi Bai's consent, Xueming added, this sum will be substantial. If you want to advance a portion under 100 million gold coins, feel free to ask. Hiss. No wonder he is a 9th-tier god of war, just the mention of 100 million gold coins. However, Yi Bai was not in a hurry for money. Once it's his, it won't run away. There's no need for an advance. My reporting is not solely for money. There is still righteousness in the world. Yi Bai didn't emphasize it too much. Once he did, Xueming's gaze towards him became somewhat strange. This kid. He wouldn't have reported for the bounty, right? Regardless, Yi Bai presenting this list is a great contribution to humanity. Xueming did not pay attention to the details, keeping the list safe, while asking about the topic he was most concerned about. You mentioned earlier that you have news about Lianzheng's father. Is it true or false? It's true. I know his next movements. Under Xueming's expectant gaze, Yi Bai calmly said word by word, he will come to Nanjing City. Nanjing City. What does he want there? Oh right, his son died there. Xueming's expression suddenly froze, and he looked up at Yi Bai, a bold thought surfacing in his mind. It couldn't be. Yi Bai nodded, confirming Xueming's speculation. That's right, he is here to kill me. The grudge of killing a son is one that cannot coexist. The leader of the 4th demon sect swore on his life to kill Yi Bai. He must come to Nanjing City, even returning to the scene to trace Yi Bai's whereabouts. Without a doubt, Yi Bai is in extreme danger. Being targeted by a god of war is no small matter. Xueming was speechless, walking to Yi Bai's side, patting his shoulder, and solemnly said, eat more of what you like. Yi Bai, your tone makes it sound like I'm going to die soon. Show your 9th-tier god of war strength, big brother. Aren't you the leader of the demon sect? Take care of him. Just kidding. Xueming forced a stiff smile and reminded, hide your identity well. Oh, I will send someone to keep an eye on the scene and ambush the demon sect leader. Perhaps we can capture him directly. Regardless, being targeted by a god of war means there's not much you can do. Just leave it to fate. Saying this, Xueming escorted Yi Bai outside. Go to the Eternal Tower and quickly increase your strength. the opponent may not personally come down to attack you. Even so, even if he casually sends out a few weaklings, they are still at the God of War level enough to give you a hard time. Xueming had to admit that even if he were in the same situation, facing such a scenario with the strength of a battle soldier would also be a matter of life and death. Yi Bai still managed to maintain his composure, which was already quite remarkable. Xueming casually remarked, "The compensation for the lone wolf is still quite generous." Yi Bai, you just let out your true feelings, big brother. Is it really appropriate to say it like this? Yi Bai deeply realized what it means. Some people are still alive, but they have already died. Xueming escorted Yi Bai to the entrance of the wolf's nest, saying solemnly, "Take care. This is ominous. Oh, let's stay away from it." Yi Bai didn't want to stay another second with Xueming and hurried towards the Eternal Tower. After Yi Bai left, Xueming revealed a smile. "The little brat dares to use the box to tease me. If I don't scare him a bit, I won't be surnamed Ming." Earlier, Yi Bai had used the box to flatter Xueming, leaving him at a loss for words. Xueming retaliated with a bit of intimidation, which was considered even. That's true. Being targeted by a God of War level old monster relying on oneself really cannot survive. Saying this, Xueming took down his lone wolf medal and began to operate, requesting assistance from Shadow. It would be best to send an old monster of Shadow level to protect him. If he could apply for one of the top 40 old monsters at the Shadow level to temporarily protect him, his life would be guaranteed. Of course, Xueming didn't hold much hope. Shadow level powerhouses are the most elite within Shadow, all allocated according to the potential of the lone wolf. Back then, Xueming was accompanied by Shadow 23. This meant he was ranked 23rd in potential among his peers. To apply for protection from the top 40 at the Shadow level, even temporary protection, is extremely difficult. However, at the very least, he should improve security for this kid, and it's not wrong to secretly send a God of War to protect him. Xueming had just submitted the application when feedback came in less than 3 seconds. Looking at the feedback information, Xueming fell into a daze, as if he were a statue frozen in place. On his lone wolf medal, 8 black bold words were written: "Insufficient permissions, application denied." He is a 9th-tier God of War ranked first on the star list, yet he doesn't even have permission to apply. What is that kid's background? Leaving the wolf's den, Yi Bai headed directly to the Eternal Tower. Summoning the Eternal Core Crystal, he placed his palm upon it, and a white light engulfed him. Transferring current layer 2. Wishing you a successful passage through the Eternal Tower soon. When Yi Bai opened his eyes again, he found himself on a desolate land where everything was in ruins. Chaos spread across the ground. The sky was covered with heavy clouds, pitch black and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Eternal Tower, second layer, class change, secret realm. Yi Bai looked at the scene before him, and relevant information surfaced in his mind. The first layer of the Eternal Tower was primarily a leveling area for levels 1 to 10. Level 10 is the level at which players first change classes. Therefore, the second layer of the Eternal Tower serves as a personal dungeon focused solely on one thing: class changing. Players obtain class change items by defeating monsters, choosing the most suitable item for themselves to complete the class change. However, Yi Bai faced an awkward situation. He had already changed classes, and it was an SS grade template, the Thunder Mage Lightning type, which was the best choice for Yi Bai. The class change secret realm was completely useless to him. Before entering the second layer of the Eternal Tower, Yi Bai thought this way. When truly immersed in it, new information appeared before him. Reach 100 exploration to receive extra rewards. Thunder Mage will gain an additional element. Such a great benefit. The Thunder Mage class template Yi Bai obtained belonged to the Lightning type, maximizing output capability. Being an SS grade class template, all attributes and enhancements were top tier. If he could advance even further, it would certainly be a foolproof deal for Yi Bai. This layer has no strategy to speak of, just rush in, and it's done. Yi Bai looked at the surrounding monsters, eager to try. Since his debut, Yi Bai's method of dealing with bosses was always to gather power and unleash a single lightning arrow to solve everything. Even when defeating a regular enemy, he followed the same pattern. In fact, among the damage skills, Yi Bai mastered Heavenly Thunder, dealt higher damage compared to Lightning Arrow, and when the target's health was below 30, Heavenly Thunder could deal true damage. However, Yi Bai would never casually use Heavenly Thunder in the open. The reason was simple. Heavenly Thunder was a signature skill of the Thunder Mage, with very high recognition. Once used, the traces left behind would easily lead others to associate it with Azura. After all, the whole world knows that Azura changed class to become a Thunder Mage. In contrast, Lightning Arrow was a common skill that any mage could learn, making it impossible to trace back to Yi Bai. Perfect. I can practice Heavenly Thunder during the battle. As a class-exclusive skill, using it enough times would increase its proficiency and might level up. With his mind made up, Yi Bai surveyed his surroundings, planning clearly. Goal 1. I reach 100 exploration to gain an additional element. Goal 2. Use Heavenly Thunder as much as possible to strive for advancement. Yi Bai opened the skill introduction for Heavenly Thunder. Heavenly Thunder LV1 summons a bolt of Heavenly Thunder from the sky, hitting the enemy and dealing 2/2 intelligence lightning damage. When the enemy's health is below 30, it instead deals true damage. Each time Heavenly Thunder hits an enemy, it permanently increases the skill's base lightning damage by 5 points. Enemies hit by Heavenly Thunder receive a 100 slow effect and randomly gain 1 negative buff. Mana cost 200 points, cooldown time 2 inch. With Yi Bei's intelligence attribute of 285 points, it means 200, 2852, 770 points of damage. The Thunder Mage can increase lightning skill damage by 100 and natural power increases by 15, which is 7,702. 1,655 points of damage. Without stacking any buffs, Yi Bei can deal 1655 points of lightning damage to a target with 0 magic resistance. If the target's health is below 30, it directly converts to 1655 points of true damage. The most frightening aspect is that Heavenly Thunder has growth potential. Each use increases its base damage by 5 points. Putting away the skill introduction, Yi Bei looked towards a nearby two-headed ogre. Two-headed ogre health 25002-500, a perfect target. Oh, he noticed you and decided to make a meal out of you. The two-headed ogre looked at Yi Bei and awkwardly rushed over. Heavenly Thunder 1364. A bright red number appeared above the ogre's head, and its moving body suddenly slowed down as if time had slowed down in a movie. Slow buff. Heavenly Thunder has a 2-second cooldown, and the Thunder Mage can reduce the cooldown by 50, leaving only 1 second. Heavenly Thunder. A second later, a blue lightning bolt struck down again. 1665. The ogre's health dropped below 30, ignoring magic resistance and dealing true damage. Boom! The ogre crashed to the ground, emitting a charred smell. Experience 200. Exploration 0. 1. In less than 2 seconds, the ogre was defeated, and the base damage of Heavenly Thunder increased by 10 points. Not bad. Yi Bei was very satisfied, looking towards monsters further away. To him, these monsters were walking experience points, the perfect growth opportunity for Heavenly Thunder. Stop right there, take a Heavenly Thunder. Boom! Across the entire wasteland, the sound of thunder echoed continuously. Monsters fell one after another, and Yi Bei was in high spirits. Wind slash. Heavenly Thunder. Monkey stealing peach. Happiness can sometimes be this simple. Is this the second layer of the Eternal Tower? Lu Sueki curiously observed her surroundings, while the canary on her shoulder looked on with disdain. Yesterday she had fought for 6 hours on the first layer, relying on her powerful pet, and the limited time buff provided by Azura. She quickly reached level 10. Today she even cleared it with 83 exploration. Before entering the Eternal Tower, her grandfather Lu Qingyan specifically instructed her to complete the class change today. A great opportunity awaited her, and if she missed it, it would be a lifelong regret. Lu Sueki did not dare to be careless and hurried to the second layer, preparing for her class change. Kill as many monsters as possible to drop high-level class change items and increase exploration. The canary on Lu Sueki's shoulder transformed into a golden-winged rock with golden flames sweeping across the land, causing monsters to die in droves. Fortunately, the second layer is a solo dungeon, allowing me to exert my full strength. Lu Sueki thought to herself that her second awakening of the Scrade talent needed to be kept secret. Even Lu Qingyan supported Lu Sueki's approach. This was a crucial time, and being low-key and quietly accumulating wealth was the way to go. Based on my previous experience, I estimate that on the second layer, reaching 80 exploration and ultimately obtaining an Scrade class template would already be an extraordinary performance. At higher levels, it becomes much more challenging and the likelihood of failure is high. Lu Sueki was quite self-aware. Let's aim for 80 and strive. Achieving 80 exploration is already considered an excellent result for Scrade talents. With her mind made up, Lu Sueki followed the golden-winged rock, embarking on her journey of conquest. Exploration has reached 90. Yi Bei looked at the bodies strewn across the wasteland, retracting the natural power, not a speck of dust on him, feeling exceptionally relaxed and carefree. In the entire wasteland, he was the only living person left. Like the Grim Reaper descending upon the earth, wherever he went, no one survived. According to the strategy, after killing all monsters, exploration reaches 90, and the final boss will also appear. Deal as much damage to the boss as possible. It can increase exploration, and upon successful defeat, exploration reaches 100. Yi Bei's eyes shone brightly as he gazed at the sky. When the last monster breathed its last, the heavy clouds began to shift, producing deafening rumbling sounds. A massive shadow loomed over Yi Bei, as if some indescribable horror was about to descend. Yi Bei focused intently, bracing himself. Something big is coming. The heavy, ink-colored clouds slowly descended, suffocating those below. Yi Bei stood atop a small hill, slightly tilting his head back, silently building up his power. The cooldown for building momentum is 10 seconds, with the Thunder Fury mage reducing it by 50, meaning it builds up once every 5 seconds. A full stack requires 30 times, taking 150 seconds or 2.5 minutes. The boss behind the clouds clearly did not keep Yi by waiting long, soon revealing its true form. A humanoid creature standing 3 meters tall. Its body was muscular and filled with a sense of power that delivered a strong visual impact, its twin wings flapping in the air. The gray wings were long and sharp, each flap stirring up a whirlwind in imposing sight. Before Yi Bai appeared a birdman. This birdman, cosplaying as Lei Jinzi, also known as the fallen angel with double wings, was indeed corrupted by the power of the demon god. Oh, he has lines to say. Let's hear his cliched opening speech. Mortal, worship me, kneel, and you shall gain immense power. As expected, an extremely cliched opening line. Yi Bai continued to build up his power, casually responding, so what's the price? Price. True power requires no price, only a heart that longs to grow stronger. The birdman crossed his thick arms, looking down at Yi Bai with arrogance. I serve the fifth demon god. The fifth deity was once the ruler of the eternal tower. Yi Bai could not help but roll his eyes. The birdman had completely revealed his hand, merely a lackey of the fifth demon god. His spiel might work on a 3-year-old, but against Yi Bai, a positive and energetic youth of the new era, it was useless. He wouldn't fall for that. Yi Bai was instead curious about another question. The second level of the Eternal Tower as a solo dungeon had different monsters and bosses for each individual. How had the birdman precisely located him? But the birdman's attitude towards Yi Bai clearly showed he did not know Yi Bai was the Azura. This meant they have collectively corrupted the entire level's dungeon. Anyone entering the second level during this period will encounter the demonized boss. This was the only reasonable explanation. We need to find a way to purify the second level. Yi Bai's gaze towards the birdman gradually turned murderous. This filth should be turned to ash as soon as possible, a complete funeral service from entrance to burial. Yi Bai glanced at his building momentum, now at 20 layers, still needing 10 more 50 seconds left. Seeing that Yi Bai remained unmoved, the birdman understood that mere verbal promises would not sway him. Anyone who could reach the second level at this time was a genius of the human race with either intelligence or emotional intelligence online. Mortal, kneel before me, and you shall gain what you seek. As he spoke, the birdman extended his right arm, a glowing orb appearing in his palm. This is an S-level hidden job transfer item. Even if you defeat me, the best reward you could get is this. This item might hold significant allure for others. But for Yi Bai, it was nothing to look at. I have the SS-level job template, Thunder Fury Mage. Oh, am I proud? Am I honored? Absolutely proud. Yi Bai continued to feign interest. Impressive. He even raised his hand to offer a few scattered applause. Humph. The birdman snorted coldly, clearly seeing Yi Bai's lack of interest. With a crooked smile, he disdainfully said, there's a saying among your kind, if you don't drink the wine offered, you'll have to drink the wine forced upon you. I can't drink him, not yet 18. The birdman. Is this even about drinking? This is a metaphor. Do you understand a metaphor? The birdman flared up his feathers, bristling, eager to give Yi Bai a lesson in linguistics. I'm telling you, if you refuse to follow my master, you shall have no good end. I will tear you apart, crush you, and even chew on every bone. The birdman showed a fierce expression, speaking ominously. Do you know what's the most exquisite part? In this process, you not only remain alive, but are also extraordinarily aware, feeling every bit of pain and every cell's wails. So exquisite. I'm so scared. Building momentum was nearly complete. Yi Bai could hardly muster the effort to act anymore. He was ready to lay his cards on the table. Both sides had reached the point of no return. A great battle was inevitable. The birdman's eyes blazed with fury. He swore this was the most infuriating fellow he had ever encountered. This person should not be a mage, but rather a warrior. He possessed a taunt skill, the taunt effect maxed out, making one want to rip him apart and swallow him whole. It seems that mere words won't suffice. You need to suffer a bit. The birdman snorted coldly, flapping his wings, diving straight towards Yi Bai. Wait. Yi Bai suddenly interrupted the birdman. Actually, I just lied about one thing. The birdman halted his charge, believing there was a vast disparity in power between them, like an ant against a dragon, with Yi Bai having no chance of turning the tables. Listening to the opponent's final struggles could be a form of entertainment. Clearly, he did not understand the principle that villains die from too much chatter, holding great arrogance and prejudice against Yi Bai. What did you lie about? Actually, I'm over 18. The goal of stalling for time was achieved. Building momentum stacked to 30 layers. New notes appeared before Yi Bai. His health was only 1200 with an 80 resistance to lightning magic, meaning you could easily kill him. Yi Bai smiled slightly, adding the second half to the inside. He's waiting for death. Arrogant. Watch how I end you, you ant. Enough chatter. Yi Bai pointed his staff forward and shouted softly, heavenly thunder. Boom. A massive red lightning bolt erupted through the clouds, seemingly aiming to pierce the heavens, striking down with the speed of a VP, smashing down on the fallen angel's head, obliterating everything. It didn't even give the opponent a moment to react. The fallen angel's eyes reflected shock, gradually turning to ash in the wind, becoming fertilizer for the barren ground beneath. In the instant before death, he understood one thing. The heavenly thunder, a skill exclusive to the Thunder Fury Mage. You are Azura. Unfortunately, this secret was forever buried with him in the embrace of death. When the answer of fate revealed the truth's iceberg tip, what awaited him was only eternal and true death. As Yi Bai killed the Birdman, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and everyone in the second level of the Eternal Tower felt the ground beneath them shaking violently. What is happening? Lu Sueki stood atop the golden-winged rock, her heart racing as she looked at the ground below. Moments ago, a terrifying crack had opened in the ground, swallowing numerous monsters within. Even Lu Sueki had nearly fallen in. I've never heard of such a thing happening, but what is going on? Just as Lu Sueki was filled with doubt, a crisp voice rang in her ears, coming from the server-wide announcement of the Eternal Tower. Congratulations to player Azura for clearing the second level of the Eternal Tower with SS level. Detected that the second level of the Eternal Tower has been corrupted, purifying. Purification complete. Player Azura's clearing rewards will be calculated shortly. Lu Sueki's large eyes were filled with shock. Azura, once again Azura. He actually cleared it with SS level again. Why did I say again? The Shura has once again achieved the SSS level clearance. This marks the third time in 3 days that Shura has been announced by the Eternal Tower. The human race is strong, were somewhat numb. Compared to their previous excitement, the public channel was filled with various statements of humble bragging. The last SSS level evaluation seemed like it was just yesterday. Oh, it really was yesterday, so it's all good now. The Eternal Tower cannot be without SSS level evaluations, just like the human race cannot be without Shura. This time this wave is to brush the Eternal Tower ratings. If it doesn't clear SSS level, a full refund. The designated small proxy for the Eternal Tower SSS level, Shura. Small proxy. Heavenly proxy. Of course their calmness has its reasons. Due to the second layer of the Eternal Tower being tainted by a demon god, some time was spent purifying it, which led to Shura's clearance rewards not yet being issued. Everyone gathered together, eagerly waiting for the server-wide rewards while casually praising Shura. Yesterday's SSS level evaluation rewarded several powerful temporary buffs, including the extraordinary buff of Guardian Angel. Everyone's appetite was whetted and their hearts were filled with anticipation. What kind of surprises would today's Shura bring? Meanwhile, Yi Bai was also faced with a choice. He stood on the desolate plain, the notification sound of the Eternal Tower ringing in his ears. Calculating clearance ratings and rewards. Eternal Blessing activated, clearance rating automatically 1. Reward obtained, Thunder Mage Proficiency Element Ball. Please choose the corresponding elemental system, no more than 2. Several options appeared before Yi Bai: wood, water, fire, wind. According to the previous hint from Inside Eye, with 100 exploration rate after clearing with an SSS rating, Yi Bai could increase the proficiency of the Thunder Mage by 1 elemental system. However, that was automatically assigned by the Eternal Tower, distributed randomly, without considering Yi Bai's opinion. And clearing at SSS level brought 2 benefits to Yi Bai. 1. He could freely choose the desired elemental system for better synergy. 2. Yi Bai could add 2 elemental systems instead of just 1 originally. The quality had undoubtedly improved significantly. The choices given are a bit few. They are all basic elemental systems. Yi Bai took out a mirror, pointing it at his handsome face. You want to admire your handsome face again? Fine, I admit you are indeed handsome. Alright, testing elemental affinity. Since he had to choose the new elemental system, Yi Bai naturally wanted to know which elements he was more compatible with. Only with higher elemental affinity could he better leverage the advantages of his profession, maximizing strengths while minimizing weaknesses. That was the right path. The top 5 elemental affinities are as follows: lightning 200, soul 110, fire 95, wind 90, water 70. Based on the hints given by Inside Eye, Yi Bai's optimal choice should be soul and fire. Unfortunately, the choices given by the Eternal Tower did not include the option for soul, forcing him to reluctantly give it up. Yi Bai thought to himself, the affinity for the soul system is as high as 110, possibly due to my transmigration. Excluding soul, Yi Bai had 3 options before him: wind, fire, water. The water system offers the best healing shields and sustainability, but its affinity is only 70, which is too far behind fire. Yi Bai analyzed the wind, lightning, and fire systems have compatible affinities complementing each other. Whether wind, lightning, lightning, fire, or fire, wind, all 3 can be compatible no matter how they are combined. If Yi Bai chose the water system, while water lightning and fire lightning could work, water and fire would be incompatible, making coordination tricky. After making up his mind, Yi Bai made his choice. Confirmed to receive Thunder Mage Proficiency Element Ball Wind, Thunder Mage Proficiency Element Ball Fire. Confirm. The 2 elemental balls fell into Yi Bei's hands, which he used immediately. Professional Template Evolution successful. Thunder Mage Wind Fire Lightning 3-element spell skill effect 100 3-element spell skill cooldown 50. Acquired professional skill Wind Fury Ignite. Wind Fury LV1 strengthens the next skill or attack, releasing 2 consecutive times. Buff lasts for 6 seconds. During the Wind Fury buff, it cannot be used again. Magic consumption 300 points. Cooldown time 6 seconds. Unlike Preparing to Strike, which doubles the effect, Wind Fury allows for consecutive releases. The same lightning arrow using Preparing to Strike would double the damage, while stacking Wind Fury would result in both damages being reduced by magic resistance, ultimately leading to lower overall damage. Moreover, just like applying a bug patch, Wind Fury cannot be stacked, killing Yi Bei's thoughts of exploiting bugs. This note is simply insulting Yi by someone who exploits bugs. Yi Bei sensed the Eternal Tower's targeting. Of course, Wind Fury is superior to Preparing to Strike in certain situations. For instance, when casting Thunder with the Wind Fury boost, the first Thunder can drop the enemy's health below 30 and the second can directly deal true damage. In such special cases, single-use Wind Fury, single-use Preparing to Strike. However, the greatest benefit of Wind Fury should be saving me time on stacking Preparing to Strike. Preparing to Strike only works on lightning skills. Yi Bei can completely follow the sequence of Wind Fury, Preparing to Strike to Wind Fury. Such a combo sequence saves half the stacking time. Wind Fury, some skills are born to be supporting roles right. Ignite LV1 releases flames to burn a designated target, dealing 2001. 5 intelligence, fire damage within 5 seconds, while also applying a severe injury effect, reducing the target's healing by 40 and granting true sight of the target. Every 10 enemy kills with Ignite increases the severe injury effect by 1. Every 100 enemy kills extends the duration by 1 second, with damage increasing proportionately. Magic consumption 200 points. Cooldown time 20 seconds. So far, Yi Bei has mastered 3 professional skills: Thunder, Wind Fury, Ignite, all with exceptionally powerful effects. Thunder provides burst damage, Wind Fury shortens the stacking time for Preparing to Strike, while also offering decent burst and melee capability, and Ignite compensates for the shortcoming of sustained damage, additionally applying a severe injury effect. Each skill has its own merits, all incredibly strong. After all, this is the professional skill of the Thunder Mage SSS level template. If even the SSS level professional skills are weak, how can ordinary players still play? Meanwhile, server-wide announcements rang out again. Congratulations to player Shura for advancing to Thunder Mage Fire Lightning system. Yi Bei noticed that the server-wide announcement only mentioned fire and lightning without mentioning wind. Is it because it's an extra option from the SSS level rating reward, so it wasn't announced? Yi Bei's eyes lit up as he immediately realized that this incident would benefit him greatly. Now the entire human race, even the entire world, including the Abyss Plane, received the news at the first moment that Shura is now a dual practitioner of fire and lightning. Yi Bei secretly practiced a bit of wind, keeping it as a trump card. It was no longer merely a matter of being stunning. This was directly about his life. Moreover, hiding the wind profession also added a layer of disguise to Yi Bei's true identity. Yi Bei could completely claim to be a mage primarily skilled in the wind system. This way no one would suspect he was Shura. After all, the profession wouldn't match. The operational space left for Yi Bei was vast, allowing him to maneuver freely without feeling constrained. The Eternal Tower has made a great contribution. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the Eternal Tower announced the server-wide rewards for this SSS level advancement. Player Shura cleared the second layer at SSS level, rewarding the entire human race of the Eternal Tower with the buff Striving for Perfection. Temporary buff overall enhancement, all attributes of the Eternal Tower's human race, 20, lasting for 6 hours. Temporary buff Lightning fast movement speed of the Eternal Tower's human race, 30, attack speed 15, lasting for 6 hours. Temporary buff Farewell to weakness. The Eternal Tower's human race will not enter a weak state after death when returning to the Eternal Core City, lasting for 6 hours. Striving for Perfection. The next time entering the class change Secret Realm, automatically gain 20 exploration rate with a greater chance of obtaining hidden and special professions during settlement. The duration of the above buffs only counts time within the Eternal Tower. When the server-wide rewards were announced, the public faction and family channels fell into complete silence. Everyone's eyes widened, staring intently at the announcement before them, not even moving their eyes, even forgetting to breathe. Until the first person started cheering. Shura is amazing. Just like the first firecracker of a festival igniting everyone's emotions, the entire human world fell into a frenzy of celebration. Such a powerful buff reward is difficult to measure in money for the human race. Oh, everyone benefits immensely and their strength is enhanced to varying degrees. They wore happy smiles on their faces, firmly believing that everyone has a bright future. In various channels, countless words ultimately condensed into one sentence: Shura is amazing. After completing the job change, the white light engulfed Yi Bai once more. He returned to the Eternal Core City. Here the streets were bustling with noise and excitement as everyone discussed a single topic: Shura. This time the limited time buff was different from the last. It would only count down when one was inside the Eternal High Tower. As a result, people did not rush into the Eternal High Tower like last time. Instead, they leisurely purchased supplies, familiarized themselves with their skills, and prepared for a higher ascent. Yi Bai wandered aimlessly through the streets, feeling the lively atmosphere around him perfectly blending in. When his spirits were high, he would shout along with the crowd, "Shura, awesome." Fortunately, they were not shouting for refunds. Yi Bai wasted no time. He focused entirely on organizing the gains from this trip. Summoning his attribute panel, a dense array of text floated before his eyes. Eternal ID Shura. Talent Eye of Insight SSS level. Level 26. Class Heavenly Wrath, Mage Wind Fire Thunder. HB 71007-100. MP 86008-600. Strength 386, 100. Intelligence 565-40. Spirit 515-30. Agility 364. Constitution 231, 100. Luck 12. Equipment Nature's Power 1. Skills Lightning Arrow Thunder Blessing ready to strike Heavenly Thunder Wind / Wind Fury Ignite. Status Thunder Affinity Thunder Specialization Fire Specialization Wind Specialization. Free Attribute Points 160. During his time on the second level, Yi Bai's experience from defeating monsters and bosses directly elevated him to level 26, significantly boosting his basic attributes. Each level also granted 10 free attribute points. Yi Bai did not forget that he was a mage, dividing the free points evenly between intelligence and spirit. As an SS level class template, Yi Bai's attribute growth was much faster than others. His current level 26 attribute panel was stronger than many level 50 or 60 geniuses. This also meant that Yi Bai could achieve better results in the warrior testing, enhancing his warrior rank. The improvement of his warrior rank would greatly benefit Yi Bai. Not only could it increase his monthly allowance, unlock more privileges, and receive higher level tasks, but most importantly, it would help Yi Bai clarify his own strength. The Eye of Insight could indeed provide Yi Bai with a superficial evaluation. In terms of lethality, Yi Bai, with his fully stacked ready to strike, had output capabilities comparable to a War King, which was his greatest reliance. Even in sustained frontal combat, ignoring the fully stacked ready to strike, Yi Bai's strength was not inferior to 6th or 7th rank warriors. However, paper assessments always felt shallow. Only through actual combat, summarizing, reflecting, and further validating in real battles, could Yi Bai thoroughly excavate his potential and unleash greater strength in combat. Aside from leveling up, the greatest gain from the Heavenly Wrath Mage class advancement this time should be the enhancement of Heavenly Thunder. Heavenly Thunder, as a damage skill that could grow, increased its basic damage by 5 points with each release. During this dungeon expedition, Yi Bai had used Heavenly Thunder as much as possible, totaling 120 times. Now, Heavenly Thunder's basic damage had increased from 200 to 800 points with an additional 2 times intelligence damage, as Yi Bai's intelligence attribute was 695 points. That meant 695 to 2,190 points. With a 100 boost from the Heavenly Wrath Mage and a 15 boost from Nature's Power, even without using Ready to Strike, he could deal close to 4,700 points of damage. With a single cast of Heavenly Thunder, Yi Bai could instantly kill an ordinary 3rd rank warrior, and a 4th or 5th rank warrior would lose half their health. Watching the damage numbers calculated by the Eye of Insight, Yi Bai nodded in satisfaction. If Wind Fury Heavenly Thunder can deal nearly 10,000 damage in an instant, it would be enough to instantly kill a 6th rank warrior. Putting away his attribute panel, Yi Bai casually selected a skill book store and walked in. If all the skill books and equipment were in the trading secret realm, buying from the goblin underlings would easily expose my identity over time. Yi Bai had significant needs now with 3 systems to cultivate wind, thunder, and fire. He planned to anonymously purchase some transitional skill books to study in the Eternal Core City. Yi Bai needed truly good items. Skill books and equipment related to the wind system could all be bought from the goblin underlings. The goblin underlings were backed by the All Things Pavilion. Although there was an official background, it was not absolutely safe. Anything related to the wind system would least likely expose Yi Bai's identity as Shura, allowing him to safely obtain items through this channel. As for the fire system, Yi Bai had just encountered a great master of fire today, the Qin Yen War King. Establishing a friendly cooperative relationship with him would be greatly beneficial for Yi Bai. The Qing Yin War King was not only renowned for his battle achievements, but was also extremely loyal to the human race, always leading from the front in battle without retreating. Most importantly, materials related to thunder were most likely to expose the identity of Shura. Yi Bai decided that in the future he would only source supplies through the Wolf's Den, ensuring his absolute safety. Though this arrangement was cumbersome, it was necessary. Outside, the crowd was shouting, "Shura is awesome." Why? Because in just 2 days Shura had completed 2 SSS level clearances, raising the strength and potential of the human race to a significant level. The more important Shura became to the human race, the more of a threat he posed in the eyes of the demon gods. A tree that stands out among the forest will surely be blown down by the wind. If Yi Bai wanted to survive apart from quickly enhancing his own strength, he also needed to act low-key, hiding his identity as much as possible to buy time for his development. As for resources, he no longer lacked them. What he lacked was time to convert those resources into strength. After sorting out his thoughts, Yi Bai's mind became clearer. First, he would purchase a batch of wind system skill books for study, then use the newly learned wind system skills to participate in the warrior test. Help me get a skill book for low-level wind shield, as well as wind blade lightness technique wind binding. Yi Bai consecutively bought several skill books of average quality, spending a total of 80 gold coins. "Hey young man, you're a wind mage, right? I have a fine wind staff here, would you like to take a look?" The skill bookstore owner was very enthusiastic, having just completed his biggest sale of the day, his smile almost crooked. 80 gold coins, and this young man, wearing a lone wolf mask, spent it without blinking. It should be noted that while these low-level skill books were practical, ordinary people would need to save up for a while to afford just one. After all the prices were there, a skill book could cost thousands or even tens of thousands of dragon coins. How many chicken legs could that buy? Wealthy individuals were even more inclined to learn more effective skills and look down on these low-tier goods. Who would buy low-level skill books like Yi Bai as if shopping at a market? No need for the staff. Do you have other weapons here? Yi Bai asked, like gauntlets or something. Gauntlets? The owner frowned, wondering why this young man wanted gauntlets. Could it be that a mage wanted to learn melee? Is it really that competitive now? Despite his doubts, the owner still borrowed 2 gauntlets from the nearby weapon store. In the end, Yi Bai purchased a blade gauntlet that could be used by all classes for 15 gold coins, which had a very slight armor-piercing effect. This would temporarily compensate for Yi Bai's melee output capability. Yi Bai put on the gauntlets and left under the astonished gaze of the owner. Having learned all the wind system skill books, I now have output capability relying solely on wind system skills. Having participated in the warrior test, I remember that the testing room has surveillance. Jiang Yun and the others had caused a scene, once forcing the bald manager to delete the footage. If Yi Bai wanted to continue participating in the warrior tests without exposing his identity, he needed to use as few thunder and fire skills as possible and use more wind skills. After making thorough preparations, Yi Bai once again entered the warrior testing hall. He received a number plate and scanned his lone wolf badge being arranged in the express lane. Old Yu, a first-rank warrior, wants to retake the warrior test lone wolf. A security guard watching the surveillance called out. For some reason, the hall manager instructed them that any first-rank warrior wishing to test must notify him. What? The bald manager jolted up, rushing to the monitor, his gaze locking onto Yi Bai's back. Does it look like him? I can't make a judgment. No ID and no markings. Is he that genius from yesterday? The nearby security guard Sharpie noticed the uniqueness of Yi Bai's mask and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this is a golden lone wolf. Impressive, a first-rank warrior golden lone wolf. I've never seen one before." This statement drew the attention of many who gathered around to get a glimpse. As he said, it was indeed extremely rare for a first-rank warrior to become a golden lone wolf. Make way, everyone. Contrary to the crowd, the bald manager's face turned pale as he recognized the identity of the individual hurriedly pushing through the crowd to escape. It had to be that genius from yesterday. In just 1 day, he had become a golden lone wolf. He must quickly report to the director. The bald manager, eager to redeem himself, sprinted towards the director's office as fast as he could, wishing he had 4 legs. He didn't even bother to knock and directly burst into the office. "Director." The bald manager was pale, panting heavily, and unable to speak. What's with the panic? The director, who was meeting guests, was displeased after being interrupted by the bald manager. "Xiao Yu, how many times have I told you to stay calm in emergencies, to handle matters without panic, and not to become flustered over trivial issues?" After scolding, the director smiled apologetically at the guests as an apology. Then he turned to the bald manager, picked up his teacup, and casually asked, "So what is it?" "Yesterday that genius came back." The bald manager wiped the sweat from his forehead, carefully phrasing his words. "He has become a golden lone wolf and is here to participate in the strength test." Buffed. The director spat out his tea, exclaiming, "No way is that true." The bald manager thought what happened to staying calm in emergencies and handling matters without panic. Show some composure. Haha. Of course, the bald manager could only think these words in his heart. If he spoke them out loud, he would either die or be sent to the abyss realm to mine stones. The bald manager nodded. Absolutely true. What are you still dawdling for? The director suddenly stood up and walked out. The surveillance of the Golden Lone Wolf strength test is very highly classified. It cannot be viewed on mobile devices, and those below War King authority cannot access it. Let's go to the surveillance room. The director's eyes sparkled with excitement as he placed great importance on this mysterious genius. Just how far can you go? Second rank warrior, third rank warrior. The director was very much looking forward to it. Everyone put down your work for a moment. The director, maintaining a calm expression, spoke in a deep voice to support everyone in achieving breakthroughs at the Eternal Tower today. We will have a half-day paid leave. Oh, some people were still processing the good news that kept coming. Those with quick wits and rich experience exchanged knowing smiles, likely guessing the reason. I'm afraid another genius has suddenly appeared, and the testing must remain strictly confidential. Exactly last time they used the same excuse to fool us. He didn't even bother to switch up the excuse. Even the pauses in his tone were identical. Everyone exchanged thoughts through glances, bowed their heads, and walked out of the monitoring room with small, joyful steps. Who could refuse a paid leave? After clearing the room, only 3 people remained in the monitoring room: the director, the bald manager, and the director's guest, a formidable old warlord. Qing Yan, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Xiao Yu, who followed me back in the regiment. After I stepped down, he remained under my guidance. The old warlord was none other than Lu Qingyan. With nothing but idle time, he decided to visit the Eternal Core City to meet an old friend for tea and reminisce. Of course, the most important matter. Today, Lu Xueqi is highly likely to participate in the warrior test. Lu Qingyan watched closely, concealing the secret of his granddaughter's second awakening of talent. As an old warlord, he understood well the principle of making a fortune quietly. Yet he never expected to coincidentally encounter Yi Bai for the power test. How impressive is this genius you speak of? Lu Qingyan confidently stated without a hint of bragging. I have seen the world. Xuanming and I were in the same cohort. During the entrance test, I even gave him a punch. The director scoffed. Enough of this petty matter. I've heard it countless times, almost worn out from hearing it. Lu Qingyan's proudest moment was not advancing to the warlord rank, but having once beaten Xuanming. Xuanming, who was a 9th-tier war god, the war god among war gods. Even the strongest sought him to adopt as a son, showcasing the terrifying potential and power of this person. Well then, no more joking. Xuanming passed the 3rd-tier warrior test in just 3 days. Lu Qingyan's gaze traversed the monitoring screen, landing on Yi Bai. This kid is also on his 3rd day, right? Does he have confidence in passing the 2nd-tier warrior test? Hearing Lu Qingyan's words, the bald manager and the director exchanged peculiar looks. The director stifled a laugh and said, Xiao Yu, enlighten our warlord Qing Yan, tell him what this genius did yesterday. The bald manager replied honestly, he passed the neural reaction gate of the 3rd-tier warrior test yesterday. What? Lu Qingyan suddenly stood up, disbelief etched across his face, and blurted out, Old Wu, you can't be kidding me. Why would I lie? I submitted the report early. Wu, the director said calmly, Xuanming was indeed formidable. He is even more formidable than Xuanming. I just bet with you that this person's advancement speed will definitely surpass Xuanming's. Stop with the nonsense. He is about to start the test. Lu Qingyan watched the movements on the screen and casually asked which tier warrior test did he choose. As a golden wolf, Yi Bai could choose to take a cross-tier test, and if he passed, he could directly jump several ranks. Let me see. Wu, the director, skillfully pressed a few buttons and a number appeared on the screen. When the number was revealed, the entire monitoring room fell into a deathly silence. Aside from the hum of the machinery, there was no other sound. Who? Everyone's face was filled with disbelief, as if a cold wind had swept through their hearts, chilling them to the bone. 5. This genius actually chose the 5th-tier warrior test. While they were stunned and dazed, the test began. The 5th-tier warrior test, oh, why does it seem to have a standard difficulty? Yi Bai effortlessly evaded waves of attacks, and even without the hints from the Eye of Insight, he could achieve this level. After choosing the wind system, Yi Bai maximized his mobility. Wind system skills are inherently nimble and swift, and with a 100 effectiveness boost, it's like adding wings. Even ordinary low-tier skills could showcase high-tier effects in Yi Bai's hands. Wind slash. Yi Bai even had the leisure to experiment with new techniques. He targeted a kitchen knife and used wind slash, attempting to move at high speed. His figure left behind numerous afterimages as Yi Bai appeared beside the kitchen knife. Success. Yi Bai's eyes lit up. Wind slash could be used this way. In future battles, he could easily throw flying projectiles or even employ flying skills to achieve high-speed movement. The neural reaction test that troubled countless people turned into a joyful playground for Yi Bai to test skill effects. What was more terrifying was that even with a mindset of experimentation, Yi Bai could leisurely stroll through watching the clouds roll by, as if he were an outsider. The fifth-tier warrior test posed no difficulty for him. The shock on the faces of the three watching Yi Bai's test deepened. The bald manager, slightly trembling, asked Lord Leader, "Is this something we should be witnessing?" Even he, being somewhat slow, had begun to suspect the identity of the lone wolf on the screen. In just 3 days, merely 3 days, he grew to above the fifth-tier warrior, even more formidable than the Xuanmeng of that year. Keep in mind, Xuanmeng had S-level talent, already one of the top-tier existences. Thus, the true identity of this lone wolf was practically laid bare, almost throwing the answer right in front of the three. Azura. It was actually Azura. Da-da-da. Footsteps approached from behind the three, startling them into turning around quickly. Lord Ingjiu. Lu Qingyan hurriedly saluted and said, "It has been over 30 years since we last met. Your figure is so familiar it feels as if I just saw you yesterday." The newcomer was none other than Ingjiu, a shadow-level powerhouse ranked 9th in strength, aptly named Ingjiu. Upon seeing Lu Qingyan, Ingjiu couldn't help but shake his head in sigh. "Lord Ingjiu, why the sigh?" Lu Qingyan asked in confusion. He had yet to report that they discovered a suspected Azura. This was nearly the most important discovery. Ingjiu extended his bony hand, gently ruffling Lu Qingyan's hair, looking at him with caring eyes like a kind elder, saying, "I sigh for you." Lu Qingyan was even more puzzled, sighing for him. Had he done something wrong? Ingjiu continued, "Little Lu, do you know that using memory sealing curses on the same target multiple times significantly affects their intelligence level? This is the first time I've heard of it, but what does it have to do with me?" Before Lu Qingyan could finish his sentence, darkness suddenly enveloped him, a cloud of black mist silently shrouding him, leaving even a peak warlord with no strength to resist. "What a fine child." Ingjiu sighed. "If you seal him a few more times, he might truly become a fool. Always being involved with this one, I can't tell if your luck is good or bad. Regardless, you should bear with it." After speaking, the black mist rolled back into Ingjiu's sleeve. Lu Qingyan, Director Wu, and the bald manager all lay on the ground unconscious. Only Ingjiu remained standing, staring intently at the surveillance footage. When he was the only one present, a rare fervor appeared on his thin old face, as if flames sparked in his eyes, and a terrifying energy surged within his emaciated body, life itself burning. "Come on, let me see what you can do. What can the future powerhouse of our human race achieve?" After saying this, a mass of black mist erupted from beneath Ingjiu's feet, diving into the control panel. Inside the testing room, Yi Bai suddenly saw the entire room flashing red lights, and all tests came to a halt. He looked around warily. A line of notes popped up before him. "A certain and scrupulous old fellow has activated the 9th-tier warrior test Azura customized version. The projection that will appear next is the remnant left by the strongest, possessing 1/10 of the original strength. You'd better pray, hoping to draw the projection of the nightmare of the strongest." Seeing this note, Yi Bai was slightly surprised and asked, "Why is it nightmare? Is it because the strongest nightmare is the weakest?" Of the three strongest, Yi Bai had heard the most about Nightmare, as he seemed to be in charge of the rear headquarters on Blue Star. The Eye of Insight quickly provided an answer. Fighting against Nightmare, death is the least painful way, even carrying a sweet scent. Before the battle even began, the Eye of Insight had already sentenced Yi Bai to death. This time it was a 15 roll. I initiated it. The notes before Yi Bai suddenly distorted the text, becoming exceptionally blurry, as if an ink painting was thrown into a pool of water. This was the first time Yi Bai encountered such a situation. The Eye of Insight, although mischievous, had never lost its S-level talent standing. In the end, the ink mass pieced together a few barely recognizable words. "It has arrived."